The moment Fate Goo was destroyed, the whole battlefield returned to its previous state. The white light formed by Fate Vanquish Killer move disappeared completely. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread throughout Heaven Overseeing Tower. At the next moment, the whole of Heaven Overseeing Tower crumbled into pieces. The grand heavenly court fell into deathly silence. There was no trace of wind in the battlefield, but the immortals felt a hurricane blowing in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments that fell down along with Goo immortal corpses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables Painting Path Method turned into a ray of light that crossed the sky and flew far away. Fong Yuan ignored it and quietly floated in the air, looking at Duke Long, Feng Jiugu, and the rest. He had no expression and did not say anything. He only opened his palms slowly. Under everybody's vision killer move, everyone in the 5 regions saw the fragments of the destroyed Fate Goo. Fate Goo has been destroyed? We won. The 3 regions Goo immortals looked at each other, seeing the astonishment and daze on each other's faces. Unbelievable. We really did it. This battle will definitely be remembered by later generations. After coming to their senses, the 3 regions Goo immortals cheered wildly. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's remaining Goo immortals had ashen expressions and were dazed like puppets. Fate Goo was Heavenly Court's banner, their spiritual pillar. It was more than a rank 9 Goo worm. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had relied on this Goo to create the rule of humanity. It gave humans the hope of freedom and courage to revolt. After over 3 million years of inheritance and development, the significance of Fate Goo was much greater to Heavenly Court. It was Heavenly Court's foundation, a symbol, and also an eternally fluttering banner. But now, this banner was taken down and torn by Fong Yuan. Heavenly Court's immortals felt that the pillar in their mind was taken away. Their world had collapsed. Even without the 3 regions Goo immortals attacking or any external stimulation, they were dazed and did not know what they should do. Even Feng Jiugu was silent. His destiny song that had kept on resounding throughout the battlefield stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Jinhuang was hiding in a secret underground immortal Goo house. She was weeping silently. Fate Goo has been destroyed. How did this happen? Everyone clearly put in so much effort, not even hesitating to sacrifice themselves. Qin Dingling's gaze was blank. She was like a lifeless statue. The greatly damaged demon judgment board rose to the sky. Fang Zhang, who was inside, looked at Fong Yuan with a highly complicated expression. Fong Yuan, you actually accomplished it. In Heavenly Court, in front of the venerable methods, you destroyed Fate Goo. So the gap between you and I is simply this big. This gap made Fang Zhang feel despair. But a strange thing was Fang Zhang did not feel bitterness at this moment. Instead, he felt a trace of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan was different from everyone from the start. Thinking of rivaling him was wishful thinking from the start. A delirious thought even. Damn it! Damn it! We failed. Fate Goo has been destroyed. Heavenly Court's Goo immortals cried. They had used all their strength, given their everything. Some crawled out of their graves to fight. Some held on till the end, but they still failed. We have really failed our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I am too ashamed to face my seniors. Shame surfaced on the Heavenly Court immortals' faces. Many even had the impulse to kill themselves. Don't panic. At this moment, Duke Long suddenly spoke, his voice spreading throughout the battlefield, shaking every Goo immortal's mind. Duke Long flew to the sky. His expression was solemn as he knew this was the crucial moment. Fate Goo had been destroyed. Duke Long could not afford to be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of Heavenly Court. He needed to try his hardest to deal with this issue. What made him anxious was that even the deeply experienced Heavenly Court Goo immortals were shaken like this. What would the people all over the world think about this sight? If Fong Yuan scheming and defeating Heavenly Court time and again earlier was like a heavy slap to Heavenly Court's face, then Fong Yuan destroying Fate Goo was like shaking Heavenly Court's foundation completely, destroying the status and reputation Heavenly Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to restore their morale and fighting spirit. Fong Yuan, You really think you destroyed Fate Goo? Duke Long suddenly laughed with no trace of listlessness. One could not sense any form of wavering in his tone. Fong Yuan did not reply and only slightly raised his hand as he looked at Duke Long immediately. The three regions Goo Immortals ridiculed. Duke Long, have you gone blind? You can't see the fragments of Fate Goo. Some of the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals looked with bright gazes, a spark of hope rising in their hearts. Is the Fate Goo that Fong Yuan destroyed a replica? But Duke Long shook his head, still laughing. He. The destroyed Fate Goo is the real one. But Fong Yuan, even though Fate Goo is destroyed, has it really been destroyed forever? Can we not refine it once again? Ha! The Immortals were stupefied. Immortal Goo were unique. This was an irrefutable truth of the world. If I had an Immortal Goo, others could not possess the same one. But when this Immortal Goo was destroyed, others would have the chance to possess it. Fate Goo was destroyed by Fong Yuan now. This was an ironclad truth. But this was not a genuine ending because Heavenly Court could refine it again. Does Heavenly Court have Fate Goo's recipe? Shen Tsongshang's expression was grim as he asked. Heavenly Court has held Fate Goo for over 3 million years. We had countless refinement path great experts and 3 immortal venerables in this period. Take a guess if our Heavenly Court has Fate Goo's recipe or not. Duke Long smiled, his entire body letting out confidence and calmness. Damn it! The 3 regions Goo Immortals were exasperated. Duke Long laughed. However, even if Heavenly Court did not have Fate Goo's Immortal Goo recipe, so what? Everyone, let me ask you, was the Fate Goo in the immemorial antiquity era refined by Rinzhu? Of course not. Qin Dingling replied. She understood Duke Long's intention, and her eyes shone with life again. Fate Goo was born from heaven and earth itself. Duke Long nodded. That's right. Immortal Goo are born from nature, which is why there are many wild Immortal Goo. Even if we cannot refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate Goo. The new Fate Goo might be rank 6 or even rank 9 directly. Who can say for sure? This time, the 3 regions Goo Immortals looked at each other. After Duke Long mentioned this point, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate Goo might not be a big deal. If Fate Goo was destroyed, so be it, it could be refined again. Even if it is refined, we can destroy it again. A Goo Immortal shouted angrily, but even he himself did not have much confidence. To destroy Fate Goo this time, they had paid a huge price. Could such success really be replicated? Forget about anything else. Just the point that only an otherworldly demon could destroy Fate Goo blocked the path of many heroes and conquerors. Didn't even 3 demon venerables fail? Damn it! How could we have failed to notice this? A Goo Immortal was vexed, but thinking about it, he could blame himself for not considering everything properly. After all, invading Heavenly Court and destroying Fate Goo was already an enormous goal and could even be said to be wishful thinking. To realize this goal, the Goo Immortals had already exhausted their minds and energy. This was an impossible mission akin to a mortal ascending to heaven. Even if they used all their strength and had inexhaustible will, it was still difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could afford to think of the matter after ascending to heaven? In fact, when Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention and 4 regions Goo Immortals invaded, who could say for sure that they could destroy Fate Goo? No one. Even Fong Yuan, even Venerables did not have such confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After the attempt succeeded, the Goo Immortals were exulted. But what happens after realizing this goal? Duke Long's words were also the truth. The 3 regions Goo Immortals suddenly discovered that the price they paid, the battles and the effort they invested were all in vain. Was it just an empty victory? The 3 regions Goo Immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong was sharp and sensed the change in people's hearts and the fallen morale. He immediately refuted coldly. Lord Duke Long, you have a sharp tongue. However, Heavenly Court's failure is still a failure. You took great pain to defend and even hide Fate Goo in Heavenly Court, yet we were still able to destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fate Goo again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Otherwise, when heaven and earth gives birth to the new Fate Goo, you won't be able to refine it yourselves. At that time, Fate Goo will become a wild immortal Goo. anyone will be able to possess it. It might not necessarily be obtained by your heavenly court anymore. The three regions' immortals' eyes brightened and their morale soared. Duke Long was smiling calmly. Wu Yong, you are not wrong about it at all. Let's say fate goo becomes a wild immortal goo and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you all use it? Do you know how to use it? Even Wu Yong could not reply to this question. Duke Long smiled proudly. Fate goo can never be used by goo immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was held by variant humans, but they could not use it. Over 3 million years, my heavenly court had several immortal venerables, but no one could directly use this goo. Countless geniuses racked their minds and then conceptualized heaven overseeing tower. It took 3 million years for us to research a killer move that could make use of fate goo. And that is Fate Vanquish. Do you understand the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct heaven overseeing tower? The three regions' goo immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued, only heavens can use fate goo. Back then, for the sake of humanity, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and merged with heaven's will, disturbing and influencing heaven's will. Which is why humanity that rose 3 million years ago is still flourishing now. We remained as the rulers of the world. And my heavenly court built the immortal graveyard to support star constellation's will. Heavenly court members all chose to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to provide constant help for star constellation's will. Only then are we able to influence fate goo and thus influence the position of humanity in the whole world. Among you, who can achieve this? Duke Long swept his gaze throughout the battlefield. The three regions' goo immortals were silent while heavenly court's goo immortals stood proudly. Someone even added arrogantly, no one. In the vast 5 regions, only heavenly court can accomplish this. No, you are wrong, Duke Long. Bing Sai Chuan's retort came from inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if we are unable to use fate goo, we can use it as a goo refinement material to refine destiny goo. Fate goo cannot be controlled by others, but destiny goo can. This is the plan of our Lord Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Duke Long looked towards Calamity Luck Altar and gave a disdainful smile. Even if you refine destiny goo, does it mean fate goo won't exist? Bing Sai Chuan was unable to reply. If fate goo was used as a goo material when longevity heaven refined destiny goo, fate goo would be used up. In the future, there could still be a new fate goo. Duke Long sighed. No matter what you do, fate goo will still exist. Even if it destroyed now, it will appear again in the future. As long as it appears, will your efforts today have any meaning? The three regions' goo immortals were silent. Of course there is meaning. Duke Long answered himself with solemnness and hatred. The meaning of this is to give a chance for variant humans to rise up, for them to create an unimaginably bad influence on humanity. You cannot use fate goo, and how long will it take for you to refine destiny goo? You don't even have an incomplete goo recipe of fate goo. Once fate goo reappears, it will be controlled by heaven's will. Humanity will decline and variant humans will rise. And the one who led to this is all of you. Duke Long berated and suddenly pointed towards Fong Yuan. Especially you. You are the greatest evil. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations won't be able to interfere with heaven's will like before. If humanity is exterminated in the future, you will be the main culprit behind everything. Fong Yuan, oh Fong Yuan, you think you obtained victory by destroying fate goo? Hee at best. This is only a giant joke. My heavenly court thinks for humanity in all aspects. We offered our blood and sweat for the benefits of humanity, even sacrificing ourselves. And you people, for your own selfish interests, destroyed the great position that my heavenly court had maintained meticulously for millions of years. My heavenly court can refine fate goo again in the future. We can refine it secretly. We won't let the 5 regions know of fate goo's refinement. Will you find out about it? Can you all stop us in time? Even if you stop us the 2nd or the 3rd time, what about after that? Who can guarantee you can stop us from refining it again and again? We will only refine rank 6 fate goo. It is far easier than restoring it to rank 9. Also, Every time we fight because of fate goo, humanity will suffer heavy losses and greatly expend its foundation. This will give variant humans the opportunity to rise up against us. Duke Long lamented with deep emotions as he said this. Who is this old man? I did not know that Heavenly Court did so many things in consideration for our entire human race. Why did they invade Heavenly Court? What were these goo immortals thinking? These people are all demons. They disregarded the big picture for their own interests. They are accursed sinners. The 5 regions mortals resonated with Duke Long. Most of the mortals had extremely little understanding of the goo immortal world. And the goo immortals scattered in the 5 regions were also silent when they heard Duke Long. Heavenly Court was powerful, Heavenly Court was domineering, Heavenly Court occupied almost all the cultivation resources of Central Continent. Heavenly Court's ambition stretched extremely far and actively interfered in major events of the other 4 regions. But no one was able to deny Heavenly Court's contribution in protecting humanity. This was a fact. This is somewhat troublesome. Although it felt extremely satisfying to destroy fate goo, there is some emptiness after the adrenaline rush. This is a bit of a problem. Inside the blood cape, reckless savages will mumbled while holding his head. Hehe. Duke Long, are you done? Fong Yuan's expression was indifferent. After destroying fate goo, this was the first time he spoke and broke the silence. Duke Long looked at Fong Yuan. His brows furrowed as he started feeling uneasy. Fong Yuan was too calm. According to Fong Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crucial point? Duke Long tried to think from another perspective. If he were Fong Yuan, he would definitely use all his strength to attack and not give the enemies the chance to speak. Because once Duke Long spoke, he would create this current situation. Indeed, Duke Long's words restored Heavenly Court's goo immortals' morale and also suppressed the enemy's spirit. He also raised Heavenly Court's prestige, and it was simply turning the situation around. Duke Long was worthy of being the leader of Heavenly Court. He not only possessed terrifying strength worthy of the main pillar, at the crucial time, he could even lead and boost morale, changing people's hearts. How could Fong Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. Duke Long could even vaguely see a trace of anticipation in his eyes. So what was Fong Yuan anticipating? At the next moment, Fong Yuan chuckled. Oh Duke Long, who told you that destroying fate goo meant the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone. Duke Long's pupils shrank as he realized something. He followed Fong Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was a phantom silhouette of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method, Call of the Ancient. From the start of the battle, this killer move's power had condensed into a phantom river of time in Heavenly Court. Northern Plains past goo immortal experts walked out from this phantom river and created an extremely huge threat to Heavenly Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom river of time seemed to have gradually grown powerless as fewer and fewer of Northern Plains experts were summoned. At the late stage of the battle, this phantom river of time seemed to be motionless and showed no traces of new figures emerging. However, when Fong Yuan destroyed fate goo, this phantom river of time seemed like a beast that had broken free of its shackles. It started surging wildly and turbulently. Swish, swish, swish. The river water surged, raising astonishing waves. A figure walked out slowly and naturally from the giant waves. All the immortals present heard his voice. In my youth I shined in the light of spring. Horses trampled on flowers as fragrance of wine spread. Love and hatred came with the waves. Summer cicadas sang as I woke up in the middle of the night. Planting red lotuses in the river of time. Going back in time with my tears run dry. Through the vicissitudes of life I return to this stage. The myriad beings anticipate a life unbound by fate. He had the appearance of a young man. His gaze seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes. He wore a red robe. His face was pure as jade. His eyes were bright like stars, and his skin was white as snow. He walked out from the phantom river of time and stepped into Heavenly Court's battlefield. Everyone watched. There was complete silence all around. His gaze moved around before fixing on Duke Long's body. Duke Long shook. His expression was extremely complicated as he opened his mouth. His lips moved, but no words came out. The young man smiled. Master, have you been well? Wow! This person came out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? The young man who walked out is really handsome. I still think that the fairy in the red cape looks nicer. Because of the killer move everybody's vision. The mortals of the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed enthusiastically and rowdily. Mortals and goo masters might not understand the severity of the situation. But most of the goo immortals knew who this mysterious young man was. At once, goo immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. It was as if a world-destroying tornado was rampaging in their hearts. This goo immortal, it can't be? Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the generations of venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, Heavenly Court used everything to nurture him, but their efforts were in vain. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable, betraying the righteous path and damaging fate goo. There was also the problem of the Dragonman race mixed within this. Heavenly Court had to disregard costs and make information path great experts use their most profound methods to eliminate the influence of this event. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had constantly been reborn. He changed his style of action and wanted to preserve Heavenly Court's reputation for the sake of his master. He started to act secretly in the dark. Thus, most goo immortals did not know the true appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But they all heard the mysterious young-looking goo immortal call Duke Long his master. He had also walked out of the phantom river of time. Everyone knew that Duke Long was the master of Red Lotus. But why did this happen? Didn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable die? He might be a new disciple of Duke Long. The goo immortals of the 5 regions were uncertain. But Heavenly Court's battlefield was full of experienced experts. There were many super forces behind them that had secretive information regarding Red Lotus Demon Venerable. They knew quite a lot of things. Thus, be they Heavenly Court or the 3 regions goo immortals, they looked at the young goo immortal while dazed like rocks. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young goo immortal's identity. It was really Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The 3 regions goo immortals were shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the disciple of Duke Long. Seeing his attitude towards Duke Long, it still carried concern and respect. Heavenly Court did not dare to act rashly. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had invaded Heavenly Court in the past, damaging Fate Goo. After that, in order to repair Fate Goo, Heavenly Court spent over 1 million years, countless resources and manpower. They managed to repair it in the end, but it was a pity that Red Lotus Inheritor, Fong Yuan, destroyed it. It was truly infuriating. And most importantly, there was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation level. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he appeared, who could face him in combat? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the colossal Di Zongsheng, even Fong Yuan who wore the blood battle cape, were no match for the rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Nobody held any doubt regarding this. The young-looking Red Lotus guessed everyone's thoughts. He walked on thin air as he got to the center of the battlefield. He smiled. Everyone. No need to worry. I have already died. Now that Fate Goo is destroyed while Call of the Ancient has barely any power left, I am merely Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will was vivid and solid like it was the real person. But upon close inspection, one would realize that there were differences between it and an actual goo immortal. The immortals managed to discern this as they let out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie. This was his will, not his main body. His reputation was too great. He appeared in a shocking manner. Everyone could not help but think of it as the worst-case situation. After Red Lotus informed them, they realized the truth. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart was getting heavier. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, "Red Lotus, even though you have died, you are still not willing to give up that heretical thought? You won this time. Thanks to you, Fate Goo has been destroyed by your chosen pawn." Red Lotus shook his head. "Master, this is not a win precisely so. I had to show up. What are you trying to do?" Duke Long frowned. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus replied with action. His body flickered as he appeared before Fong Yuan instantly. Fong Yuan looked at Red Lotus Will with a calm expression. His gaze was dark like the night sky. He had very deep ties with this venerable. The spring-autumn cicada that he had used to turn situations around many times was the time path immortal goo created by this person. You did very well. I am sure you've guessed what I am going to do now. Red Lotus Will smiled at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan replied, somewhat. Even though fate goo is destroyed, the truth is that to use it as a goo material to refine destiny goo, we will need an otherworldly demon like you. Thanks to someone's help, you finally became a complete otherworldly demon. Red Lotus Will said this as he looked far away, towards the periphery of the battlefield where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were perspiring profusely. Even though this was just Red Lotus Will, he was simply too terrifying, finding out their hiding spot with one glance. At the hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had met Red Lotus Will. His memories surfaced from the depths of his mind. Back then, he became a soul path venerable. He entered the river of time to explore its secrets. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path, with his foundation, he could freely enter and exit the river of time. As the mysterious fog appeared, a stone lotus island appeared in front of him of its own initiative. He stepped onto the stone lotus island as Red Lotus Will smiled and invited him. I have been waiting, Spectral Soul. Let us make a deal. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable agreed to the transaction. Therefore, he learned of Fate Goo, and also the truth behind the historical invasion of Heavenly Court by the three demon venerables. He gave up on the plan to attack Heavenly Court. He went to design and create sovereign immortal fetus goo instead. Red Lotus Will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze as an indication. It is time to carry out our transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled as he ordered Old Man Zheng Yuan. Gather all of the human will. Send it all to Fong Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan immediately moved. At once, the vast amount of human will from Heavenly Court surged. These wills were of all varieties and colors. They were filled with ugly desires or beautiful dreams. One could indulge in them and lose their way. They were beautiful and ugly at the same time. People wanted them but also hated them. Red Lotus Will looked at the vast amount of will that resembled a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fong Yuan, before entering the ocean of human will personally. The human wills engulfed him instantly. Next, fire started burning out of nowhere, resembling blazing red lotuses that burned the sea of wills. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This was not something a mere will could achieve. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked Heavenly Court, you actually left this arrangement behind. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew up, wanting to destroy the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wu Shuai was prepared for this. He manipulated Dragon Palace to stop him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was soon forced to retreat. What are you all waiting for? Duke Long shouted at all the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals jolted. They started to approach Fong Yuan and the vast sea of wills. The three regions' Goo Immortals were not going to watch. A huge battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, it must be disadvantageous to Heavenly Court. This is something we want to see. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. He shot out countless wind blades around him. Di Zongshang roared angrily. It coiled his body around Fong Yuan and the human wills, resisting killer moves using its body as a shield, growling in pain but refusing to retreat. Bing Sai Chuan rode in Calamity Luck Altar as he resisted Demon Judgment Board. He had a complex gaze. It looked like Red Lotus Demon Venerable was going to refine Destiny Goo as well. This went against Longevity Heaven's goal, but he could not stop it or retreat now. He had to fight first. The flames burned the human wills, emitting a dense, sharp fragrance. After Red Lotus Will fused into the human wills, the vast sea of wills cooperated with Fong Yuan, entering the flames. Lumps of flames spread out, quickly expanding into a sea of fire. The surrounding temperature rose. If rank 6 Goo Immortals were not putting up a defense, they would instantly melt due to the flames. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him. He stood in the sea of fire, but he did not make a move. A heavenly court Gu Immortal could not help but laugh. Feng Yuan is not making a move. He looks like he does not have Destiny Immortal Gu's recipe. Feng Yuan looked at the person who was speaking from within the flames. He smiled coldly as his tone carried a hint of pity. I do not have it, but here in this battlefield somebody does. Who? The fighting immortals all had this question in their heads. Find them and kill them. The heavenly court Gu immortals subconsciously had such thoughts. Find them and protect them. The three regions Gu immortals instantly made their decision. Feng Yuan silently shifted his gaze towards Feng Zhougu. Feng Zhougu also looked at him. The two looked at each other through the sea of fire. They stared at each other as if the surrounding fights in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Zhougu breathed in deeply. He slowly shut his eyes. Next, he opened his mouth and started to sing. The tune of Destiny song spread throughout the battlefield. Feng Zhougu has attacked again. Let's kill Feng Yuan. Let's exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Feng Yuan is secondary. The heavenly court Gu immortals were energized. But at the next moment, they screamed in shock. They were not powered up by Destiny song. Instead, the three regions Gu immortals gained a boost in strength. Feng Zhougu, what are you doing? Duke Long was furious and shocked. He turned around and looked at Feng Zhougu like a furious blood dragon. Father! Feng Jinhuang's voice was filled with utter shock. It could be heard clearly as well. Feng Zhougu, why are you doing this? You betrayed heavenly court. How dare you? How can you do this? Qin Dingling screamed in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Zhougu, she had even given him her responsive luck Immortal Gu. But Feng Zhougu actually repaid her like this. Feng Zhougu had a calm expression. He did not stop singing. At this very moment, he betrayed heavenly court unhesitantly, joining Feng Yuan and the three regions' allied forces. The tune of Destiny song filled the battlefield. But at this moment, Feng Zhougu's opponent was heavenly court. Regardless of the shock and perplexity of both sides, Feng Zhougu was immersed in his own singing. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. During the second invasion of Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land. Feng Zhougu and Chen Yi were isolated. Feng Zhougu faced Feng Yuan alone. My Gu worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Feng Yuan's method or this formation's? Feng Zhougu was shocked. Because Feng Yuan had theft path methods, Feng Zhougu was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his Gu worms got stolen one by one. Among them were several sound path Immortal Gu. Feng Zhougu's battle strength fell greatly. He had to choose to use fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu to escape for now. Suppress space Immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan suddenly used his prepared method. Feng Zhougu failed to escape. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Feng Yuan even stole the fixed Immortal Travel that he was after. Feng Zhougu's heart turned icy cold. He knew that he was in a desperate situation. But at this moment, he received Feng Yuan's secret transmission. O Feng Zhougu, I will not kill you. I will not steal Fate Armor Immortal Gu either. You and I are not on the same side, but you and Heavenly Court are not aligned in beliefs either. Face your true inner self. What do you truly want? Let me ask you, have you started comprehending Destiny song already? Feng Zhougu initially thought that this was a trap by Feng Yuan to affect his fighting spirit and determination, but soon he became very perplexed. Feng Yuan actually slowed down his attacks. He stopped forcing him. This made Feng Zhougu think involuntarily, what does Feng Yuan mean by this? He knows I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu? He reacted so perfectly when we attacked Langya Blessed Land this time. He made ample preparations. Does this mean he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth? If he really is reborn, what happened in the previous life? From his words, why does it seem like I will diverge from Heavenly Court? At this time, Feng Yuan transmitted again. O Feng Zhougu, I know you are full of questions and suspicions. Don't worry. As time passes, you will understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chun-Yi the false impression that he broke it. I am sure he will teleport you away. We will meet again, Feng Jiugu. Feng Yuan, explain yourself clearly. Feng Jiugu transmitted. But at the next moment, an explosion occurred as the formation space that was isolated became connected. Chan Yi saw Feng Jiugu in danger and quickly shouted loudly, "Hang on! I'm coming! Be careful! The enemy has a way to steal goo worms." Feng Jiugu hesitated briefly before immediately giving Chun-Yi critical information. During the fight, Feng Yuan attacked ferociously. He critically injured Feng Jiugu. Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated. In order to save Feng Jiugu, Chun-Yi used Karma Relocation. Feng Jiugu was shocked. Feng Yuan was right. Chun-Yi really had a way to send me out. Feng Jiugu, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different. Feng Yuan had a plain expression. This sentence had a different meaning when it was heard by Feng Jiugu. In the Battle of Lang Ye Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost. After the battle, Feng Jiugu considered Feng Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. Why? Feng Yuan is a demon with a ruthless and vicious personality. He only cares about benefits. He let me go. There is only one reason. I will be a big help to him in the future. But I am a Central Continent member, a prospective member of Heavenly Court, the Tao guardian of my daughter Feng Jin Huang. Don't tell me. There will be conflict between me and Heavenly Court. If Feng Yuan is reborn from the future, does that mean that in his previous life, I opposed Heavenly Court? I was his natural ally? As he held such concerns, Feng Jiugu did not inform Fairy Ziwei of this situation. The thing that moved him the most was the Destiny song that Feng Yuan mentioned. Destiny song. Feng Jiugu had a vague sensation and inspiration, but his inspiration was too faint and far away. He could not grab onto it. But he knew that this was a direction. He continued to explore it, soon gaining some fragmented comprehension. Until one day, when he was stationed at Embroidered Tower, he looked at the 3 bloody skins left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. All of the comprehension that he had during this period underwent a qualitative transformation. Feng Jiuji's soul was deeply stirred. He could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be Destiny Song. In the Battle of the River of Time, Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu met again. How is the creation of Destiny Song going? They fought intensely on the surface, but Feng Yuan was secretly transmitting to him. Feng Jiugu, Feng Yuan, what is it that you know? Come to the River of Time more often. You should have realized that being here greatly helps your comprehension and creation of Destiny Song. But the most helpful thing is still the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Jiugu asked. According to my estimations, that should be a true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind for you. It will help you greatly. Feng Yuan said. Feng Jiugu hesitated for a moment before answering. I will not owe you this favor without repaying it. Let me tell you this, in Heavenly Court's Embroidered Tower, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Each one requires a key. They are Attitude Goo, Mutation Goo, and Adaptation Goo. Oh! A sharp light flashed across Feng Yuan's eyes. He did not think that Feng Jiugu was lying. The items were inside Heavenly Court. There was no need to lie. Back then, to repay the favor of saving him in the winds of assimilation, Feng Jiugu blocked Wu Yong's assault. Now, it also fitted Feng Jiuji's nature to expose this secret true inheritance to him. In this battle, Feng Yuan still let him go, causing Feng Jiugu to survive again. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention started. Multiple battlefields were created as Gu Immortals fought intensely. At such a crucial timing, Feng Jiugu was instead inside the River of Time. That really is a Stone Lotus Island? Feng Jiugu was shook internally. The Stone Lotus Island within the mist appeared in front of him. As Feng Yuan had predicted, he saw Red Lotus Will on the island. Red Lotus Will smiled. You are finally here, Feng Jiugu. This is the true inheritance that I left specially for you. Feng Jiugu frowned. No matter how much you give me, It will not change my stance. Red Lotus will shook his head. I had never thought of bribing you. Your choice is your own decision. I just feel that this true inheritance should be left to you. Of course, you can refuse to take it. Even if you destroy it, I am not going to stop you. Feng Jiugu believed in himself. After considering it, he decided to accept the true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain segment of the memories of Red Lotus life. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to get to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The terrifying might of the calamities and tribulations made Feng Jiugu extremely shocked and fearful. After the tribulation was over, only half of the Heavenly Court Gu immortals who helped Red Lotus were alive. The most painful thing to Red Lotus was that his wife Lu Shuxian had died. This was his most beloved woman. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian as tears poured down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled. It's no use. I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? I am useless. I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hong Ting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No, Xian Heir. I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hong Ting roared helplessly. His body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate. It is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts. You need to live on properly. Your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead heavenly court and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene. Standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Lu Shuxian's life force gradually fell until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. Incomparable grief. It was as if his heart had died. Regret Gu formed in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture. He decided to change everything. For the sake of this, he turned on Duke Long and Heavenly Court. He went on the opposite path. Red Lotus used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth tens or hundreds of times. The tribulation faded. This time, even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Xian Heir, you are still alive. You are still alive. This is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Guh. Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her last breath was used up. Xian Heir. Red Lotus was shocked. He looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze as his eyes turned red. I can still do it. I can see hope. As long as I continue working hard, I will definitely become strong enough to save Xian Heir's life. A fierce light flashed in Red Lotus' eyes. He muttered to himself as if he had gone into a demonic trance. Rebirth after rebirth, he continued to be reborn. Using the advantage of rebirth, he got stronger and stronger. He became more capable of handling different situations. He had abundant experience. He made use of every portion of resources and elevated his strength to his greatest limit. However, like an endless loop, each time, he had to face the tribulation of becoming a venerable. The scale and might of the tribulation was adjusted according to the changes that happened to Red Lotus. This made sure that the result of the tribulation had never changed. Those Gu immortals that should have died still died, including Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try without giving up. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, he calculated, he maximized the value of every single resource he had. He asked for all the help he needed from Heavenly Court to the best of their ability. Xian Heir. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian gave him a final glance. It is great that you are safe. After saying that, she died. Xian Air. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to talk. She exerted her strength and wanted to raise her hand to touch Red Lotus' face, but she did not succeed. Midway, her arms fell to the ground. Xian Air. Red Lotus shouted furiously. He watched as Lu Shuxian was reduced to ashes within the lightning tribulation. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian, who was badly poisoned. His footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was black-purple. Poisonous blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled pitifully. Hong Ting, don't be sad because of me. All the sacrifices are worth it. You must become a venerable. You will lead heavenly court and the whole of humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stopped walking. He stared at the pool of poisonous water formed from Lu Shuxian's corpse. He held his fist as he gritted his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working harder. Shu Xian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian shook her head. She was pale. I am going to die. I can no longer accompany you, my most beloved. It will depend on the situation to see if you die. Let me check. Red Lotus had not given up. I know my own condition. Listen to me, at the final moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura got weaker as she spoke weakly with pauses in the middle. Red Lotus did not listen to her. He was focused on inspecting her body condition. The result was that there was no way to save her. By the time he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already died. There must be some way. I can definitely improve further. Red Lotus reminded himself. Attempts after attempts, failure after failure. It was as if Hong Ting was trapped, no matter what method he used. Even if he avoided the tribulation, Lu Shuxian still died. Feng Jiugu watched Red Lotus fail time and time again. He repeated attempts after attempts. An intense feeling of sadness and grief accumulated in his heart. He watched as Red Lotus screamed. He watched as Red Lotus got agitated. He watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth. He watched as Red Lotus left in hatred, as he went through another cycle of rebirth. Each time, Red Lotus carried hope, but he gained disappointment instead. The tribulation to become venerable was unavoidable. He could not give up on it, but he could not control it either. Lu Shuxian was a wall that could not be avoided. Each time Red Lotus was reborn, he would need to accept this cruel fact. Each time he tried, he would see his beloved woman die in the end. Each time he got injured, the pain in his heart would be the same as physical pain on his body. But Red Lotus still continued to rebirth. It was as if he were holding a knife to his heart, stabbing at it continuously. Even though Feng Jiugu held deep admiration and sympathy for Red Lotus, he alerted himself to control his emotions. This might be a venerable method after all. As an observer, Feng Jiugu kept a cool perspective. He gradually realized. In the initial stages, Red Lotus would still scream at heaven in great agony whenever she died. But towards the later stages, Red Lotus stubbornly analyzed the situation with a rational mind. His expression was dark. At the final stage, Red Lotus' efficiency got higher and higher. Whenever he saw that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would instantly rebirth without any hesitation. Finally, there was one attempt. Lu Shuxian fell on the ground. The bones in her entire body were broken. She laid in a pool of blood with her final breath left. Red Lotus descended rapidly, quickly approaching her. Hong Ting, I am going to die, you must. Lu Shuxian smiled, watching as Red Lotus rapidly approached her. Red Lotus had a cold expression. He looked at her impassively. There is no saving you. I failed again, but it is all right. I will never give up. I am going to try once more. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left as Lu Shuxian, who was behind him, called out with her dying breath. Hong Ting? Red Lotus moved quickly initially, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate cry, his footsteps slowed down as he came to a halt. He looked down at his 2 hands. In the deathly silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to shake. Suddenly, he felt like he could see himself. At this moment, he felt utter shock. there was a sense of immense fear in him. Why? Why did I become such a scary person? In the past, Hong Ting would feel grief at Lu Shuxian's death. He would feel regret and hatred. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse as he knelt on the ground, crying his heart out. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, seeing the final moment of Lu Shuxian's life, towards the lover who only wanted to spend her final breath talking to her most beloved, Red Lotus turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was real. Red Lotus was clear about this. She was still her, that same Lu Shuxian. Regardless of how many times Red Lotus was reborn, her determination and actions had never changed. She was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her lover. She used her life to block his venerable tribulation. But Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian. But Hong Ting was no longer the same Hong Ting. Since when did it start? Since when did I turn into this? Red Lotus asked his inner self. This question was not hard at all. He soon found the answer. His countless rebirths, his countless attempts, the countless times Lu Shuxian died, and the countless times he received disappointment. His heart was hurt time and again. He bled each time. Before the scab formed, Hong Ting tore open his wounds once more. He was hurt too many times, he felt pain too many times, he regretted too many times. Too many times indeed. Eventually he got used to it, he became gradually numb. Thus he started to calculate with precision. Thus he started to analyze rationally. He used every resource he had to strengthen himself and equip himself. He tried different methods in search of the strongest and most likely solution to preserve Lu Shuxian's life when he underwent his tribulation. When he started to think rationally, when he started to feel rational about Lu Shuxian's death, even though he forced himself to be rational at the start, he changed. Next, slowly, step by step, he turned into someone that he did not recognize. This person made him feel extremely shocked and fearful, followed by a deep sense of helplessness. This scene left an extremely deep impression in Feng Jiugu. Red Lotus stood on the spot, lowering his arms. He was young, but his back was hunched, like an old man about to die. Silently, 2 trails of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silently weeping, behind Red Lotus, there was Lu Shuxian, who called him with her dying breath, hoping that he would turn around, so that she could see her most beloved person at the final moment of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. After all, if he really loved this person in his heart and she was about to die, would he coldly turn around to leave? Of course he would not. Even though his goal was to use rebirth to save Lu Shuxian, that was only a deeply rooted objective that he had. The reason behind it was no longer love. It was truly laughable. He wanted to save the most beloved person in his life, but along the way, Red Lotus lost his love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him. She sacrificed herself for him. But Red Lotus himself had changed. He betrayed his past self, he betrayed Lu Shuxian. He wanted to rebirth and change the past, but to think that it was rebirth that changed him. From now, what should he do? Since he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, why should he continue to rebirth and try to save her? Of course, he had other regrets. He loved his parents deeply. But did Red Lotus dare to attempt this? He could almost tell the results already. After witnessing the death of his parents time and again, he would get used to it, he would get numb, he would accept this result that was decreed by fate. Red Lotus did not dare. Then, should he accept this result? After rebirth, should he pretend to be unaware of everything, to follow the path set by fate and become a venerable, before becoming the heavenly court immortal venerable that everyone including his master wanted to see? Red Lotus did not want that. He still had love in his heart, towards his parents and master. Because there was love, there was also regret. He also had hatred in his heart. He hated fate because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian. He also hated himself. He had all sorts of complex emotions in his heart. Red Lotus was unsure about them himself. Red Lotus asked himself truthfully. He inspected his inner self. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu, but the intention was already different. He started to research and found more of the hidden profundities within the legends of Ren. When he comprehended the crucial factor, Love Gu, He successfully used it to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that Red Lotus succeeded in the tribulation but did not become venerable. As an observer, Feng Jiugu understood clearly. This was definitely a major breakthrough. The venerable tribulation could not be controlled by man. No matter how Red Lotus stalled it, he had to undergo tribulation eventually. But using Love Immortal Goo, he finally changed a fixed result. Instead of dying, Lu Shuxian managed to survive. Of course, there was a backlash of Red Lotus not becoming venerable that was also a result. Both results changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited. He hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian was in low spirits. What is going on? Hong Ting, you did not become venerable? Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used Love Goo. Do you know how many times I was reborn while trying to save you? You should have died during the tribulation, but because of my countless attempts, I researched the human path methods contained within the legends of Ren. Red Lotus was incredibly excited. He talked about his difficult journey, his experiences and hard work, the trials and ordeals that he went through each time in his experimentation. But I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though this is a minor change, this is the proper direction. One day, I will succeed completely. Slap. A crisp sound was heard as Lu Shuxian gave Red Lotus a slap. Red Lotus instantly froze. His cheering came to a stop as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes had tears. Hong Ting, are you still yourself? You actually had such heretical thoughts? You actually wanted to change the past. You defied fate. No wonder you failed to become venerable after the tribulation. You did all these just so I could survive. All those people who helped you in the tribulation, what about the heavenly court Gu immortals who were sacrificed? You said that you are doing all this for me, but have you ever considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. But you actually did this. For me, you abandoned the most precious chance to become venerable. If you cannot become venerable, what will happen to heavenly court? What will happen to the world? What about humanity? You forgot your master's teachings. You let down the expectations of your deceased parents. I am truly hurt. My heart really hurts. I would rather sacrifice myself. Your love towards me is just a small love. Greater love is for humanity, for the myriad living beings in this world. Hong Ting, I am truly disappointed in you. Lu Shuxian cried profusely. Red Lotus stared at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that was it. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze became eerie and dark. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a method. You must have some way, right? Let everything return to its original path as decreed by fate, even if I have to be sacrificed. How can our love compare to the greater love of heaven and earth? How can it compare to the grand ambitions of heavenly court? Guh! Lu Shuxian's body suddenly shook. She lowered her head as she looked at her chest. Red Lotus's hand directly stabbed into her heart. It was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you will return everything to its original path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in the eye as he said plainly. Lu Shuxian showed a blissful smile as he said, Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please become a venerable. At the next moment, she died again. Similar to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, Lu Shuxian died again. But compared to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, there was a difference. Lu Shuxian was truly dead. In Red Lotus's heart, she was completely dead. From then on, she never lived again. Red Lotus looked at her corpse with calm emotions. There was not even any ripple in his heart. The woman he had once loved deeply, he was willing to give up anything for her. He was reborn time and time again. working hard to save this woman who he had never given up on. But now he killed her. He personally killed her. Red Lotus felt no regret in his heart. He even gained some insight. The cause of this tragedy was in heavenly court. It was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu could not be any firmer. Feng Jiugu felt the scene in front of him change. Heavenly court. The battle was over. The entire area was in ruins. On the damaged top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus faced each other. Duke Long had evidently undergone a tough battle. He was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus as he sighed deeply. "Oh Hong Ting, one mistake leads to countless mistakes. To think that you have already reached this point. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Go ahead." Saying this, Duke Long took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly shocked. He walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms had fragile bodies, but no matter how much force he used, Fate Gu was like the strongest object in the world. He could not destroy it. Regardless of what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Hong Ting, you are not the only one. Be they limitless demon venerable or reckless savage demon venerable. They came here in the past, but their methods were all useless against Fate Gu. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can destroy Fate Gu. But otherworldly demons are not complete when they come into our world. Thus, nobody in this world can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this as he showed intense fatigue. Hong Ting, come back. It is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Even though you have sinned greatly and made many mistakes, Heavenly Court and I are willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. We can start over again. Even at this point, Duke Long was still urging Red Lotus. He was unwilling to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time. He turned around to face Duke Long, smiling. "Oh Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why did you not place Fate Gu in front of me from the start? To let me try doing so and give up?" Duke Long was silent. Red Lotus continued as he smiled. "That means you are afraid too, right? You are afraid that I might have a brand new method that is able to destroy Fate Gu." Duke Long smiled bitterly. "Of course. Times are changing. Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many theories in the past are no longer appropriate now. Even I am unsure if there is really a way to destroy Fate Gu. But at this time I can no longer stop you. I can only take a risk and try. But you've seen the result yourself too." Red Lotus pondered. "Fate Gu arranged the lives of everyone and everything in this world. You and I, even a rock or a ripple in a lake is part of this. But Master, have you ever thought about it? A human is not a rock nor a ripple. We have cognition. If a person is not happy with the life arranged by fate, what should this person do?" Duke Long looked at Red Lotus. "You've read the legends of Rentu? When Renzu met Fate Gu, he tried to escape from its restraints and pursue freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not manage to grasp freedom. He lost himself and became insane. He sank into madness. This is the outcome. This is the warning. A person has to accept their fate and live their life. They have to shoulder the responsibilities given to them by fate. They need to do what they are tasked to do." Red Lotus laughed loudly. "I understand. Thank you, Master, for the teaching." Duke Long saw that his expression was strange. He felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear and shock appeared on Duke Long's face. He found that as Red Lotus exerted strength in his fingers, the Fate Gu in his hand was actually shaking lightly. Cracks appeared all over its body. Red Lotus! Duke Long was furious. He attacked. He went all out. Red Lotus did not dodge at all. He was hit by Duke Long. This was a fatal injury. "You!" Duke Long was shocked. He suddenly realized that Red Lotus had purposely angered him so that he would deal a fatal blow. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled as he faced Duke Long. "Master, I've always admired and cared for you. Even after countless rebirths, my admiration towards you have never decreased. But now I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate has given such preferential treatment to me, arranging such high status and accomplishments. But I was not happy. I wanted to rebel. Then let me ask you, in this world, There are countless others who lead worse lives than me. What do they think of fate? People are not rocks or ripples, we have cognition. The truth is, cognitive madness is the most scary thing. It is the most powerful. Saying so, Red Lotus handed fate goo to Duke Long. This is all I can do. Love goo is able to damage fate. He, Master, are you shocked? It is a pity that I am not an otherworldly demon. But I tried my best to make arrangements, I did everything that I could. I left hope for the future. Other than that, there is nothing to look forward to in my life. I might as well die like this now. But I believe that one day in the future, fate goo will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, someone else will do it. I want to believe that in the future, I will not be alone. A group of people will attempt to destroy fate. Master, you cannot stop it, Heavenly Court cannot stop it. Because you cannot stop people from thinking with their free will. On Stone Lotus Island, Feng Jogu browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to reality. Red Lotus will was like a real person, extremely vivid. Other than my memories, I have two things for you. One is rank 8 future self-killer move, the other is the Immortal goo recipe of Destiny goo. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. Rank 8 future self-killer move will allow you to instantly gain pseudo-venerable battle strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of the predestined Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In history, as long as Tao Guardians matured, they would have such a cultivation level. Future Self will also allow you to utilize your strongest state in the future at this moment. As for Destiny goo's Immortal goo recipe, even though it is just an incomplete goo recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you will create in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 1,000 years later, you will create the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly, because Fate goo is not destroyed completely yet. It will not allow this. Thus, I used another method, converting it into a rank 9 Destiny goo recipe. It will be a huge help to you. You will comprehend Destiny song in its initial form. Feng Jogu was moved. The true inheritance from Red Lotus will was completely suited for his needs. He could not refuse. But he did not lose his cool. He acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial form of Destiny song? Feng Jogu asked. Red Lotus's will nodded. Indeed, for the following 1,000 years, you will modify Destiny song many times. Eventually, you will make this killer move extremely profound. At the last modification, this killer move will actually possess the ability to grow on its own. The more goo immortals hit by it, the more it can extract the power of Destiny from them to grow further. This is an excellent killer move. However, I need to remind you something. As long as Fate goo still exists, your Destiny song will be suppressed and sealed. Feng Jogo shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for the true inheritance. I understand what you mean. In fact, before now, Feng Yuan had already reminded me many times. But I will not destroy fate or resist Heavenly Court just because of your true inheritance. Red Lotus will smiled lightly. I am not asking for anything. I am only sharing my experience with you. I place this crucial strength to break free from fate in your hands. As for your choice, that is up to you. The decision will be made by you in the end, won't it? Feng Jogu left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate showed preferential treatment for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though it took his parents and lover, he was given unparalleled talent and aptitude. He had supreme strength and status. But Red Lotus was not willing to accept this. People were not puppets, they had their own thoughts. Even the venerable Red Lotus was like this. What about me? A Tao Guardian? Feng Jogu thought about himself. Seeing the growth of Feng Jinhuang could truly bring joy and happiness to her parents. Let alone his Tao Guardian status. Even without it, why would Feng Jogu not defend his own daughter? But, is this Tao Guardian status something I like and truly desire? Feng Jogu asked himself in his heart. The truth was, nobody had ever asked him about it. Be they Duke Long, Qin Dingling, or even the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House, nobody asked him. It was as if this status was glory, it was something natural to accept. Feng Zhougu should have been overjoyed to receive it. There was no need to ask such a redundant question. But was it really that case? Feng Zhougu thought of another deeper question. Why do people live? This problem was just too broad and deep. The answer varied according to the person. 1,000 people would come up with 1,000 answers. In fact, even the same person would have different answers at different time periods. Feng Zhougu could not answer this question. He could only take a step back and ask himself truthfully, for what purpose do I live? Feng Zhougu could not help but think back to his life experience. He loved music when he was young. He did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. From the start of his cultivation journey, he wanted to create a total of 9 songs, to express himself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. After that, he found a fortuitous encounter in a mountain valley. He by chance discovered the inheritance left behind by a sound path great expert, spatial sound immortal master. He started to cultivate in the valley alone, feeling no loneliness at all. He was immersed in the delight of music. He cultivated and lived every day in a fulfilling manner. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu Immortal without causing a commotion. After becoming a Gu Immortal, Feng Zhougu did not have any emotion of pride or desire to show off. Everything was natural, plain, and simple. He continued to cultivate in the valley and develop his immortal aperture, going from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 Gu Immortals arrived in the valley. They sang with Feng Zhougu. Back then, it was nighttime with the moon hanging high and light wind blowing gently, causing ripples in a glittering lake in the valley. As the 3 Gu Immortals sang in harmony, time flew by rapidly, and they had sung till dawn. The 3 stopped singing and started laughing. They did not greet each other, but left full of joy. Afterwards, the 2 were framed and hunted by the righteous path. After Feng Zhougu learned of this, he did not hesitate. He stepped forward to help them. Thereafter, the unstoppable legend was created. He fought against all 10 great ancient sects alone. He became a renowned champion in the world. The 10 great ancient sects lost their reputation. They accused Feng Zhougu of being a demonic cultivator and joined forces to resist him. Feng Zhougu was not afraid, fighting as he continuously traveled a huge distance, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the enemy headquarters, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. During this process, Feng Zhougu met with Spirit Affinity House's fairy Bai Qing. They developed feelings for each other. Feng Zhougu went into Spirit Affinity House and became a righteous path member. Afterwards, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. By relying on Feng Zhougu's strength, their territory expanded, firmly suppressing the other 9 ancient sections. Following that, 88 Truyong building collapsed. Feng Zhougu led his group to investigate the situation. Thus, a series of future events occurred. He was by chance saved by Feng Yuan and repaid the debt in southern border, blocking Wu Yong for him. After repaying the debt, Feng Zhougu chased after Feng Yuan again. Until this point, Feng Yuan let Feng Zhougu go multiple times and even reminded and guided him to the Stone Lotus Island, gaining a Red Lotus true inheritance. If my entire life's journey was arranged by Fate Gu, was I willingly living this life? Feng Zhougu shook his head. He was more willing to see it from another perspective. It was all my choice. Back then, I chose to stand up for the 2 immortals. I gave up my life of peaceful seclusion because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I married Fairy Bai Qing and had a child with her. That was because I loved her. I taught my daughter Feng Jinhuang and raised her into an adult. That was also my love to my child. It was not decreed by fate. If fate wants me to lose Bai Qing and Jinhuang, will I do the same as Red Lotus? If I have a good chance at this moment, in which as long as I make a move, I can destroy fate, will I do it? Destroying fate went against his own benefits. After all, Feng Jinhuang was the great dream immortal venerable decreed by Fate Gu. But does Feng Jinhuang herself really want to become great dream immortal venerable? Feng Zhougu suddenly realized that just like how nobody had asked him if he wanted his status as a Tao guardian, nobody had asked Feng Jinhuang if she really wanted to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Including Feng Zhougu himself. It was as if everything was natural and a matter of fact. There was nothing to question. Feng Jiugu asked himself an even deeper question. If Huang Er likes the fate of becoming Great Dream Immortal Venerable, while Fate Gu is right in front of me and I can easily destroy it, then will I do it? This question made Feng Jiugu hesitate. He was unsure. He was perplexed. He was lost. Reality did not give him time or space to think about this closely. The battle to repair Fate Gu was still in heated commotion now. Feng Jiugu had to join the battle. On Harryfoot Mountain he saved Feng Jinhuang by singing Destiny Song. With rank 8 future self, he was one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power made even Di Zongsheng falter. On the battlefield, Feng Jiugu met with Feng Yuan once again. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly, "O Feng Jiugu, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Jiugu was silent. He had to admit that this was truly his song. It was a song that he would create with his personality. His voice was contained in this song. Yes, he did not want to acknowledge the existence of fate, but he felt deep emotions towards the cruelty and profundity of fate. He observed the lives of countless people. They had their highs and lows. He saw the hope, struggle, joy, happiness, sadness, and despair of these people. If one says that fate is fixed while luck is a variable, then I desire that variable to exist within the people and all life forms. These changes should occur from one's own choice. Feng Jiugu understood the truest intention in his heart. I did not create Fate Song. I created Destiny Song. This is the most honest thought I have in my inner heart. At this moment, he realized the scheme that Feng Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had plotted. They knew about his nature, so they did not try to convince him. They only passed Destiny Song to Feng Jiugu, and used Feng Jiuji's voice to convince himself. Indeed, this Destiny Song that Feng Jiugu sang allowed him to support the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals and raise their strength. When he sang for the enemies, they would weaken. But the truth was, he was singing for himself. He was singing to understand his true feelings. And thus, he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing, he also loved his daughter Feng Jiugu. But Feng Jiugu was not alive for their sake. His wife and daughter were just choices he made in his life journey. They were part of his life, but not the entirety. For what purpose am I alive? This question brought him back to the starting point. He wanted to sing 9 songs, to express life, to express heaven and earth. Currently, he had already created 9 songs. But he has not sang everything about life and the world yet. He had to continue singing. But as he sang, fate restrained him. It was like an invisible pair of hands strangling him. How could he sing freely like this? Seeing that Feng Jiugu did not reply to him, Feng Yuan transmitted while in intense combat. "O Feng Jiugu, your voice is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny Song be aligned with Heavenly Court?" Feng Jiugu was calm as he replied secretly, "You know me well, but even so I will not join you, unless you can create a situation where we can easily destroy fate. Otherwise, I will not help you before that. Heavenly Court and Central Continent have treated me well, so everything still depends on you." Feng Yuan chuckled. "Then watch properly." Next, he purposely got hit by Duke Long. He fell towards Embroidered Tower, activating Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's hidden arrangement. Unexpected to Feng Jiugu, Feng Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to overwhelm heaven, directly destroying Fate Gu. After that, upon hearing Duke Long's words, Feng Jiugu realized that the battle had not ended yet. When Red Lotus will appeared once more, Feng Jiugu gradually realized the plot that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had set. Thus, when Feng Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Jiugu finally took action. He helped Feng Yuan. He was also making his own choice. In the past, when he helped the 2 immortals while challenging the 10 great ancient sects, he had once said, "Neither demonic nor righteous. There is only Feng Jiugu in this world. To leave or to stay, I decide my own life and death." Now, should he stay or leave? This question could not puzzle him anymore. He, Feng Jiugu, had turned from the demonic path to the righteous path. Now it was time to go back. Because Feng Jiugu was still Feng Jiugu in the end. "Feng Jiugu!" Duke Long screamed. charging towards him. Immortal killer move. Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal killer move. Spiraling Dragon Fang. Claw marks emerged, nearly 10 feet long, cutting through the air with invincible might. Dragon fangs flew everywhere, like piercing sharp blades, circling and flying while emitting murderous aura. Feng Jiugu retreated slowly as he continued to sing his destiny song. Around him, there were several clones. They looked like him but had mystical powers. Immortal killer move. Song Warrior. Song Warriors fought for Feng Jiugu, not only blocking the dragon claws and fangs but even fighting against Duke Long. After several rounds, Duke Long destroyed a Song Warrior. But next, a brand new Song Warrior appeared on the battlefield, engaging with Duke Long in combat. Duke Long instantly understood that killing these clones was pointless. The true way to fight was to go after the source, to directly deal with Feng Jiugu. Immortal killer move Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a large distance and approached Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu calmly activated Yang Pastun as he pulled apart their distance once again. Duke Long was unable to fight Feng Jiugu in close combat. He could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack at a distance. Feng Jiugu showed no fear. His destiny song continued to weaken Duke Long, while he used his hands to unleash the triple extreme sound killer move. With drum fist, bell palm, and finger whistle, Feng Jiugu fought against Duke Long while exchanging many blows. They unexpectedly were evenly matched. Rank 8 Future Self brought a qualitative transformation to Feng Jiugu's battle strength. While the three regions Gu Immortals hesitated on whether to help Feng Jiugu, they were shocked to realize Feng Jiugu did not need anyone's help. The battle strength he displayed shocked everyone. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Jiugu. He was shocked and furious. At this point, he realized that even though Feng Jiugu was fighting earlier, he had been keeping his true strength hidden. He did not use his full power at all. Right now, Duke Long wanted to destroy Red Lotus scheme. But Feng Yuan was a tough enemy. Duke Long knew about his strength, so he chose to fight Feng Jiugu instead. As long as Feng Jiugu was disrupted and Destiny Song failed to activate, then Feng Yuan and the others would not have the Immortal Gu recipe. They would not succeed. But Feng Jiugu's strength far exceeded Duke Long's expectations. He could only attack more aggressively while trying to take down Feng Jiugu as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Jiugu, while Wu Shui controlled Dragon Palace to defend Feng Yuan's main body. Calamity Luck Altar was blocking Demon Judgment Board. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals unleashed a storm of attacks, but the other three regions' Gu Immortals and Dizongshang stopped them. The battle situation was tilting in the favor of the three regions' Gu Immortals, but Feng Yuan was facing a problem now. The sea of human wills was vast and turbulent. Using the human wills as Gu material to refine Destiny Gu was wishful thinking. But it was a possible method. Under the effect of Destiny Song, the human wills and flames merged, refined into a mystical Gu material that was formless and colorless. Feng Yuan, who was controlling this Gu refinement session, had to endure the terrifying waves of human wills. He had to calm the human wills like subduing tides, sending them to the respective tributaries. Feng Yuan's expression quickly turned dark. His veins were bulging on his forehead. Thoughts collided endlessly in his mind. He could not keep up with this expenditure. His storage of thoughts was rapidly used up, about to be emptied. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants kept a close watch on the situation. Fairy Ziwei saw Feng Yuan's expression as she analyzed. Oh no! Feng Yuan is not in good shape. I know about his Wisdom Path Foundation. He is most skilled at blocking deductions and concealing his true location. But this refinement expends his thoughts and focuses on his cognitive ability. The sea of human will is truly terrifying. Even I myself cannot last long in it. But Spectral Soul smiled lightly, saying calmly, "Don't worry. A certain venerable has already prepared for this. Feng Yuan should know what to do." Spectral Soul could not help but recall the past. When he was still alive, exploring 88 True Yang building. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw Giant Sun Special Will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, he wanted to immediately take Wisdom Gu for himself. Spectral Soul, I would like you to let Wisdom Gu remain here. Giant Sun Special will had to show up and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly. You can't stop me. Giant Sun Special will nodded. Of course, you are the current Demon Venerable, invincible in the world. I have no way of stopping you. But I am sure you have made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed. Before coming here, he had obtained one Red Lotus true inheritance. He made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. You mean to say? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. That's right, my main body has made arrangements in this wisdom goo. When the crucial person arrives, he will destroy 88 True Yang building. This wisdom goo will go along with him. Giant Sun Special will said openly. So that's it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable looked at wisdom goo deeply but did not take it. At this moment, I've already given it my best effort. It seems I need to use wisdom goo after all. Fong Yuan sighed. By now, he had already guessed many of the venerable arrangements. Wisdom goo was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, but unlike those of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had activated long ago. Back then, Fong Yuan was unaware of this. Fong Yuan had just opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance when Wisdom Goo flew out by itself, floating above Fong Yuan as it emitted a divine radiance. Fong Yuan instantly felt relaxed as his expression went back to normal. He felt a sense of ease. So that's it. He inspected it closely, realizing, Wisdom Goo is one of the goo materials, no wonder it is so effective. With the addition of Wisdom Goo, my thoughts are expended more slowly, but my immortal essence expenditure is huge. This rate of consumption is not something I can sustain. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time was very fast and could accumulate immortal essence rapidly, Fong Yuan had undergone many intense battles. The expenditure was high as well. Once he fails to keep up with the expenditure, the goo refinement would be forced to stop. Fong Yuan would suffer an overwhelmingly terrifying backlash. But Fong Yuan was not flustered, he was cool as ice. He knew clearly, at this point in time, the venerables were not going to watch by the side. As long as he still had a trace of value, he was irreplaceable. The venerables could not allow him to die at this moment. Next, it should be your turn to take action, Giant Sun. Far away in black heaven, a dark gold palace floated quietly in the sky. In the palace, immortal zombie Giant Sun slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south. The scenes in Heavenly Court were reflected in his eyes. We have finally reached this moment. Immortal zombie Giant Sun smiled before sighing to himself lightly. Red Lotus, it was your scheme that worked after all. Certain memories in his life started to surface. On the Stone Lotus Island, Goo Immortal Giant Sun, who had yet to become venerable, received Red Lotus gift. At the same time, they also made a transaction. This is the incomplete Immortal Goo recipe of Destiny Goo. Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately drawn to it. He was the creator of Luck Path. It had never failed him. But from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, you are the one who damaged Fate Goo, giving me the chance to create Luck Path. Now, you are gifting this incomplete recipe of Destiny Goo to me. I owe you an immense favor, Goo Immortal Giant Sun said solemnly. I will make the arrangements according to our agreement. I will leave Wisdom Goo behind and create responsive Luck Immortal Goo to help that unparalleled genius who will create Destiny Song. Furthermore, I will retain my final attack. As long as the situation advances to reach that stage, I will take action and help your million-year plan succeed. Red Lotus will smiled. I will thank you in advance. If my plan fails, please follow our agreement and try your best to refine Destiny Goo yourself. Of course, Goo Immortal Giant Sun said resolutely. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly raised his right hand. Boom! An enormous beam of light flew through the sky and shot towards Heavenly Court's direction at an extreme speed. This beam of light was so gigantic, like a large river that spanned across heaven and earth. Wherever it went, it pushed aside all the air. The beam's movement was accompanied by a deafening and majestic sound. Such a grand and powerful killer move shocked everyone and sent them into a daze. Even Duke Long, Feng Jiugu, and Fang Yuan felt incredibly small and insignificant upon seeing this move. The beam of light started from black heaven above northern plains, piercing through the regional wall and directly bombarding Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court shook intensely. The world seemed to tremble as countless immortal goo houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette gritted her teeth. She watched as Giant Sun's attack approached, but Limitless silhouette was drawing her attention, forcing her to have no time to deal with it. Giant Sun's attack landed with unstoppable might, instilling itself into the sea of human wills and flames. The three sources gathered and instantly formed a golden ball of light that was the size of a mountain. Within the ball of light, flames flicked, human wills shined with rainbow light, incredibly dazzling. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at the center. He was controlling the situation. Traces of pale white light started to spread out from his tightly grasped hands. These traces of light were so familiar. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. He was internally shaken. Heaven Path Dao marks. Tens or hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks slipped out from the cracks between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his hands wide at this moment. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew into the sky, entangling with each other. Traces of Dao marks went towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, causing his body and mind to shake. These are newly added Heaven Path Dao marks on my body? Wait, no, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many of the Heaven Path Dao marks vanished all of a sudden, following the sources of the human wills. As expected. At this moment, Fang Yuan was finally certain about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. He wanted to refine Destiny Goo, but he was not truly trying to refine a goo. Fang Yuan grasped this chance, doing his best to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. With every single Heaven Path Dao mark carved in his body, his sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would rise by a level. This was an unprecedented and huge fortuitous encounter. Each complete Heaven Path Dao mark would cause a small qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After his trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan became even clearer of the immense value of this opportunity. But the fusing of Heaven Path Dao marks was very painful. Even someone with a firm mind like Fang Yuan started to feel dizzy after gaining 10 complete Heaven Path Dao marks. But he was the main person refining this goo. He could not use other methods, otherwise he would disrupt the goo refinement and fail the process. That would be a huge problem. Fang Yuan relied on his determination as he gritted his teeth and held on. He was not the only goo immortal enduring pain. He was just one of countless people. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals screamed in pain. The Heaven Path Dao marks found their way to the sources of the human wills and carved themselves into these people's bodies. Each of these mortals could not endure even 1/10,000th of a complete Heaven Path Dao mark. Many of them fainted at the first moment. Those who could remain awake were fortunate. They were able to absorb more Heaven Path Dao marks. Pain. Intense pain. Pain that went beyond words. Fang Yuan soon tore the skin of his lips as his eyes opened wide. Even the corners of his eyes were torn. Blood flowed out. His entire body was shaking and covered in sweat. He still tried his best to continue fusing with each additional Heaven Path Dao mark. Soon, the goo immortals scattered across the 5 regions also started to endure this process. Heavenly Court's fighting came to a stop. All of the goo immortals' expressions changed. They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks that automatically went to them, they were caught off guard and could barely endure this. No! Duke Long screamed in agony. At this moment, he finally realized what Red Lotus' plan was. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Jiugu after so long. He could only turn around and hope for the best as he tried to attack Fang Yuan. But the intense pain also assaulted him. Feng Jiugu persisted in using Destiny Song. Seeing that Duke Long was leaving, he quickly attacked more intensely to stall for time instead. With a loud sound, like splattering water, the mountain-like human wills vanished on the spot. Success. People of this world, I have entrusted fate to you. All of you hold a portion of fate. From today onwards, there will no longer be fate in this world. Red Lotus will spoke through the human wills. His voice was transmitted into the minds of everyone in the 5 regions. The 5 regions' humans were still in agony and indescribable pain. Because of the intense and unbearable pain, there were many cases of suicide on the spot. Red Lotus! Duke Long shouted in anger. He finally got away from Feng Jiugu as he arrived in front of Feng Yuan. But it was too late. The last bit of Red Lotus will manage to gather into human form as it blocked the ferocious Duke Long for Feng Yuan. Master! The young-looking Red Lotus smiled. I succeeded at long last. Fate Gu has been split into countless portions by me and distributed to everyone in this world. It still exists, it has not been destroyed, but because fate has been fused with luck, it can no longer be used by heaven's will. Duke Long was furious, his eyes were red, his hair standing on end. Traitorous disciple! He screamed. He charged even quicker now. At the next moment, he completely destroyed Red Lotus will as he arrived in front of Feng Yuan. Duke Long's aura broke through its limit again, reaching an unprecedented level. His strength was so overwhelming that even Dizong Shang and Feng Jiuge felt a threat to their lives. Feng Yuan did not move, he did not even put up a defense. Duke Long charged with unparalleled might, but when he was still a step away from Feng Yuan, his expression changed. His aura froze at once, his advancement stopped. His lifespan was exhausted. It was slightly earlier than in the previous life. Feng Yuan was not surprised. He had found the truth when he saw a bit of the scattered light earlier. The truth was, back then in Eastern Sea, when his Qi-Si ancestor identity used steal life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was low and not easily observable. Duke Long also had incredible concealment abilities. Afterwards, in order to avoid fighting Qi-Si ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully deceive everyone. This was because Duke Long did not know that Feng Yuan's Steal Life Killer move had a limited number of usages. This also caused Duke Long to become even stronger than in the previous life at the same time period. The hero of a generation, the pillar of Heavenly Court, the master of Red Lotus, and the creator of the Dragonman race, Duke Long. Finally, his life was over. Before dying, he still charged at the forefront. For Heavenly Court, for the sake of humanity, he had truly done everything that he could until his death. During the intense war, he forgot the limit of his own lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than rage and killing intent, there was also confusion on his face. Lord Duke Long. Damn it, you must be feeling very unwilling to die like this. Senior Duke Long. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals cried out loud. Their morale rose sharply. This was the will of the mourning troops. Intense battle occurred again. The Gu Immortals of the 3 regions were actually suppressed by Heavenly Court, which had fewer numbers. Feng Yuan no longer participated in the fight. He still endured intense pain as his gaze pierced past Heavenly Court, overlooking the entire 5 regions. Earth shook as it produced waves of deep, rumbling noises. At this moment, the regional walls that separated the 5 regions had completely disappeared. The earth veins were connected as the 5 separate regions merged into one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, people could freely move through the 5 regions with no obstructions. At the same time, the differences in heaven and earth qi also disappeared gradually. The bloody cape on Feng Yuan's back slowly disintegrated. He raised his head slightly and took in a deep breath. The air was filled with freedom. From now on, there was finally a possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's lips curled up as he revealed a faint smile. The great era has finally arrived. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Peng De opened his eyes with difficulty. In his blurred vision, he saw a human face. It belonged to a middle-aged man. He had a beard and a pair of crystal-clear triangular eyes. There was a white headscarf covering his head. Peng De was shocked. He remembered sleeping in his room earlier. Why did a stranger barge into his room suddenly? He exerted force to sit up, but at the next moment, he was stunned. Where am I? He was shocked to find himself in the middle of a desert. There were no clouds in the sky. The sun was blazing and it was extremely hot. Ha ha ha. This kid is dazed. He is really lucky. He was attacked by the desert wolves but managed to survive. There was not only the bearded middle-aged man. There were several others surrounding him. Not far away, there was a group of camels resting on the ground. Kid, this place is called Wolf Desert. When we found you, your companions were already dead. The desert wolves ate their corpses. After we chased them away, we found that you were still alive. My name is Immortal. I am the leader of this caravan. I saved you and healed your wounds. You were quite lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The bearded middle-aged man spoke and explained. Peng De was dazed in the desert. The heated sand and glaring sunlight made him gradually accept this. It was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn it. Something like transmigration really exists. And it happened to me of all people. But how did I get here? Yesterday, I was still doing some programming and coding. But today, I ended up here. Looking at their attire and speech mannerisms. This is obviously another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It seems like speaking this foreign language is part of my innate ability. Peng De could not help but feel nervous. His heart was pounding rapidly. This situation was really out of his expectations. He started to panic as he felt troubled internally. But around him, there were several strong men staring at him. Peng De had to force himself to stay calm as he held his head, shaking it. I only remember my name is Peng De. As for the rest, damn it, why don't I remember a thing? No way, you lost your memories? This is so disappointing. Everyone discussed. The bearded middle-aged man looked at Peng De deeply. Bright light flashed in his eyes. Since you do not remember, forget it. I hope you can regain your memories one day. Now, what plans do you have? Do you want to travel with my merchant caravan? Peng De quickly nodded his head. He did not dare to travel alone in the desert. Uncle Immortal, I will definitely repay this debt of saving my life. No matter where you are going, please bring me along. I do not know where to go now. He had a lost expression, but he spoke truthfully. He had just arrived in this world. He did not know what to do. Then follow us. Immortal nodded, instructing a person beside him. Provide a camel for this kid Peng De. Yes. Someone responded immediately. Kid, follow me. Peng De was brought away to the camel. He stared with wide eyes, feeling shocked. This is a camel? The Goo Master who brought him here felt strange. Kid, are you really from Western Desert? You don't even know about the fire pit camel? The fire pit camel did not have a hump. Instead, its back was concave, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel would lie in the round pit. With soft fur and warm body temperature, it was very comfortable. The Goo Master started nimbly packing away the goods in the round pit and building a tent on top of it. A portion of the cargo was tied to the camel's sides and the bottom of the tent. Peng De continued to pretend that he was in pain as he said, I don't remember. Damn it. I don't remember anything. That Goo Master gave him a glance. I don't care what you forgot. But remember this. Our leader saved your life. Since you are joining our caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our quarters. You need to work. Understood. Peng De quickly nodded. Of course. Please give me the instructions. I will do my best. The Goo Master nodded lightly, showing slight satisfaction. But at this time, the bearded man's voice could be heard. Don't make life difficult for him. Let this young man rest for now and recover from his mental fatigue. It was fate that we met in this huge desert. It is not easy to live here, no matter who you are. The Goo Master sighed as he quipped, Leader, you are still so kind-hearted. Peng De heard this. He felt a sense of deeper gratitude towards Immortal. He shouted loudly, Uncle, thank you so much. I will definitely repay you. Immortal laughed loudly. Good, kid. Go and recover on your camel for now. Next, he shouted at everyone. We've had enough rest. Let's continue on our way. Thus, the camel bells rang as the merchant caravan moved forward again, traveling over this vast desert. Peng De lay on the fire pit camel's back. He felt very comfortable. After being alone, He was shocked to find that his body was not his original body. It was a body that belonged to this world. His skin was brown from tanning, his arms and legs were thick, his joints were bulging. So only my soul came over. I went into the body of an inhabitant of this world. No wonder I can speak their language. It is a pity that I did not gain this inhabitant's memories. But this is not bad either. My original body was weak as I did not train it, but this body is very strong and young too. Peng De could not sleep. After inspecting his body, he started to look around and observe this world. There was nothing in the desert, but the travelers were quite an eye-opener to him. The food of the fire pit camel was actually some bright red charcoal. The people in the merchant caravan could create water from nothing. They did not need to find oases or water sources. Moving in this desert was very secure because of them. By nighttime, they started to prepare dinner. A Gu master planted some seeds in the desert as trees grew out after a few breaths of time, bearing fruits. Peng De did not know what fruit this was, but the flesh was tender and sweet. It was fragrant and filled his stomach with satisfaction. Peng De was amazed at every small detail of this world. When he ate dinner, he could not help but ask the leader Immortality. "Kid, it seems you really have amnesia. We are Gu masters. These are Gu master methods." Immortality looked at Peng De with a strange gaze. Gu master. This was the first time Peng De heard this phrase. Immortality's expression was even stranger now as he pointed at Peng De. "Kid, you are also a Gu master. In fact, you are a rank 2 Gu master." "What?" Peng De was shocked. After some explanation, Peng De realized what that meant. He became more excited. So a certain group of people of this world are called Gu masters. They are able to cultivate using Gu worms. Gu masters rank from 1 to 9. Most of the caravan members are rank 2. Uncle Immortality is the highest at rank 3. Meanwhile, I am a rank 2 Gu master, or rather, this body's original owner was a rank 2 Gu master. When Gu masters cultivate to rank 6, they will be known as Gu immortals. They will be able to overturn mountains and seas. They can collect the stars and moon. By rank 9, they will be invincible in this world, unparalleled and unmatched. Oh heavens! This is such a wonderful world. Since heaven transmigrated me here, there must be a reason for my arrival. I must be unique. I will definitely rise above all others, right? Once I get rank 9 cultivation, I will be invincible in this world. That feeling must be very amazing. In Peng Da's original world, he was a very ordinary person. He was an orphan with no parents, lovers, or any other attachments. He was extremely excited. By nighttime, he could not resist the fatigue. He fell deeply asleep. What he did not know was, the Gu masters in the merchant caravan were talking about him. This kid actually lost his memories. What should I say? Is he really lucky or unlucky? Is he really amnesiac or pretending to be so? There is no need to do that. From what I saw, he was very shocked by the fire pit camels and our Gu master methods. It is unlikely to be an act. Whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 Gu master. He will be useful to us. There was no loss in saving him. Immortality said. Nobody could refute this. Gu masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Peng De was immortal, these Gu masters would not have bothered to save him after realizing he was still alive back then. But since he was a Gu master, he had value to them. Thus he was able to travel on the camel and also got food and water from them. While they were talking, Immortality suddenly frowned. His expression turned grim. "Listen, do you all hear something?" Everyone's expressions changed. At the next moment, the sound became louder. It was such a huge commotion that heaven and earth shook. Damn it! It seems like a hurricane. A supersized hurricane. This is a desert. Why are there hurricanes? Quickly move. Protect the caravan and move out. The Gu masters left the tent hurriedly, but once they got out, they were stunned. There was a boundless chi tide approaching from all directions. It was like a grand tsunami that overwhelmed heaven and earth. The chi tide was everywhere. It carried sand along with it and had an unstoppable might. Extremely shocked expressions were shown all over the Gu masters' faces. This was a calamity far worse than any hurricane. At once, the Gu masters felt an intense threat of death. The merchant caravan was doomed. They only wanted to save their own lives now. Escape! Li gritted his teeth before he finished his words. He quickly retreated with all his strength. The other Gu masters quickly reacted as they mimicked him and escaped. In the abandoned merchant caravan, the mortals screeched. The camels were stirred too. They were helpless now, only death awaited them. But within this chaos, Peng De was still deeply asleep. He had no idea that this fatal danger was upon him. The sky was dark. There was only 2 to 3 faint starlight specks. This was black heaven. The surroundings were quiet. 3 Gu immortals were moving stealthily in black heaven. At the left was an elderly hunchbacked Gu immortal. He had many wrinkles on his face. He was thin and dry like a stick. He was truly resembling a man about to step into his grave. At the right was a female immortal. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. And at the center was a black-robed Gu immortal. He looked like a middle-aged man with a pale face. His black hair was chest-length. He had a deep and cold-killing intent that surrounded his entire body. They were Old Man Zheng Yuan, Fairy Ziwei, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The 3 were moving quietly in black heaven. At this time, Spectral Soul paused and said plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Ziwei's and Old Man Zhang Yuan's expressions did not change. They guarded Spectral Soul as they started to put up their defensive methods. Soon, the 3 immortals heard a loud sound. Next, a huge and wild chi tide came from all directions. Wherever the chi tide went, life forms perished. It was a terrible sight. The chi tide crashed towards the 3 immortals. After several minutes, it went past them. The 3, including Spectral Soul, finally let out a sigh of relief. They canceled their defensive methods as they came out again. Old Man Zhang Yuan looked towards the chi tide with an expression of sadness towards the people. He sighed deeply. After the 5 regions fused into one, such a change actually happened. Once in a while, chi tides will surge, rampaging wildly all over the world. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. They cause destruction everywhere they go. I wonder how many people will suffer from this. Even though Old Man Zheng Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only absolutely loyal to Spectral Soul. His original personality did not change. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She seemed to be deducing something, but she soon gave up in dejectedness. Fairy Ziwei analyzed. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions vary. Thus, when Gu immortals go to different regions, absorbing the heaven and earth chi there would cause problems in their immortal aperture. This is also why Gu immortals often have to return to their region to undergo tribulations. The difference in heaven and earth chi also caused the regional walls to form. Now that the 5 regional walls are gone, the heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions are converging into one. This is the reason for the birth of these chi tides. But it is impossible to calculate how long this chi tide phenomenon will last, or whether it will get stronger or weaker. We can't even predict a trend. To deduce the result of this question, it was likely that primordial origin Immortal Venerable was needed. He had the deepest understanding of chi path after all. Other than that, star constellation Immortal Venerable could also make such a large-scale deduction. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. His voice was hoarse and icy. This chi tide is a hindrance to us. Wherever it goes, soul beasts are unable to resist it. Even if they survive, their soul cores will be damaged. Spectral Soul wanted to recover his strength now. Devouring souls was the fastest method. Originally, he wanted to retrieve the door of life and death, but it was actually moved away in secret. The fight in Heavenly Court was over now. In Spectral Soul's current state, he could not take action rashly. Thus, he brought his 2 subordinates to leave Heavenly Court and come to Black Heaven. They prepared to hunt soul beasts instead. Within Black Heaven, there were countless soul beasts that formed into hordes. They often rampaged in Black Heaven with nether ants paving the way. They often had hundreds of thousands or even millions of soul beasts in an horde. Master, the chi tide is a calamity. Please let us stay to help you. Old Man Zheng Yuan advised as a loyal servant. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying by my side? I alone am sufficient, furthermore. I have tasks for you too. Old Man Zhengyuan and Fairy Ziwei looked at each other as they said, "Please give us your instructions, master." Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, "Back then, I expended my assets to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, leaving it for Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that fate goo is destroyed, the plan succeeded. It is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus goo now. I want you two to find and capture Fang Yuan alive. I will refine him back into sovereign immortal fetus goo." Spectral Soul's strength was at its lowest now. Otherwise, he would have taken action during the battle in Heavenly Court. If he wanted to grow stronger now, there were three crucial things: Door of Life and Death, Dream Realms, and Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that the Door of Life and Death was gone, Spectral Soul felt slightly disappointed. But he could use soul beasts instead. Most of his dream realms were taken by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in Heavenly Court's battle, the rest were still stored in Fang Yuan's possession. Spectral Soul needed to take back his dream realms. Only with his dream realms could he regain his attainment level of Great Grandmaster in all paths. Other than that, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was necessary too. It could ensure that Spectral Soul would quickly reach the apex of his strength. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was well developed by Fang Yuan. If he could take it back, it would be the same as gaining Fang Yuan's hard work. If he could retrieve all three crucial keys, Spectral Soul would rise to the top. He would be unstoppable in this world. He could not find the Door of Life and Death, but both the Dream Realms and Sovereign Immortal Aperture were in Fang Yuan's hands. It was understandable that Spectral Soul targeted Fang Yuan first. Old Man Zhengyuan frowned as he recalled, "Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan?" After this demon destroyed Fate Goo, he left Heavenly Court immediately and did not participate in the battle afterwards. He acted very strangely then. Nobody knows where he went after that. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. "That is because of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could barely save himself. He had to make that choice. Since he could discern the arrangement that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed on Wisdom Goo and thus used it in the refinement unhesitantly, he naturally can infer the arrangements I placed in Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo as well. Thus, when refining the Goo, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is very crafty. He managed to thwart my plan by borrowing others' strength. Red Lotus wanted to see that happen as well. Humph, after I get rid of Fang Yuan, I will deal with this old scoundrel Red Lotus." Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to destroy Fate Goo for good. Now that the plan succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus returned to being enemies. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, not to mention two venerables. But how do we locate Fang Yuan now? Fairy Ziwei felt a headache. Why was it that after changing sides and betraying Heavenly Court, she still had to face this troublesome problem? When she was in Heavenly Court, she tried all ways possible to deal with Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path great expert, she had noticed Fang Yuan's threat long ago. But so what? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding and concealing himself. His most skilled Wisdom Path aspect was in blocking deductions. And he was too vigilant, he never left any traces behind. Even if Heavenly Court wanted to find him, they were helpless and clueless. Like how humanity had immortal venerables and demon venerables that the variant humans could not resist, they went into hiding and left even primordial origin immortal venerable without options against them. Fairy Ziwei lacked crucial clues. She could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. That was the case when she was in Heavenly Court. Until now it was still true. Thus, she had to get help from Spectral Soul, hoping that this demon venerable soul had some way to deal with him. But against this question, even Spectral Soul was silent for a while. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was refined by him personally. He had made an arrangement to sense the Sovereign Immortal body. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he lost his method. The connection was completely cut. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We temporarily can't find Fang Yuan. We have to force him to show up." "How?" Fang Yuan is a solitary demon. He has no attachments at all. Even if he did have friends or family, with his cruel nature, if we threaten him, he will not appear. Old man Zhang Yuan felt very troubled. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During Heavenly Court's battle, everyone saw the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu through the killer move everybody's vision. You will go spread the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. Tell everyone in the world that Fang Yuan was able to reach rank 8 and destroy Fate, because the sovereign immortal aperture can annex immortal apertures to avoid tribulations and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Once in a while, Fang Yuan will have to annex immortal apertures to sustain his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will gain countless venerable inheritances. They will even possess the sovereign immortal aperture. They will be qualified to become a venerable and become invincible in the world. After pausing, Spectral Soul continued, in that case, Fang Yuan will be an enemy of everyone. We also have to tell everyone about his current weakness, that he has no battle strength due to the heaven path Dao marks troubling him. If not, he would not have escaped immediately after refining the goo. With everyone in the world helping us find him, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for a while, he cannot hide forever. Both of you will go and find the secret treasuries that I left behind afterwards. The cultivation resources that I did not need when refining sovereign immortal fetus goo are kept there. They are not of low value. Using these resources, you can rebuild Shadow Sect and help me recruit more members. Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan are all outside now? If we find them, we might find clues to Fang Yuan. Old man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei quickly responded. Spectral Soul looked down at his feet. His gaze seemed to be piercing through the darkness and looking at the 5 regions. The 5 regions fused into one. Heaven and Earth Qi is converging as Qi tides form and spread around the world. If the Heaven and Earth Qi does not fuse completely, there will not be peace. It will be as if the 5 regional walls are thinned and spread all over the 5 regions. Thus, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions will feel tremors in their immortal apertures as the 2 Qi collide. They are forced to recuperate now. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer they need to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to lay low for a very long time. But you two are ex-Heavenly Court members, you had phantom apertures, so you are unaffected by this. We need to make use of this time. Work hard, as Master decrees. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. Then why are you still here? Master, please take care. We will take our leave. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan left quickly. Roar! Within Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was escaping in a hurry. This soul beast resembled a horse but had a human face. On its face now was terror and fear. The ancient soul beast was panicking and escaping in a random direction. Soon, its movements slowed down as its anguished cries became softer and weaker. After several breaths of time, it completely stopped in the sky, floating silently in the night sky. Soundlessly, its colossal body disintegrated as a Gu immortal appeared. This Gu immortal had a pale face and chest-length hair. He was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul grabbed the soul core, which was the soul path essence of the ancient soul beast. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed the soul core into his mouth and ate it like a candy, swallowing it after a few seconds. Without using a soul path killer move, I need to wait a while to digest it completely, Spectral Soul said unhappily as he snorted. After splitting up with Old Man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But for some reason, maybe due to bad luck or the extermination of life forms due to the Qi tides, he met very few soul beasts. Until now, he had only met lone soul beasts or those that formed into groups of 5 or fewer. The quantity was so small that he even felt like he was not in Black Heaven. This efficiency is just too low. Spectral Soul continued his journey. If my attainment level was still around, I can find the soul beast armies with just my instinct. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape my detection. It is a pity I need to start over. However, Fate Gu is finally destroyed. Heavens will cannot obstruct my path to becoming venerable again. After I succeed, I want to see who dares to obstruct me. Even if it is a venerable, I will kill them. Oh! While Spectral Soul moved stealthily, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He finally found an army of soul beasts. He got closer and saw that this soul beast army had over 3 million members. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they had high quality. He had only taken a quick glance, but he already saw 6 immemorial soul beasts and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill! The desire to kill emerged in Spectral Soul's heart as he was about to charge over, but he noticed something. This discovery was quite surprising. Why are there soul path goo immortals? There were 3 goo immortals controlling the soul beast army. 2 males and 1 female immortal. The female was at the center as the leader. She had a plain appearance and gray eyes. Her rank 8 aura was naturally emitted. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and armored, with strong arms exposed and soul beast markings on his arms. The other was tall and thin, holding a bamboo staff. The 3 immortals wore black robes of similar design. They were obviously from the same force. They are Black Heaven Goo immortals. Spectral Soul soon discerned their aura. He snickered as he changed his earlier idea of charging in. He stealthily mixed in with the soul beast army. The 3 immortals controlled the soul beast army with much difficulty. The 2 males were showing signs of tiredness. Sweat gathered on their foreheads. The rank 8 female immortal seemed to have rested earlier. She spoke at this moment. "You 2 can stop. I will control the army now." Hearing this, the 2 male immortals let out sighs of relief. The thin one started to bootlick her. "Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a size. Even if the 2 of us cultivate for 8 lifetimes, we would not even reach half of your strength." The rank 8 female immortal looked at the male immortal with displeasure. "If 8 lifetimes are not enough to reach my level, you should just end your own life." Ugh! The thin man knew that his bootlicking had backfired. He showed some awkwardness on his face. The female immortal sighed. "You 2 are the most likely goo immortals in the clan to advance further besides me. Now that Fate Goo has been destroyed, we are taking control of our own fate. The great era has arrived. The peaceful and quiet life of the past is long gone. You must have the spirit to work hard. If you do not have such an awareness, sooner or later our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be drowned by the tides of the era. Aunt, you have taught me a lesson." The tall and thin man nodded his head in succession. As for the male immortal at the side, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again and continued. "The 5 regions were fused. The heaven and earth chi are merging, to the extent that chi tides swept across the whole world. Even black heaven and white heaven are not exempted. Wherever the chi tide reaches, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto heavens can no longer be concealed. Their positions will be exposed. This time, we as goo immortals of Black Heaven's Grotto Heavens are meeting to discuss how to face this situation. At that time, the 2 of you will be representing yourselves as well as our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Don't forget this." "Yes, Aunt Madam. Don't worry, we will remember this." The 2 immortals responded respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that Spectral Soul had already gotten near them. He heard their entire conversation without missing anything. So that's it. Spectral Soul realized. With the convergence of the heaven and earth chi, the grotto heavens concealed in black heaven and white heaven are affected too. The reason is the same as why the 5 regions goo immortals are forced to recuperate. But the 5 regions goo immortals are more affected while the 2 heavens are not as troubled. The goo immortals are still able to move around with difficulty. Within black and white heaven, many grotto heavens were hidden. Even Spectral Soul could not precisely count the number of grotto heavens here. This current change in the world was unprecedented. All of the grotto heavens were unable to hide anymore. They were like fish forced out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a perfect opportunity. He immediately continued to hide, following the 3 immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 immortals controlled the army of soul beasts and finally arrived at their destination. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was open. Many people were already waiting outside. The commotion was not small. The soul beast army of millions that the 3 soul-pacifying immortals brought here was not exceptional at all. They were only superior to the norm. So our friends from soul-pacifying grotto heaven have arrived. Seeing the three immortals, a goo immortal flew out from a pack of night heavenly wolves. This goo immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a pair of sharp eagle eyes and had an appearance of a resolute character. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, you arrived early. The rank 8 female immortal from soul-pacifying grotto heaven replied while smiling. Actually, we were late, Lady Cold Ash. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the grotto heaven entrance. Those variant human goo immortals have entered already. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise, as lone rank 8 goo immortals, we will be pushed aside. Lady Cold Ash nodded with a grim expression. We have gathered here today because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request. He is a snowman goo immortal to begin with. He opened up his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven as well. This will definitely be dominated by variant human goo immortals. Let's go in and see first. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for the 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the soul beast army. She only brought some immemorial soul beasts with her into the grotto heaven. Unknown to her, Spectral Soul had already possessed one of her immemorial soul beasts. He followed after them. Once they entered the grotto heaven, the temperature fell drastically. It was an icy world. Looking at the ground, it was all white. The mountain stood tall, made entirely of frost crystals. This was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystal mountain, there was a palace made of ice and snow. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord arrived in front of the palace hall. They left their accompanying immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night Heavenly Wolves outside, entering themselves. After Spectral Soul looked for a while, he successfully saw through the foundation of this icy palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the hall. There was a snowman goo immortal sitting at the main seat. He had a squarish face and dignified demeanor. He was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than that, there were 3 rank 8 variant humans. They were Rockman, Harryman, and Eggman respectively. To think that in Black Heaven, variant humans are the superior force, they actually have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it for a moment before understanding why. After humans dominated the world, variant humans could not live in the 5 regions anymore. They were chased into the peripheries of the world to live pitiful lives. Black and White Heaven became their top choices to relocate and live. This place was extremely huge. Once their grotto heavens were concealed, even venerables would not be able to find them without sufficient clues. Thus, Black and White Heaven became the foundation of the variant humans they developed here. Even though human goo immortals also explored both heavens, they only explored them to seek resources. Few rank 8 goo immortals would place their grotto heavens within the Black and White Heavens. Human grotto heavens were different from variant human grotto heavens. The latter were taken care of by heaven's will, their tribulations were weaker, but the former were different. As time passed, more and more human grotto heavens that were placed were destroyed. Few could develop successfully. Meanwhile, the variant human grotto heavens were able to last a long time. Their forces grew stealthily. The 6 rank 8 goo immortals discussed for a long time. The 5 regions have become one. Chi tides rampage the heavens. Our grotto heavens will be exposed. I propose that we unite ourselves and resist the enemies of the 5 regions together. How will we resist them? Even though our grotto heavens are doing well, how can our resources compare to the 5 regions? Even if we all work together, we are not the match of the 5 regions humans. Moreover, we cannot cooperate sincerely with each other. We are of different identities after all. Everyone, don't worry. Even though we are humans, our soul-pacifying ancestor was forced to live in Black Heaven. We have already broken all ties with the 5 regions. I'll be more straightforward. My Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose ourselves. After all, we have an immense enmity with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Friends. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you all only want to go on the defensive? Do you not want to progress further? Now that Fate Goo has been destroyed, the reign of humanity has been disrupted. The 5 regions goo immortals need to recuperate now. This is the best chance for us to take action. Because we were in Black Heaven, we became the least affected ones. We can move around with difficulty. If we don't make use of this chance, We will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what plan do you have? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed as he said with a grim expression. The 5 regions are huge, they have abundant resources. Even if our grotto heavens are added together, we cannot compare to them. The world will definitely go into chaos if we do not try to improve ourselves. When the 5 regions settle down, they will find a chance to eliminate us all. Only by taking this lead can we have a hope of survival. Lady Cold Ash flew first towards the entrance of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 rank 7s from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven quickly went to receive her. Aunt, the tall and thin Goo Immortal asked in concern. How was the discussion? Lady Cold Ash shook her head lightly. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 conversed for some time before parting ways. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord brought his wolf group along while Lady Cold Ash led her soul beast army, going back to their respective grotto heavens. Along the way, the 3 immortals conversed, not knowing that Spectral Soul was lurking around them. Spectral Soul had originally wanted to hunt the soul beasts, but after seeing this, he changed his mind. Just by the name of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he could tell its foundation was Soul Path. Seeing that Lady Cold Ash and the 2 rank 7s were Soul Path Goo Immortals, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven must be a place filled with abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Let alone anything else. Just the Soul Beast army that they controlled was a scrumptious meal to Spectral Soul. Chi Tides rampage in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven will not lay low. Hee. I can use this to my advantage and assault the other venerable forces and speed up my growth. Spectral Soul not only had to deal with Feng Yuan, there were also venerable forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, Spectral Soul was able to revive. The other venerables were also able to revive themselves. With Feng Yuan missing at the moment, Spectral Soul had to consider the whole situation. Even though his true nature was killing, there were many ways to kill. Using others as one's lethal weapon was also a high-level killing method. He was going to use it now. Lady Cold Ash and the rest did not know that their soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was currently targeted by a huge monster, Spectral Soul. Meanwhile, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to his Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Goo Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven quickly greeted him. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wants us to form an alliance to resist the 5 regions. This is quite a difficult situation. Goo Immortal Yiji nodded. It is quite difficult. In the current situation, Fate Goo is destroyed. The 5 regions merged. As the heaven and earth chi fuse together, chi tides rampage in the world. No grotto heaven can conceal itself. We are small and lone forces. When the 5 regions attack us, we will not be able to resist them. However, we do not need to fight the 5 regions. We are humans, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest are variant humans after all. The 5 regions are stronger than the 2 heavens. This is an obvious fact. Why can't we join the 5 regions instead? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. Yiji, you know me best. That is how I feel too. If we work with the variant humans, we will be considered spies of humanity. Even if the 5 regions do not want to attack us, if we ally with the variant humans, they will want to. Yiji frowned. But we cannot join the 5 regions. Firstly, northern plains of the 5 regions is impossible. Secondly, the other 4 regions might not welcome us. And finally, if we join them, we will be attacked by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. Indeed, that is why I made an agreement with soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will advance and retreat together. We will combine the forces of the human Grotto Heavens here. As for which region to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Heavenly Court is the most appropriate. We can secretly contact them first. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was an experienced leader. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, he was shrewd in politics. Nobody in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven defied his rule. Since he made a decision, the Goo Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to raise objections. Heavenly Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Dingling was currently the person taking charge. They failed to repair Fate Goo, Heavenly Court had undergone an intense battle, the damage was huge, even now many areas were still in ruins. This is a humiliation. Qin Dingling put aside the letter Gu as she rested temporarily. Her expression was calm, but her eyes flickered with light. As memories surfaced in her mind, rage built up within her. After Red Lotus goal was achieved, Duke Long died while fighting and Feng Yuan retreated rapidly. But the three regions Gu Immortals wanted to destroy Heavenly Court, nobody backed off. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin Immortal Venerable's method started to activate. All sorts of rage chi, unlucky chi, grief chi, and others plagued the three regions Gu Immortals. Their physical conditions weakened. This move was originally meant to deal with Feng Yuan, but Limitless Demon Venerable blocked it for him. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the battle between two Venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion also concluded, with Limitless laughing as the two venerable silhouettes faded away. Without limitless power to restrict it, Primordial Origin's method started to work again. And the other good news was that even though Feng Jiugu turned on them, he only helped Feng Yuan to refine the Gu. He did not do anything against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was able to recover because of this and retaliate, maintaining their position in this difficult battle. The three regions Gu Immortals had no choice, with Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as their foundation. They retreated gradually. After leaving Heavenly Court, some people wanted to loot Central Continent, but the first Chi Tide happened at this moment. The immortal apertures of the three regions Gu Immortals became unstable. They had to leave. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals stopped chasing them. After witnessing Feng Yuan refine Destiny Gu in front of them, their morale and fighting spirit had fallen. After the battle ended, Heavenly Court, which was greatly damaged, tried to reduce its losses and take care of the aftermath. Duke Long died while Fairy Ziwei betrayed them for Spectral Soul. After Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals talked over it, they decided that Qin Dingling would be the new leader. During this period of time, Qin Dingling had been the one in charge, taking care of all the matters, big or small. Qin Dingling had a plain expression, but a fire was burning in her heart. The great Heavenly Court had actually lost. It was a complete loss. She was eager to make up for this humiliation, but logic told her to not act rashly. Because everything had changed, Heavenly Court was no longer the old Heavenly Court. The enemies were no longer the same, even the world had changed. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with the matters at hand. Oh! She held an information path Mortal Gu, as her expression changed slightly. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was not willing to fight alongside the variant humans. He wanted to join the stronger side of the five regions. Among them, although Heavenly Court had lost this fight, it was still the number one human force for the last few million years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had grudges with Longevity Heaven. In the five regions, only Heavenly Court had the foundation to stand up against the vicious Longevity Heaven members. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also explained the ill intentions of the variant humans. Humph, those of other races have such motives. Once Fate Gu got destroyed, these variant humans jumped out immediately. Qin Dingling snorted. Deep killing intense rose in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this situation. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. With just one information path Gu Worm, she could not confirm if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was really trying to sincerely join them, or if they were scheming against Heavenly Court. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere, how should we deal with Longevity Heaven and the variant human forces of the Grotto Heavens? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord talked about the history of his ancestor truthfully in the letter. He did not conceal the grudges they had with Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling was slightly troubled. Heavenly Court was at an unprecedented level of weakness. Chi tides rampaged in the world. Heaven and Earth Chi converged. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals who had phantom apertures were even more mobile than the Gu Immortals in Black or White Heaven. But Heavenly Court could not move them. Firstly, most of Heavenly Court's members had limited lifespan. Secondly, they had to reinforce Star Constellation's will. Thus, a portion of Heavenly Court's members had to enter the Immortal Graveyard to hibernate and help Star Constellation's will to prevent her from being completely assimilated with heaven's will. But in that case, heavenly court's battle strength would be far lower. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Ziwei was still around. Qin Dingling sighed. The worry in her heart intensified. Fairy Ziwei and old man Zheng Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul. They left with him. The two of them knew a lot about Heavenly Court's secrets. Together with the soul of a demon venerable, who could underestimate them? Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before feeling the severity of the situation. She decided to discuss it with Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, "This is an important matter, but the situation is not very clear now. The 6 Gu Immortals, including Knight Heavenly Wolflord, are merely the rank 8s of the Black Heaven above our central continent. What about the other 4 regions Black Heaven? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Gu Immortals exist in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to go and investigate the 2 heavens myself." Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture and was not afraid of the heaven and earth chi convergence. Qin Dingling agreed with his suggestion. She chose to continue keeping in contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven while investigating the situation. Jun Shinguang took out an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "The list of names have been chosen. They are all Gu Immortal seeds with great talent and aptitude. Most importantly, they are loyal to Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. But there is one person whom I need everyone's input and discussion on." Jun Shinguang's list contained the names of many Mortal Gu masters. They were all exceptional geniuses. Heavenly Court lost this battle, and the Immortal Graveyard was even destroyed by Feng Yuan. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. With the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Heavenly Court decided to nurture new Gu Immortals, disregarding the costs. Qin Dingling received the Gu Worm and looked into it. There were many names on this list. Immortal Crane Sect recommended Sun Yuanhua. Spirit Butterfly Valley recommended Xiao Qixing. Ancient Soul Sect had Gu Ting. Heaven's Envy Manor had Wei Wushang. But at Spirit Affinity House's section, the list was empty without a name. Qin Dingling sighed as her expression turned complex. She knew about the person Spirit Affinity House nominated. It had to be Feng Jinhuang. But after the battle over fate, Feng Zhougu betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing. His daughter Feng Jinhuang ended up in an awkward position. She was originally Duke Long's disciple and the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But with the death of Duke Long and the destruction of fate, she was no longer certain to be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if Heavenly Court continued to nurture Feng Jinhuang and she betrayed them like her father, what would they do? Even though Feng Jinhuang was Duke Long's disciple, the disciple that he nurtured wholeheartedly spent 1,000,000 years to plot and destroy Heavenly Court's fate Gu. Would his second disciple Feng Jinhuang also inherit this great tradition? We will talk about this again next time. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land headquarters was situated here. Within the Blessed Land, there was an area called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Jinhuang was strolling in the valley, it started to rain. A drizzle. The rain was mild and quiet. Bathed in the rain, Feng Jinhuang slowed down subconsciously as she walked. The air was fresh with the smell of grass. All around her was a faint field of greenery. This rain did not feel cold. It was like jade, mild and calm. Feng Jinhuang knew that this was called quiet rain. When it rains, all sounds would be absorbed and the surroundings would be silent. Heaven and earth would be soundless. One would be able to hear their own heartbeats and breathing. Quiet Rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point that created Quiet Rain. This was why it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Zhougu betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing, his wife, the mother of Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing, requested to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She said she would not leave this place. Whenever there was quiet rain, the valley would have music that sounded like zither and flute. It was akin to Fairy Bai Qing's anguished cries of sadness. Feng Jinhuang had heard of this rumor and felt worried. She came to the valley to visit her mother. The quiet rain was drizzling. There was indeed the music of zither and flute being emitted. The sound of the zither spread out all around, like white clouds in the sky, ancient, melodious, and pleasant to the ear. The sound of the flute, however, was high-pitched, fluctuating almost abruptly, like a fierce hawk flying across the sky, sharply piercing the wind, tearing the sky. At first, the sound of the zither resounded and the sound of the flute reverberated, alternating with each other, as if both sides were speaking, one sentence after the other. Then, the zither and the flute began to approach each other, and gradually merged into one another. The white clouds were misty, and the eagles were flying across the clouds. The two abrupt sounds of music merged together, creating an indescribable beauty. In the end, the sound of the zither and the flute become one and the same, forming a kind of mix, with the melodious sound of the zither and the clarity of the flute. It was unique and beautiful. Feng Jinhuang was enchanted by the beautiful sound of the music. She went deeper into the valley and managed to meet her mother. Fairy Bai Qing was sitting in a bamboo pavilion, with two gu flying around her like white jade pearls. They were sound path mortal gu, zither gu, and flute gu. When Feng Jinhuang entered the pavilion, the music slowly stopped. Fairy Bai Qing had already known of Feng Jinhuang's arrival. She turned around slowly. This demonic immortal unification song was composed by your father when we fell in love. It is the symbol of our relationship. I still remember the first time your father played it for me. He told me, "Immortals and demons are one to begin with." Initially, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was known as Primordial Origin Demon Venerable by the variant humans as well. This song contains deep meaning and your father has been treasuring and not using it. But he played it during the Fate War. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Jinhuang fixedly. "The list of names has been announced already." Feng Jinhuang nodded. "I know. The last time the sect recommended me, there was no reply from Heavenly Court. This time, the sect put Sun Yao's name and it was quickly approved by Heavenly Court." Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, "Originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you to go there, but Li Juning and Su Hao got in the way. They ended up promoting Sun Yao instead. How do you feel about such an outcome, my dear daughter?" Hee. Feng Jinhuang smiled slightly, her smile brilliant as a flower, bringing a bright sunshine to the bamboo pavilion for a moment. "Mother, why do you have to test me on this? Ever since father betrayed and turned against Heavenly Court, I've already prepared myself. Right now, the situation is already not bad. My dream path Immortal Gu was not taken," Feng Jinhuang said. Fairy Bai Qing also smiled slightly at her words. "It's not like there isn't any forceful seizure in the righteous path, but it's just that the act is often cloaked in a layer of righteousness and morality. It's already good that you have come to this level of understanding. However, don't worry too much. Your father left Heavenly Court but created Destiny Song. His outstanding battle strength is evident to the world. Heavenly Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to touch you." Feng Jinhuang revealed a look of displeasure. "Mother, you don't need to make an explanation for father. Although I can understand father, I will not forgive him. For him to suddenly turn his back on Heavenly Court and not even telling us beforehand is simply abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him." Hee. Fairy Bai Qing laughed and shook her head, walking up to Feng Jinhuang and holding her hand. "You misunderstand your father. That demonic immortal unification song, which he kept as a symbol of our love, has never been used for anything other than singing in front of me. But he used it during the Fate War to tell me that righteous immortals and demons are the same. His feelings for me had never changed, and even when he left the righteous path and returned to the demonic path, it wouldn't end the relationship of our family. Do you believe me? As long as I give out the slightest hint of inclination to leave Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to bring me away. He understands me well and knows that I do not want to become a demonic path member. Therefore, he gave us both the opportunity to choose our side freely. He didn't want his ideals to become a burden on us." Feng Jinhuang snorted coldly. "Father would rather help Feng Yuan, the great demon, than help my master. It's true that master was stubborn and was always nagging about fate and all that, but he was ultimately kind to us and truly had my best interests in mind." Father was simply too cold and heartless. Mother, since you are fine now, I'll be leaving. Oh you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not ask her daughter to stay. When Feng Jinhuang left Quiet Rain Valley, she met with two female Gu masters. One was beautiful while the other was cute. They were acquaintances of Feng Jinhuang. They were anxiously waiting outside the valley. After seeing Feng Jinhuang, they showed joy on their faces as they went to her. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over to find you. The beautiful woman was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to snatch your opportunity. Sun Yao had a cute and round face. She was very anxious now. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were good friends with Feng Jinhuang. They had always followed behind her. But in the recent years, Feng Jinhuang followed Duke Long and went away to cultivate Dream Path. They did not meet much during this period. Feng Jinhuang laughed aloud and stretched out her hand to nudge Sun Yao's forehead. Oh, you've done well this time. So why are you apologizing? The nomination quota is just a small matter. Am I unable to become immortal without this funding? For me, becoming a Gu immortal is by no means an obstacle. It's just that I have to consider the kind of Gu immortal I want to become. But for you, this is a rare opportunity, so seize it well. After speaking to Sun Yao, Feng Jinhuang looked at Qin Wan. You've always been quite active and have good perseverance. But this time, when fusing with the Dao marks, why did you faint? If not, the nomination would have been yours this time. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister, you are right. I have slacked off on my cultivation. No, that is not so, senior sister. Sister Qin Wan was injured at that time. She could not endure the ordeal and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's how it was. Feng Jinhuang nodded her head and said regrettably, it is indeed a great loss. Feng Yuan destroyed Fate Gu and refined it into countless Heaven Path Dao marks, which were dispersed to the people in the world. The more Heaven Path Dao marks you absorb, the more beneficial it will be in the future. Be it cultivation or developing the immortal aperture, it will benefit with no harm. But there's no harm in not having any. At best, it's just an opportunity. What determines your achievements in life will still depend on your own talents and efforts. Yes, Qin Wan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qin Wan bowed. Feng Jinhuang smiled again. Let's go. I will give you two some guidance. Qin Wan and Sun Yao revealed joyful expressions. The latter jumped around cheering. That's great. We haven't been together for such a long time. The three of them walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Within the valley, Fairy Bai Qing retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you've grown up. Fairy Bai Qing had a relieved expression. Feng Jinhuang was very clear about her own circumstances, as well as Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. Towards Feng Juji's actions, she had her own opinion, but she was able to put it aside and make a clear judgment. She had a solid foundation of skills. Maybe your betrayal has hastened our daughter's maturity. We should let her walk on her own path. As a mother, all I can do is to wish the best for her. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and go overboard, I will not avoid conflict either. Fairy Bai Qing's expression turned cold. At the same time, on another mountain, Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity Houses Li Juning and Su Hao went to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become an immortal. She was assigned by Spirit Affinity House recently and became the Affection Peak Lord. She was able to achieve what she had today thanks to the support of Su Hao and Li Juning, in addition to her own efforts. Zhao Lianyun was also guided by the two immortals during her Gu immortal cultivation journey and the management of her immortal aperture, so she was able to avoid many pitfalls. Zhao Lianyun remembered these debts in her heart, so when Su Hao and Li Juning visited her, she quickly came out of cultivation and attended to them personally. But hearing their request, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, you want me to use my status as the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Jinhuang and Fairy Bai Qing? Indeed, now is the best opportunity. Feng Jiugu betrayed us and caused Heavenly Court to lose and Fate to be destroyed. If we target them now, we will definitely win. Su Hao had a fierce expression. The hatred between him and Feng Jiugu had a long history. In the past, he had hated Feng Jiugu so much that he held back key information and intelligence, almost causing him to die. Feng Jiugu had a very strong stance in his political manipulation, ostracizing the couple to the fringe of Spirit Affinity House in this power struggle. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Jiugu. They could only support each other with difficulty. For them, Feng Jiuji's betrayal was great news. It was worth celebrating. This, Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Jiugu has already betrayed Heavenly Court. Seniors, I know that you have grudges with him, but why do you want to implicate his family? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be too kind-hearted sometimes. Think about it. Think about the time you competed with Feng Jinhuang over the ferry position. Li Juning urged, if we do not use this chance, we will regret it in the future. You do not need to worry about it. I will tell you something. Our sex nominee was originally Feng Jinhuang, but now she has been removed from the list. Seniors, people should let others off when possible. Zhao Lianyun explained. She was not willing to do that. Conflicts should be resolved and not deepened. Back then, when competing for the ferry position, both of them had used above-board methods. Feng Jinhuang had a deep background but did not use any unscrupulous ways to deal with her as well. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Jinhuang were competitors, Zhao Lianyun admired Feng Jinhuang's personality. She had no ill feelings towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her words. Back then, did the demon Feng Jiugu spare us? You are too kind for your own good, Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed to herself. She changed her words and explained. Seniors, we need to analyze this situation deeply. Even though the sect nominated someone else, Heavenly Court did not directly take away Feng Jinhuang's status. From that, we can see the attitude of Heavenly Court is still unclear towards her. Precisely because they are uncertain now, we need to deal the fatal blow and affirm their decision. The fight over authority will never cease. Only when a true victor is decided can there be peace. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She could only accept their request. There was no choice. She owed them a big favor after all. Even though she was unwilling, people had to do some things that they did not want to in this world. They had helped her greatly. If she rejected them, what would others think? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she was the current generation fairy, Spirit Affinity House still ostracized her. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would truly become a loner. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed. They promised her a huge reward. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After the two of them left, she continued her closed cultivation. The destruction of fate was actually great news to Zhao Lianyun. With this, Ma Hongyun's revival would be much easier and less troublesome. But Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Feng Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun had to cultivate and raise her strength, to make preparations to save her beloved. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her own immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land had 5,700 square kilometers of land. The rate of time was 1:13. The terrain was mostly grassland and plains. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were absorbed, Lianyun Blessed Land started to change in many aspects. Firstly, the ground cracked to form huge trenches. Next, there was torrential rain as huge rivers were formed. The rivers overflowed and floods plagued the surroundings. After 3 days and 3 nights, the floods receded, leaving behind vast expanses of fertile mud. Small ditches and rivers connected to the main channel of the giant river, forming an elaborate and dense network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the transformation of her immortal aperture the entire time. She was dazed and greatly shocked internally. With Heaven Path Dao marks, the immortal aperture will transform and become closer to a truly balanced environment. Even though there are temporary losses, the potential and prospects will rise by many times. Zhao Lianyun had divine concealment from thieving heaven's true inheritance. She did not face calamities and tribulations. This was beneficial and also detrimental. Her immortal aperture development had always been a problem. But with the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, this problem was reduced greatly. If only I had more Heaven Path Dao marks. Sigh, what a pity that I only obtained 6.5 Heaven Path Dao marks, and they are all segmented too. I do not have a single complete Heaven Path Dao mark. How many Heaven Path Dao marks did Feng Yuan get? He was the person refining the goo. He was the closest to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Zhao Lian Yun sighed. She could not imagine it or find the answer, but she knew that the difference between her and Feng Yuan had been greatly increased again. Wake up, kid. Peng De groaned and barely opened his eyes to see a bearded uncle, slapping him in the face with a rough palm. Peng De was in a trance, and it was only then that he recognized the man in front of him. Uncle Mo Li, he called out. Wasn't I sleeping on the camel? Peng De looked around. He could not help but be stunned once more. There was sand everywhere. The caravan was nowhere to be seen, leaving only him and Mo Li. Both were in a messy state. Ouch! Peng De groaned as he realized he had bruises all over his body. Uncle Mo Li looked at Peng De and sighed. You kid, I don't know what to say about you. You were so lucky. Many Gu masters fled desperately. They all died. You were deeply asleep but survived. However, if I hadn't discovered your faint breath in time and dug you out, I'm afraid you would have been buried alive. Uncle Mo Li, you've saved me once again. Peng De grabbed both of Mo Li's hands, saying gratefully, but what in the world had happened? It's a natural disaster. I've never seen it before. Uncle Mo Li let out a heavy sigh. So, what about our caravan? Sigh, it's just the two of us now. What? Peng De could not help but stare with wide eyes and scream in his heart. How can this world be so vicious? There was a natural disaster with no warning. I just slept for a bit and almost died again. My lord, what kind of world have I come to? It is simply a brutal and terrible place to live. At least we're still alive. Emily knocked Peng De on the head. Kid, you don't look satisfied? To be alive after a natural disaster like that is the greatest of all blessings. Look at me. Molly pointed his finger at his chest. I've worked hard most of my life to own such a caravan, and now it's all gone. Look on the bright side, otherwise we won't survive until tomorrow. Sigh, it would be great if I could become an immortal. Immortal? There are immortals in this world. Emily looked at Peng De. Did you forget everything? You forgot even immortals? Sigh, I'll explain in the future. Let's leave first. Peng De followed Mo Li as they left, heading towards the closest oasis. Peng De followed behind Mo Li and asked with caution, Are there many disasters like this? Of course, Mo Li said in a vicarious tone. It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. Sandstorms are the killers that visit often. Sometimes there are also flying blade hurricanes, and each gust of wind can condense into a huge wind blade that cuts everything wherever it goes. In addition to natural disasters, there are also vicious beasts. For example, we are in Wolf Desert. Desert wolves are most plentiful here. Howl! As Emily was saying that, a group of desert wolves suddenly emerged from under the desert. Wolves, wolves! Peng De jumped up in fright. Oh heaven! They're coming out from under the sand. So many heads. What do we do, uncle? Emily looked pale and cursed out loud. Damn it! Why weren't these desert wolves wiped out by the natural disaster? It was not strange. The chi tides were the phenomenon of fusing heaven and earth chi. It originated from the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao would not wipe out all life. There was a chance of survival in every situation. Mo Li and Peng De were able to survive. Other life forms naturally had such an opportunity as well. The desert wolves emerged from everywhere. But strangely enough, although they spotted Peng De and Mo Li, they did not come to attack. Instead they quickly assembled, howling and staring at the desert ground. Rustle, rustle. With a series of moving sand sounds, golden scorpions emerged from the ground. These golden scorpions were all the size of a millstone. Peng De watched with chills in his heart. The golden scorpion group and the desert wolf group were engaged in a brutal fight. Whenever a desert wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's needle, it would immediately foam saliva at the mouth, fall to the ground, and eventually die. On the other hand, the golden scorpions could not fight against the desert wolf's claws and teeth. and were often torn apart by the wolves' claws. The two groups of beasts fought because they were weak in intelligence. They paid no attention to Emoli and Pengde, who were close by. Pengde looked frightened and pale. This world was too dangerous. No matter which beast group won, they would surely still end up attacking the humans. We must break out. Emoli gritted his teeth with a firm expression. But uncle, we're surrounded by golden scorpions and desert wolves. Pengde wanted to cry. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Emoli said, about to move. Kid, can you fight? Huh? I can't, I have amnesia. These desert wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you have amnesia. Stay close to me and do your best to save yourself. There is at least hope for breaking out. Emoli said and laughed. If breaking out fails, you'll have to go fill the bellies of the beasts. But don't worry, you won't die alone. There's still me. Pengde could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would prefer to be buried alive. Emoli started to break out and Pengde yelled, Uncle, wait for me. He could only desperately follow behind Emoli. It was fine when they were still, but when they moved, they alerted the scorpion and wolf groups. Almost at the same time, there were several golden scorpions and desert wolves, one left and one right, attacking them. Emoli grunted and activated his mortal goo, but he only managed to repel two of the beasts before they got encircled by the groups. Breaking out has failed. Emoli sighed and gave up the fight. Pengde clutched his head and fell into despair. He stuttered, Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be they the mini-5 regions or the mini-9 heavens, chaos was everywhere. The entire place was in a commotion. Many southern borders mountains collapsed. The terrain became disorganized. Many central continents' river channels changed paths and caused torrential floods. Many western desert had sandstorms everywhere that devoured cities and oases. Many northern plains. An intense snowstorm was blowing. A pure white flame, fluttering in the blizzard, attached itself to wherever it burned. This was the special fire immortal material frost ice flame. In places where the ice and snowpath Tao marks were dense, there would be a certain degree of probability that this special flame would be produced. Most of this flame was filled with ice and snowpath Tao marks, but the heart of the flame had dense firepath Tao marks. We cannot let this frost ice flame spread everywhere. Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Er was in charge of the situation. She tried to salvage it. She was tasked by Feng Yuan to manage Triple Sacred Mountain. She controlled the snow crystal formation and focused on the growth of the Snowman tribe's expansion. Frost ice flames started to spread on Triple Sacred Mountain. Once the flames grew to a certain size, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they were burnt to death while crying in agony. The snowmen were in chaos. They escaped and trampled on each other, causing unnecessary deaths. Amidst the raging chaos, only a handful of Snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, even with their cultivation, it was difficult to do anything against the immortal material frost ice flame. Oh no! The frost ice flame has reached the ice path crystal essence. Shui Er's face turned pale. She became anxious. She had just now tried to save more of the snowmen, and as a result, she had lost sight of this, allowing the frost ice flame to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Feng Yuan used the formation to spread out the frost energy created by the ice path crystal essence that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. Shui Er felt deep regret as she watched the frost ice flame burn the ice path crystal essence, while being helpless against it. Shui Er could not help but tear up and blame herself. The snow crystal formation was entrusted to her by Feng Yuan. It was the foundation for the snowman tribe's growth, but it was actually going to be destroyed because of her mistake. She felt that she had let down the snowmen. She had let down Feng Yuan. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Feng Yuan. Shui Er was stunned before happiness appeared on her face. Feng Yuan grabbed the empty space in front of him. All of the frost ice flames within the formation were drawn away. Feng Yuan suddenly grunted as his body shook. Pale white traces appeared around his body all of a sudden. From these pale white traces, Shui Er felt a vast power that surged in heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Oh heavens! There are so many Heaven Path Dao marks. He must have at least 1,000. Shui Er covered her mouth in surprise. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shui Er as he brought the frost ice flame away with him and vanished on the spot. Shui Er felt relaxed, but worry soon appeared in her heart. My dear fiancé has so many Heaven Path Dao marks. No wonder he went into seclusion after the Fate War and rarely fought. Sigh, I am so useless. I could not help him at all. I could not even defend this snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shui Er alleviate the crisis of the snowmen in many northern plains. He immediately went back to his secret room to continue his closed cultivation. When he was refining Fate Goo, Fang Yuan had the best position because he was doing his best to absorb the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on his body. They were all complete and intact Dao marks. One could say that he was the biggest winner in this plan that Red Lotus created. But this benefit was too great, he could not process it in the meantime. The sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks, with the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks. That also meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven gained 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks all of a sudden. These Heaven Path Dao marks created a huge impact on Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The impact was in many different aspects and had varying effects. They could be as large as mountains and rivers shifting, but also small like a changing tributary channel. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It focuses on the balance of living beings. They limit each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the heavenly Dao could alter it and create fire path Dao marks within the ice and snow path Dao marks. Once the frost ice flame spreads its destruction, many northern plains would be completely altered beyond recognition. Of course, if we ignore it, my sovereign grotto heaven will benefit from this. We will create a complete ecosystem that has balance and good prospects in the future. However, this method consumes too much of my foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Goo was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan no longer had any value to him. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed and used the Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Fang Yuan, to limit his growth speed. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this, he had to take the bait. It was because Fang Yuan noticed that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was tampered by Spectral Soul. He needed the Heaven Path Dao marks to counter Spectral Soul's arrangements. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been making use of Fang Yuan. It was evident from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan also made use of Red Lotus. He used this Demon Venerable's plan to destroy Fate Goo, which was his biggest problem. He used Red Lotus Million-Year Plan to escape from the clutches of Spectral Soul's arrangement. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to make the alterations, but Fang Yuan decided to interfere with them. The Heaven Path Dao marks altered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He actively participated, resisting and cooperating with the alterations to preserve his Immortal Aperture's foundation. This cooperation and resistance gave Fang Yuan a lot of insight. Heaven Path was merciless and impartial. Human Path was putting up a resistance. These two intertwined in Fang Yuan's heart, shining in different radiance. Time is about right. A while later, Fang Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. His main body arrived in the world of the 5 regions. He stood in Western Desert as he looked at a tree in front of him. This tree was not even 8 feet tall. The branches were short, thin and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow. The flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. It was the 1,000 Wish Tree. Around the 1,000 Wish Tree was Fang Yuan's Immortal Formation. Right now, he stored the Immortal Formation and took the 1,000 Wish Tree along with him. They were all sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This action caused a storm to surge. A vast air current spread out to the surroundings. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a flash of light and flew into the sky. The air currents rampaged in the surrounding deserts, causing loud sounds to be emitted. Pengde and Emoli failed to break out. They were surrounded by desert wolves. Right when they were about to die, the air currents arrived. The desert wolf group went into chaos as they scattered and escaped. Pengde jolted. Another disaster! Emoli stared with wide eyes as he looked and laughed. Ha! We are saved! This is not a disaster, it is merely a normal hurricane. Let's go! After the chi tide passed, clouds were sparse in the sky. It was a refreshing sight. A yellow cloud flew high in the sky, sprinkling light sand behind it along the way. There was a female immortal sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a corpulent body, her belly was bulging. Her entire body resembled a water vat. She was a member of Mo clan, a super force in Western Desert. There was a title for her in Western Desert's Immortal world. Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She felt beautiful for being fat, and upon learning of this title, she liked it so much that she publicly called herself this from then on. In time, even her original name was forgotten in place of this title. As the yellow cloud flew, Plump Lady suddenly had a change of expression, sensing something unusual. Thus, the yellow cloud slightly contracted and flew down diagonally, changing its course slightly before suspending in midair. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud and looked down at the giant pit beneath her feet. This giant pit was partially hidden by the wind blowing yellow sand and covering it. But Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was all too familiar with the landscape of the sand pit. This isn't a naturally formed sand pit, but rather an empty space left behind after something in it was drawn away. This aura. It's the aura of an ancient, desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Immortal had secretly made a move to steal an ancient, desolate plant from here. Plump Lady snorted coldly as anger rose in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient, desolate plant was, this place was Wolf Desert, the territory of Mo clan. Stealing this ancient, desolate plant was the same as stealing the Mo clan. This ancient, desolate plant must be quite valuable since it is able to hide and conceal itself from the detection of our clan. I'm afraid that it has already been discovered by some people long ago, but they just did not take it. Now that Chi Tides is causing disasters, this person who stole the ancient, desolate plant must have been worried that they would endanger this ancient, desolate plant, and that's why they took it. Plump Lady secretly analyzed the scene and carefully examined it. The thief's actions were very clean. No obvious clues were left behind. Feeling disappointed, she had to use an information path worm to inform the Mo clan, hoping that the clan would send good investigators to track down and capture this damned thief. And finally, Plump Lady used information path worms to record the scene before leaving. She had a mission right now, she could not waste time here. As she flew along, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city at the center. The city walls were short, but the overall length was long. There were a huge number of mortals living in the city. It was Sand Wolf City. Sand Wolf City was one of the main cities of Mo clan. Plump Lady did not cover her tracks and flew directly from high in the sky to the City Lord Manor. There were already people at the City Lord Manor who were ready to receive her. When they saw the arrival of Plump Lady, they all fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to revered Immortal. Get up!" Plump Lady stored the yellow cloud and stepped on the ground in front of everyone. "Revered Immortal, the arrival banquet has been prepared. It contains the best wine and delicacies of Sand Wolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today." The city lord spoke. Plump Lady, however, waved her hand. She was not interested. She only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to undergo closed cultivation. Also, I asked you to gather masters with aptitude and loyalty. How is it going?" "It's almost done. The vast majority of the city's masters have already been screened." The city lord replied quickly. "Very well. After 3 days I will take them away. Now you can go and attend to your own matters." "Yes. I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord promised in succession. The door of the secret room closed slowly. Plump Lady activated the formation here with a wave of her hand. She looked exhausted as her divine sense probed into her immortal aperture. When she saw the scene inside the immortal aperture, she inevitably let out another deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a land of yellow sand, and it was flat. At the heart of the desert, Plump Lady had carefully laid out more than 6,000 acres of sand farms. Her sand farms mainly produced two types of immortal materials. They were light sand and cold warm flowing sand. They were the main sources of goods that Plump Lady produced for a long time. But after the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to change. The landscape became uneven. More and more sand dunes were created. Furthermore, there was a trench, as if a knife had come straight down across the center of the desert. Splitting the entire desert, thousands of acres of sand farms were lost. I don't have wisdom path methods to make deductions and restrain this kind of natural development. Unless I hire a wisdom path goo immortal to take action, but my assets are not enough, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady lamented in her heart. Mo Clan had goo immortals that cultivated wisdom path, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if the relationship was close, the wisdom path deductions would still cost immortal essence. They could not work for Plump Lady for nothing, right? Therefore, there had to be a reward. Furthermore, I recently absorbed heaven and earth chi. My immortal aperture is unstable. Right now, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi had no obstruction and started to fuse. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was changing gradually. This caused the foundation of Western Desert goo immortals' immortal apertures to start differing from the heaven and earth chi of the outer world. When goo immortals absorb this heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would be unstable. There would be tremors. The best way to deal with it was to cooperate with the change and continue absorbing and releasing heaven and earth chi. If one keeps themselves in closed cultivation, after the heaven and earth chi changes drastically, when they open the immortal aperture entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi, the tremors would be huge, the immortal aperture would suffer even more damage. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to reduce the losses caused by the heaven and earth chi to a great extent. Wisdom path was a difficult path while chi path had been declining for years. There were few chi path goo immortals left. Plump Lady was only having dreams that were not realistic. In the end, she consoled herself. Even though she did not have wisdom path or chi path methods, other goo immortals were like her. Thus, she was not left behind in the dust by the majority of them. But Plump Lady still felt intense danger in her heart. This was something that all of the 5 regions goo immortals were feeling. The 5 regions were unified. Everyone knew that life was no longer going to be peaceful anymore. Be they lone cultivators or super forces, they were making preparations for the huge battles in the future. This time, Plump Lady was tasked to go to Sand Wolf City and bring back goo immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, Mo Clan or Western Desert were not the only ones. All of the forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were making preparations now. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were quite peaceful. Super forces nurtured goo immortals while considering the provision of resources and their storage. But now, everyone was preparing for war. They were going to mobilize these resources. Thus, all of the forces focused on nurturing goo immortals than keeping resources. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough goo immortals, their enemies would get all of their resources if they were wiped out in the future. If they did not use up those resources beforehand, that would be too wasteful. Plump Lady looked at her sand farms in the immortal aperture while feeling heartache. She could not discard these farms. They were her only sources of revenue. They were her biggest financial support pillar. Plump Lady had to preserve them. The future was uncertain. She did not know how long the chi tides would continue, but she had to salvage them regardless. In the current world, I'm afraid only Fong Yuan will know how long these chi tides would last. He has spring-autumn cicada and can rebirth from the future after all. Plump Lady felt deep envy and admiration regarding this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand farms in her immortal aperture, fixing the goo formations inside. The area where the earth trench appeared could not be fixed. Thus, her 6,000-acre sand farm was split into 2. If only I had an immortal goo formation. Plump Lady felt a bit of regret. Mo Clan also had formation path goo immortals. When she created the sand farm, Mo Clan's formation path goo immortal had asked her if she needed help, but Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want to expose her immortal aperture. On the other hand, she wanted to save cost. After all, creating an immortal formation would use one of her immortal goo as the core. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal goo herself. Also, the payment of hiring the formation path goo immortal was not cheap. If I had created an immortal formation back then, my losses would be much lower. Sigh. How can anyone expect their own immortal aperture to be unsafe? Plump Lady thought of this and felt some envy towards the formation path goo immortal. During this period of time, he had been extremely popular with everyone. They were looking for him to create immortal goo formations around their immortal aperture's resource points to protect them. Plump Lady felt a little bitterness towards the Earth Path she cultivated. Earth Path was skilled at changing terrain, but Western Desert had the most number of Earth Path goo immortals. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for cultivating a second path, Plump Lady did not even dare to think about such an absurd idea. She was already facing problems cultivating just Earth Path in terms of time and finances. Trying to juggle another path was courting death. Moreover, only those rare and exceptional inheritances could allow one to dual cultivate. For example, an inheritance left by Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long. After repairing her immortal aperture's sand farm, Plump Lady still had to buy some fertile sand. Sand farms nurtured sand using sand. Without enough sand-type immortal materials, the production would fall greatly. Plump Lady took out her goo worms and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had all sorts of news. A large number of wills were conversing as they interacted. Because of the huge change in the world, goo immortals could not move around now. On one hand, they had to absorb and release heaven and earth chi continuously to adapt to the main world. On the other hand, they also had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them continuously like Plump Lady. Cases like Zhao Lianyun who ignored the damage caused were quite rare. Thus, goo immortals needed immortal materials or the help of goo immortals of other paths. Treasure Yellow Heaven became a very popular destination for them. Another chi tide happened over here. A lot of deaths occurred. When are these chi tides going to end? Damn it! My fisheries have all been destroyed. I hate the fact that we cannot move around. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer we need to adapt to the heaven and earth chi and keep up with the 5 regions transformation. The goo immortals sighed as they talked about the news of these chi tides. Other than that, there was Fang Yuan's arrest warrant. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's circumstances. They were willing to pay a huge sum for his latest information. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. His sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. More terrifyingly, he could annex people's apertures to skip calamities and tribulations, increasing his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan obtained too many heaven path Dao marks. His strength had hit an all-time low. Whoever discovered his location would get a huge reward. The sovereign immortal fetus goo's secret was completely exposed. This was not Heavenly Court's doing. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zhang Yuan had released the arrest warrant due to Spectral Soul's orders. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is too terrifying. It can cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8 great expert. Who can have such a great fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor this otherworldly demon? If I had his fortuitous encounters, I could achieve such great accomplishments as well. The goo immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. We cannot let him grow further. He can annex apertures. He is the enemy of all goo immortals. Let those experts handle him. I am just a minor character. Why would I ever encounter Fang Yuan? The reward is a huge amount of immortal materials. I wonder which lucky person will get them. Lucky person? Exposing the great demon Fang Yuan's location would be offending him. You call that lucky? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength ourselves. Even if he is at his weakest, how weak can that be? No matter how weak a person is, Killing an ant is extremely easy regardless. Even if I find his location, I will not dare to expose him. Plump Lady heard these discussions. She felt conflicting emotions within her. The information had been released in Treasure Yellow Heaven several days ago. It had received huge attention. It was the hot topic currently, without showing signs of dying down. Everyone in the world had seen the Fate War. Feng Yuan's performance was shockingly terrifying. The world knew about his pseudo-venerable battle strength. The title of the #1 demon in the world belonged to him. Nobody dared to contest this. Hopefully, I never meet such a person in my life. No matter how fat I am, my size cannot compare to such a huge demon. If I get involved in his matters, I will die without doubt. Plump Lady was quite aware of her situation. She was only enjoying the show as a spectator. But she did not know that she had once fought against Feng Yuan. In fact, the ancient desolate plant that was stolen earlier was taken by Feng Yuan. While Plump Lady entered closed cultivation, two figures in sorry states supported each other as they moved towards Sand Wolf City step by step. The city guards did not chase them away. They could tell that these two were Gu masters. The guard walked towards them and extended his hand. Entry fee of 1 primeval stone per person. There's still an entry fee? One of the downcast Gu masters started with wide eyes. He was Peng De. The middle-aged Gu master that he was supporting was naturally Mo. The two of them were saved by the air currents generated when Feng Yuan took the 1,000-wish tree. After exerting effort, they finally reached Sand Wolf City. I have them. Mo was already prepared. He took out 2 primeval stones and handed them to the guard. Peng De took a look at these 2 primeval stones. Along the way, he was taught by Mo. He could now inspect his aperture. He found that he had 3 Gu worms. He even understood the value of primeval stones. It was used as currency, but also as a way to replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 primeval stones to enter a city. Peng sighed. Uncle Mo, I will return this sum to you. Mo patted his shoulder. Let's go, kid. No matter how poor I am, I can still afford this fee. During this period, you should stay at my home. You are penniless and have no memory of this city. How can you live alone? Mo had guided Peng De along the way. After finding that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation, he believed the words that he was amnesiac. Uncle, thank you so much. You saved my life and even helped me this much. Don't say that. Mo interrupted Peng De and brought him into the city. Mo's house was at the central area of Sand Wolf City. It was a huge house with a garden that had flowers growing in it. I am back. Mo knocked on the door as his wife opened the door. You are finally back. Mo's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. Seeing her husband, she was happy and surprised. I heard the Chi Tide appeared. I thought you? I was lucky and lived, but my caravan is completely ruined. Only the 2 of us survived. Sigh. Mo sighed deeply. Being alive is the greatest blessing. Mo's wife turned her eyes. Auntie. Peng De greeted after their conversation. Mo's wife chuckled. Little lad, thank you for taking care of my husband along the way. Peng De's face turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was Uncle who took care of me during this journey. Without his help, I would have died in the desert. As travelers outside, helping each other is necessary. Quickly come in. Mo's wife was very welcoming. Mo and Peng De had a rough journey, but they were finally safe now. After showering in Mo's house, the 2 of them went to bed and fell sound asleep. After sleeping from noon to nighttime, Peng De was woken up by Mo for a scrumptious dinner. After dinner, Mo said to his wife, We still have some money left, even though my caravan was destroyed. As long as I am alive, I can rebuild a new caravan. But his wife had a hesitant look. I haven't told you this. I was hesitating. Thankfully, you returned alive. What is it? Mo was curious as he asked. After you left, the city lord sent orders that they would select Gu masters that had a great aptitude and were loyal to Mo clan. Supposedly, this is an order from the higher-ups. They want to nurture Gu masters to become Gu immortals. Oh, there is such a thing. Mo hesitated. The city lord put up a public notice? I went past the city gates quickly. I did not see it. Emily's wife continued. Our son heard the news and wanted to sign up. Emily laughed unconsciously. To think our son would have such aspirations, but he only has B-grade aptitude. Emily's wife laughed. Aptitude is not too important. Loyalty to Mo clan is most important. If we show enough loyalty, our son might be selected. Emily realized at once, asking, how much? Emily's wife said a number. Peng Da's mouth became wide open. Emily's wife was very troubled. Even if we use all our remaining savings, it will not be enough. Husband, the decision is up to you. Emily was silent for a moment before he resolved himself. I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer lazy and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. I will go and borrow shamelessly. I am sure we will gather enough funds. Husband? Emily's wife was touched but felt worried as well. But our caravan was destroyed. I am afraid. Emily smiled as he patted his chest, feeling confident. Don't worry. I am a rank 3 Gu master. My body is strong and my strength is intact. Everyone knows that I only need time. As long as my luck is not bad, I can recover from this loss. The sky was light purple in color. Gathered in midair was a large area of gray clouds resembling thick fog, making the view of soul-pacifying grotto heaven quite unclear. But the layout of this place was good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it. He had disguised as a soul beast. He successfully infiltrated the grotto heaven. After many days, he finally found out a lot of information about soul-pacifying grotto heaven. This was a soul path grotto heaven. There were a lot of soul path cultivation resources here. It had at least 10 giant resource points. In history, it had once produced 2 rank 8 soul path immortals at the same point in time. It was a very rare situation. The biggest trait of soul-pacifying grotto heaven was that it had a soul-pacifying immortal killer move that influenced all lifeforms in this grotto heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and bring peace to Gu immortal souls. It had a huge supplementary effect in soul cultivation. There were 3 aspects in soul path cultivation: strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was using the water of Bewitching Lake. It was known as pacifying soul soup, the most delicious wine in the world. This was recorded in the Legends of Rin. The soul-pacifying killer move in soul-pacifying grotto heaven was created by mimicking the pacifying soul soup. Even Spectral Soul thought that the effect of this move was good. Within soul-pacifying grotto heaven, soul beasts were the most plentiful of beasts. It had raised soul beasts to begin with. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions unified, in order to prepare for war, the Gu immortals of soul-pacifying grotto heaven went outside to hunt and store more soul beasts. But the higher-ups with Lady Cold Ash as the leader still did not think this was enough. They sent even more Gu immortals outside to search for even more soul beasts. Thanks to the soul-pacifying killer move, even if immemorial soul beasts went into soul-pacifying grotto heaven, they would remain peaceful and would not rampage. After Insun returned to the grotto heaven to rest for a few days, he received orders to go out and hunt soul beasts again. I am letting you command 3,000 soul beasts with 1 immemorial soul beast as the guardian. Do your best. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash called for him. And soon was the tall and skinny Gu immortal from earlier. He was the nephew of Lady Cold Ash, and also the Gu immortal with the best prospects to go beyond rank 7 in soul-pacifying grotto heaven. Thank you for the concern, Aunt, and soon said with difficulty. But such a huge soul beast group, I do not have the ability to command them. Lady Cold Ash waved her hand. My killer move can allow you to command the soul beast group with ease for 20 days. And soon was overjoyed. He quickly thanked her. He understood that his aunt was helping in secret and taking care of him. Even though soul-pacifying grotto heaven did not lack resources and had deep foundation, when nurturing Gu immortals, seniority mattered. Lady Cold Ash helped Insun secretly, hoping that he would emerge victorious in the contest against Inchong and become the rank 7 Gu immortal who received the most support. She was his aunt after all. And soon led the Soul Beast army and left soul-pacifying grotto heaven, heading to Black Heaven for his hunt. For the next few days, his gains were little. He became a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the chi tide passes, there would be many dead life forms. Their souls would be left behind and form more soul beasts. And Soon could not understand why this was not happening. Along the way, he did not meet many soul beasts, but he gathered a lot of chi path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul pacifying grotto heaven was a soul path grotto heaven. These chi path immortal materials were almost unusable. They could only be traded away. And Soon could not understand why, but Spectral Soul knew. It seems that after the chi tide passes, chi path Dao marks flood the area, causing other paths to be suppressed. Soul path is no exception. It is hard to form new soul beasts. In contrast, chi path immortal materials are going to increase in numbers. They will be at an absurd number in the future. Spectral Soul saw the trend and felt a little strange internally. To think that chi path would regain its former glory. Chi path had been declining. But with the current situation where chi path immortal materials get produced widely in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the abundance of resources would lower the cost of cultivation. It would create a trend of numerous chi path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed in Soon. He left soul pacifying grotto heaven for his own objectives. He had already inspected soul pacifying grotto heaven, but he could not take action inside. Outside, it was a different story. However, Spectral Soul did not act immediately. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, after more than 10 days, and Soon encountered a group of soul beasts that numbered to more than 1,000. I finally met some, and Soon was overjoyed. He quickly manipulated the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle began. Initially, and Soon had the advantage, but soon, he found that an immemorial soul beast appeared in the enemy's group. He quickly led out his guardian. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought intensely, creating a small battlefield for themselves. The enemy immemorial soul beast was much stronger than Soon had expected. His immemorial soul beast quickly fell into a disadvantage, about to be defeated. And Soon was shocked. He quickly acted to help out his immemorial soul beast. Eventually, and Soon paid a huge price of suffering injuries to exterminate the enemy immemorial soul beast. And Soon felt regret that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast. He had tried many methods to subdue it, but he failed. He had no choice but to kill it in the end. After the battle, and Soon counted his gains and losses. Despite his heavy injuries, he gained 800 soul beasts overall, among which were many ancient soul beasts. This should be enough. And Soon let out a sigh of relief. These gains were sufficient. He did not let down Lady Cold Ash and her expectations. But right when Soon relaxed his mind, Spectral Soul struck at lightning speed, flying into Soon's body. And Soon's face distorted as he shook intensely. After a while, he returned to normal. Spectral Soul came out of his body as Soon knelt down. I pay respects to Master. Spectral Soul nodded with a tired expression. He had an ability to enter a life form's soul and forcefully modify it so that they would obey Spectral Soul from the depths of their soul with absolute loyalty. But there were many limitations to this. He could not use it casually. Back then, Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan when they were at their weakest. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were in poor conditions then, while she had also been subconsciously influenced by him over time. Thus, in order to deal with Soon, Spectral Soul had to wait until he was at his weakest. The reason he caused this huge soul beast battle instead of directly attacking because he needed to deceive soul pacifying grotto heaven. Soon was a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was not easy for him to explore Black Heaven. There were investigative methods used on him. If anything happened to him, soul pacifying grotto heaven would react to it rapidly. After subduing Soon, I have an opening in soul pacifying grotto heaven. Is Lady Cold Ash still far from my grasp? Hee. Spectral Soul chuckled. Soul pacifying grotto heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could take control of it and use it to interfere in the world affairs to accomplish his goals. I have already created my opening here. It is far better than hunting soul beasts myself. I wonder what breakthrough Fairy Ziwei has made already. At the same time, in a certain central continent valley, Fong Yuan, you cannot escape. Fairy Ziwei called out, using a purple meteor attack. The purple meteor landed on Fong Yuan as it pierced his chest, creating a gaping hole. Fong Yuan stared at Fairy Ziwei. He fell with a loud sound and scattered into smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Ziwei was prepared for it, she still felt tired seeing this. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan had already killed hundreds of Fong Yuan's clones. She immediately captured and stored the smoke that the myriad self-clone turned into. Next, she took out a sealed clone of Fong Yuan from her aperture. She instilled the smoke of the destroyed myriad self-clone into the sealed clone. Soon, the white smoke was absorbed by the clone, its cultivation level rose again. These myriad self-clones were summoned by Fong Yuan during the battle in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had used the transportation formation to send them all over Central Continent. Fairy Ziwei was ordered by Spectral Soul to find Fong Yuan. After putting up the arrest warrant, all the information she received involved these clones. Fairy Ziwei had no choice but to pay them the reward as they had provided information. But she also went around laboriously to capture the Fong Yuan myriad self-clones all over the continent. If she left them unattended to, these clones would be the best concealment for Fong Yuan's main body. Fairy Ziwei also had another idea. What if Fong Yuan was hiding among these clones? This was not impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. When I capture one, I can use the connection to find the next clone. But Fairy Ziwei watched as the sealed clone of Fong Yuan rose in cultivation level. She felt worried. Fong Yuan's human path attainment level is so high. These clones can actually devour each other and show such autonomy. Fong Yuan's strength is low because of two reasons. Firstly, the heaven and earth qi are converging and forming qi tides. Immortal apertures are becoming unstable. Secondly, the heaven path Dao marks he absorbed are also like a seal. Among the different paths, human path is the most suitable for dealing with heaven path. Who knows how many heaven path Dao marks Fong Yuan gained? How long can they suppress him for? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the 1,000-wish tree was planted in mini-central continent. An immortal formation with the 1,000-wish tree as the core was already set up, it started to activate now. Due to the influence of the heaven path Dao marks, Sovereign Grotto Heaven had been encountering disasters and calamities endlessly. But even in this situation, Fong Yuan still spent effort to create and defend this formation. Good. After observing for a while, Fong Yuan smiled as he saw the formation working normally. This was a human path formation. The 1,000-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. With his formation path and human path attainment levels, Fong Yuan finally made such progress. The formation in mini-central continent was the main formation. There was going to be 4 more human path subformations created in the other mini-regions. I am trying to use human path to restrict heaven path. Let's see how well it works. Fong Yuan held high expectations for this plan. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here, and soon shouted excitedly. Under his silent supervision, a soul beast army of 1,000 charged towards his ambush. Once they entered his range, and soon activated his ambushing soul beasts, attacking all of the wild soul beasts from all sides. While Insun controlled the soul beast army, he activated Immortal Goo and unleashed all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves landed on them, the soul beasts on his side gained a boost in battle strength, speed, and defense to some degree. This battle lasted for several minutes, and soon successfully killed 400 wild soul beasts, while the rest were captured. Master! And soon gathered a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and absorbed all of these soul cores into his body, starting to digest them. After last time when he secretly followed Insun and enslaved him, Spectral Soul managed to get his plan started. He secretly passed the profundities of soul path cultivation to Insun. According to the soul path immortal goo that Insun had, he personally created soul path killer moves for him. Insun's strength continued to rise. He took many missions to capture soul beasts. For this purpose, Spectral Soul created 2 methods. One could find out the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simplified immortal formation that could lure soul beasts after it was set up. With these 2 methods, Insun captured wild soul beasts with much higher efficiency. Each mission was completed to a high degree. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let down her expectations, but even went beyond that and shined brightly. She was very happy about it. Within soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8. She was naturally their leader. Below her were Enchong and Ensun. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto Heaven and invited them, Lady Cold Ash brought the two of them with her. She wanted to let them gain some experience, and also let them meet up with others to become acquainted with other Gu Immortals. When Lady Cold Ash was in the meeting in the Grotto Heaven, Enchong and Ensun stayed outside the Grotto Heaven and talked with the other rank 7 elites of other Grotto Heavens. But Lady Cold Ash did not know that Ensun was already turned into Spectral Soul's slave. In fact, the entire soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, including herself, was currently targeted by Spectral Soul. Their future was bleak. The more missions he completed, and the higher the completion rate, the more advantage Ensun would have in this competition. Lady Cold Ash could see this. The other Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven also noticed this. One day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Enchong as she instructed. Since the last time Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch called for us to have a meeting, he was very active in asking the Grotto Heavens to work together. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans but only 2 rank 8 humans including me. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. In this journey to Eastern Sea, you are representing soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. You will meet with Granny Skeleton and show our sincerity to cooperate. Yes. And Chong replied, feeling bitter inside. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. By sending him on this mission, she was helping Ensun to claim victory. He was going to become the nurturing target of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. If Ensun performed similarly to himself, Enchong would feel unresigned and angry. But Ensun did really well, far better than him. Even Enchong felt that he had no chance to win. He accepted this mission. He took some immortal materials from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's inventory as a meeting gift. After leaving soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he passed the heavenly wind chi wall and arrived in the 5 regions. He concealed his traces and went from Central Continent to Eastern Sea. Next, he went through the heavenly wind chi wall in Eastern Sea and to Granny Skeleton's area. When the regional walls existed, Gu Immortals had a lot of trouble crossing regions. Many strong Gu Immortals would choose to travel using the 2 heavens. But now that the regional walls had vanished, even a Black Heaven Gu Immortal like Enchong could travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven had a dangerous environment. It would be troublesome if one met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Enchong had an immemorial soul beast hiding in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level after all. Especially now when the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions Gu Immortals had to recuperate, they rarely moved around. Thus, it was easy for Enchong to travel. Along the way, Enchong found that the 5 regions were facing huge disasters. The chi tides had caused much destruction. Regardless, he did not meet with any unexpected mishaps. He successfully arrived in Eastern Sea and went up to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method left by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully went into Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed. The chi tides are surging. With the current changing world, if we do not cooperate, the future will be uncertain. We are all humans. We should work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not create problems for Enchong. She agreed immediately. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in Eastern Sea's Black Heaven, variant human forces are more dominant. Lady Cold Ash wants us to cooperate. Why would Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch do nothing? He must be gathering the variant human forces of the other region's Black Heaven as well. Enchong knew that Granny Skeleton would not say unimportant things. He quickly asked, Senior, what insight might you have? Granny Skeleton said, Since we are uniting the humans of immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have contacted many people already. The response is quite good. Among them, there is one key person. We need your help to persuade them. Granny Skeleton paused and continued. This person is a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He is known as Old Immortal Hua Yu. He controls profound literature Grotto Heaven. He has quite the reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven. If we can ally with this person, it will definitely bring along a number of White Heaven Gu immortals. We will save a lot of effort. And Chong heard this and thought, going to meet old immortal Hua Yu was not part of his mission, but if he could accomplish this feat, he would have a chance to compete with Insun again. Thinking of this, and Chong made his decision, saying to Granny Skeleton, since Senior has already planned this, Junior will set out for profound literature Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised. Good, as expected of a member of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu does not like to fight or kill. That is why he has little interest in an alliance. If you can succeed in this trip, I will reward you greatly. And Chong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to Immemorial White Heaven, meeting with old immortal Hua Yu. Even though old immortal Hua Yu had little interest in an alliance, and Chong was representing Lady Cold Ash in this trip. The other party was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. Old immortal Hua Yu did not dare to ignore them. He opened the door and invited Chong in. After seeing old immortal Hua Yu, and Chong gave the speech that he thought up along the way, but old immortal Hua Yu was unmoved. My profound literature Grotto Heaven does not involve itself in worldly affairs. We are a neutral party. Even though we do not want to make an alliance, the two of us can still exchange resources. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven produced soul path resources. It was quite useful for profound literature Grotto Heaven. Seeing that he could not convince old immortal Hua Yu, and Chong thought that this transaction was at least better than nothing. This was the first time they were interacting. After several transactions, wouldn't they get closer? With a deeper relationship, requesting for an alliance would be much better hopes. After saying goodbye to old immortal Hua Yu, and Chong was asked to stay by another Gu immortal. Gu immortal Hua Song attended to him. He said, you have traveled a long journey to come here. You should stay for a few days. During this period, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition. Many beautiful poems will be created and recited then. It is quite interesting to watch. And Chong had already heard from Granny Skeleton about the poetry culture of profound literature Grotto Heaven. All of their Gu immortals were scholarly and preferred literature works over beautiful women or wine. And Chong wanted to improve his relationship with profound literature Grotto Heaven. Even though he had no interest in poetry or recital, he could not refuse their kind invitation. He agreed to stay. The World Poetry Competition commenced. This was an unprecedented event. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had never held such a huge competition before. Thus, all sorts of talents gathered from all over profound literature Grotto Heaven. Other than the talented scholars who wanted to display their abilities in the poetry competition, many people came here to watch the grand event. Thus, the capital city that was holding the World Poetry Competition became filled with people since a month ago. People moved on the bustling streets. Li Xiaobai and teacher Jiang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds. Xiaobai, if you want to change your circumstances, this is the best chance. I understand your talent, you can pass the first 10 rounds, but the latter 8 will depend on your luck. Sai, teacher cannot help you this time. We might even end up as opponents. Teacher Jiang sighed. This was a grand event. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate and compete with the other talented scholars. After Li Xiaobai heard this, he held down the urge to roll his eyes as he thought, I am almost certain now that you will end up as my opponent, dear teacher. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent into profound literature Grotto Heaven as a pawn to take over this Grotto Heaven. Initially, Li Xiaobai had a smooth sailing journey. He even received the affection of Su clan's young miss, Su Qihan. As a result, Li Xiaobai became one of the 10 great scholars. He had a chance to become Su clan's son-in-law. Next, while Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook as mountains collapsed and rivers flooded. The people in Li Xiaobai's group got injured while some died. They were trapped in the valley for months before Li Xiaobai managed to escape for his life. Because of this, he missed the opportunity and did not meet with the emperor. Without the emperor's decree, his 10 great scholar title was conferred to others. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Qihan but found that after hearing about his situation, she went to look for him and went missing as a result. Even now, she had not returned yet. After arriving in the capital city, Li Xiaobai encountered many setbacks. People tried to target him secretly. He offended officials or royalty without knowing it. He had a tough time. If not for teacher Zhang's help, he would have ended up on the streets as a beggar. But he knew why. Even though my main body destroyed Fate Gu, our strong luck was almost completely expended in this battle. The result is that I as a clone also became really unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is the event created by Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to choose new Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher does not know the details, he still chose to join. He is going to become my obstacle. I am so unlucky now. I will definitely face him. If I defeat him, this teacher might hate me for life. But this chance is too rare. If I do not use it to deal with the difficulties ahead, I will meet with more problems in the future. Lord Gu Masters, please come in. The waiter bent his back as he invited Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house of the capital city. It is very crowded. I have come here many times in the past. Hua Song transmitted as he explained to Enchong. The two had disguised as Gu Masters as they came to the capital city of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Enchong was more willing to observe the capital city from above the clouds. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only accompany the person who invited him. I want a table on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with this place. The two came to the 5th floor. They entered the room and saw through the windows that the streets were bustling with people outside. The street with the bronze gate where the first round of the competition was held was completely packed with people. These are the current generation scholars of my Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They are the hope of our future as well. Please observe. Hua Song sighed as he handed a rank 5 investigative Gu worm to Enchong. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong took a look and used it immediately, his field of vision changing immediately. He could now see the talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi had all sorts of colors. Some were taller than others, they all had different forms. It was an eye-opener. Since you have such a Gu worm to observe talent chi, what is the point of holding this competition? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You might not know, talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if one possesses a larger talent chi, they might not be able to use it properly in actual competition. Furthermore, this competition requires them to make poems on the spot. They cannot cheat. We want to test the upbringing of these scholars. Some who have abundant talent chi might not have sufficient inspiration to create the highest quality poems. Enchong nodded. I see that the formations here are interlinked. They are able to amplify the creative thinking of the scholars. Hua Song nodded. Indeed, you are very perceptive. Within the immortal formation, scholars are able to display greater abilities than usual. They will make full use of their talents. As they spoke, the door was knocked. After getting Hua Song's permission, the waiter brought over an array of dishes and wine. 8 treasure duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, crab meat. They are all signature dishes of our tea house. Please enjoy the food. The waiter said. Hua Song gave the waiter 1 primeval stone as a tip before he left the room. Hua Song explained to Enchong. Envoy, even though the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by Lord Hua Yu in his youth, when he was still a rank 4 Gu master. He became the top scholar and thus this tea was named by him as the top scholar tea. Oh! Enchong became interested now. This was the creation of a rank 8 Gu immortal in his youth. Then I will have to savor this well. Enchong drank it. He shut his eyes as he tasted the tea. In a daze, he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. It was as if he had attained success after decades of hard work. He finally gained the reputation and fame that he deserved. Life was at its peak. Good tea, good tea. Enchong praised sincerely. Even though this is a mortal tea, it has a trace of human path ingenuity within it. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Heavenly Court used multiple human path killer moves with shocking power. The entire world knew about it. Thus, human path became renowned in the world. Everyone knew about it. While the two immortals were enjoying their tea, the bronze gate of the first competition ground opened slowly. The crowd of people waiting before the gate erupted into a huge commotion. It's opening, it's opening. Don't squeeze. Quickly let me in. The crowds charged through the gate. Li Xiaobai was among them, but he was at the back instead. He moved along with the people as he analyzed the rules of this competition. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds. Each one has a question. Everyone has to answer it, regardless of how many people. Their final product will be assessed and only half will be able to pass. Towards the later rounds, the numbers will continue being halved. Like this, once someone passes all 18 rounds, they will fulfill the condition. If someone fails once, they will have to return to the previous round. If they keep losing and fall out of the first round, they will be out. However, this poetry competition will last for 7 days. Everyone has 3 opportunities to try even if they get kicked out of the first round. This way, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will be able to pick the most eligible Gu Immortal seeds. Even if someone makes a mistake, they will have a chance to try again. But if any scholar fails to perform throughout the 7 days, it will mean that they are not up to standard. They are not qualified to receive the Grotto Heaven's help to become an immortal. Li Xiaobai retracted his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first arena. The arena was large but packed with scholars. There were males and females, young and old. The number of people exceeded the thousands. This was just the first day. Li Xiaobai waited for another 15 minutes in the arena before all of the scholars had joined the first round. There was truly a sea of people. The liveliness was overwhelming. Thankfully, the first arena was an immortal formation space. It could expand casually and hold so many scholars without problems. Bang, bang, bang. As the drums rolled, a voice was transmitted into the scholars' minds. World Poetry Competition. First question. Spring. The time limit is 5 minutes. After saying that, the voice vanished. The first question is spring? Many scholars frowned while many scholars showed happy expressions. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, there are simply too many spring poems in existence. This question seems really easy. After all, most scholars would have some sort of verses related to this theme. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires the creation of poems on the spot, a person can easily modify existing verses to create their own new poems. But in reality, this question is quite the tough one. Li Xiaobai had an expression of deep thought. He knew that his poem was going to compete against the surrounding people. As long as he was stronger than half of them, he would progress to the next stage. Many scholars noticed this as well. Many people started to think. Some sat down on the ground while others paced around with their arms behind their backs. Some lowered their heads, muttering softly to themselves. Li Xiaobai's thought was, which poem do I use or steal? There were many spring-related poems in his memory. They were all amazing classics. But using a legendary classic from the start was not good. This would not allow Li Xiaobai to explain himself in the future. He did not have top-tier talent chi. If he took out a shocking poem now, he would attract suspicion. If his luck was good now, Li Xiaobai might take slight risks. But now that he was having bad luck, Li Xiaobai decided to play safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking about it, many scholars already started to make their poems. Thus, all kinds of lights shining in all colors, weak or strong, appeared. Whenever the light fades from a scholar's body, they would have some gains. Some gained goo worms, some gained a rise in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, while others recovered from fatigue. This was the killer move known as assisting literary talents. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's creator, its original owner, had used this move before his death. Because of assisting literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study. It eventually created the environment of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven where most people were scholars. Li Xiaobai decided on his poem. He coughed lightly before starting his recital. A moonlit night. Deep into the night the moon shines on half a cottage. Across the sky the Big Dipper lies. The Little Dipper tilts an incline. The warmth of spring is readily felt tonight. Through the green window screen, insects buzz and hum. After Li Xiaobai finished his recital, a light buzzing noise could be heard around him. His entire body shined in an intense green light. Whoosh! The scholars around Li Xiaobai felt an invisible pressure as the green light forced them to move aside. A huge empty space was created with Li Xiaobai at the center. Such a strong light. A famed poem has appeared. To think that a famed poem would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it. Many scholars lost their train of thought. They all looked towards Li Xiaobai with admiration and suspicion. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but he was a little conflicted inside. Sigh. I went overboard a little. The effect was so eye-catching. I gained too much attention. He looked around, hoping someone would step up and take the attention away from him. As the green light entered his aperture, his cultivation level rose. Oh, a famed poem has appeared. Let me go read it. At the tea house, Huasong had a sensation. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Huasong nodded in satisfaction. Brilliant, brilliant. This Li Xiaobai is very young, but his poems are very mature. Normally, spring poems would use verses involving greenery or peach blossoms. But this poem uses another train of thought, using the night scene to conceal the spring light. It is quite interesting. The final verse must be created using Li Xiaobai's personal experiences. It has a refreshing, happy, and lively feeling. Poems take after the creator. This Li Xiaobai has a superb mindset. Huasong praised it for a while, as if he had just eaten a delicacy of the world. He looked at Enchong as he smiled. I wonder what Envoy thinks of this poem? Enchong felt a headache as he thought, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what's so good about this poem. Sigh, he wants me to critique it. What should I say? Li Xiaobai's expectations were not disappointed. After his recital, 3 more people stepped up. One was a strong man wearing a golden mask. He was shining in a glaring golden light. There was an old man wearing a cone hat. He was holding a cane as a green light moved around him. There was also a woman. She had a slim body and wore a pink dress. Her face was covered by a veil. After her recital, butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famed poems on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. This world has Gu worms to assist with poem creation. Gu masters are also able to extend their lifespan and gain more experience in life. Thus, famed poems are more likely to appear than on Earth. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare creation, but in profound literature grotto heaven, it would not be unmatched. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them had their own territory as they looked at each other. The strong man, old man, and woman placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They knew each other, they had some sort of understanding towards their works, but Li Xiaobai was a newcomer. Who is this young man? His talent chi is not dense. How can he create such a famed poem? Interesting guy. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai. It seems you are performing well today. Continue working hard. In the end, no accidents happened. Li Xiaobai moved to the next round and was teleported away. After he regained his senses, he arrived in another arena. This is the 5th round, scholars. Please wait patiently. Li Xiaobai heard a voice in his mind. Li Xiaobai understood at once. So the advancement has differences as well. The poem I made is enough to pass 3 rounds and directly reach the 5th round. This is quite a logical rule. But this means that the Gu masters who reached this round are all people who created famed poems. Only half of these people can pass. The pressure has intensified now. Li Xiaobai looked around. He found 2 familiar faces. It was the strong man and the woman from earlier. After noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. She seemed to be smiling under the veil. Meanwhile, the strong man had an air of arrogance. After giving Li Xiaobai a glance, he started to shut his eyes and meditate. In the 5th round, there was only the 3 of them now. I wonder which round that old man went to. I should pretend to rest now. When scholars made poems, they had to think with all their effort, but he only had to select a suitable poem for his use. This was too easy, he had to conceal the fact. After waiting for several minutes in the 5th round arena, the second competition began. He had more than 20 competitors. Li Xiaobai felt a certain level of pressure in his heart. The theme of the second competition was travel. The time limit was the same as before. Travel? This question is the same as spring. It is so broad and easy to write. But creating a famed poem will be very hard. The strong man sighed to himself. The woman was thinking, I am not well versed in this, what should I do? Li Xiaobai was also contemplating, which poem do I copy? After thinking for a while, he felt that he could not use a classic poem, the effect would be too overwhelming, but he could not use a bad poem. Otherwise, he would fail to advance and be kicked back to the previous round. Li Xiaobai was a little troubled. It was not easy to gauge this situation. He knew his own ability, but he did not know about others. He did not know what sort of poem to use to win but not gain too much attention. In the first round, I went overboard. I should not try for first place now, Li Xiaobai told himself. He waited patiently. After a few minutes, some scholars already created their poems. After that, a few more started to recite their poems. Colorful lights appeared. Li Xiaobai sighed to himself, thinking, it seems that famed poems are not easy to create. These people did well in the first round, but currently, they are only performing at an average level. Li Xiaobai soon had an idea of the situation, but he did not start working. He was still waiting. As the time limit was about to be up, he finally saw some famed poems. One from the strong man. He recited a poem with great battle intent, resembling the march of horses and spears. His entire body was flickering with golden light. One could hear the clash of spears and blades. The second famed poem came from the woman. She created a gentle poem, describing a young lady looking outside her room's window, listening to the stories of travelers outside, imagining her own travel journey. It was quite impressive. All right, it is my turn now. Li Xiaobai coughed as he recited. Date flowers fall on the villagers' clothes. The sound of reeling carts heard from every household. Old men dressed in simple clothes sell cucumbers under the willow tree. Feeling drunk and drowsy from the long journey. The bright sun makes my throat dry. I thirst for a refreshing drink. I knock on the door of a mortal house, hoping to request for some tea. He had copied Su Shi's silk washing stream. After the recital, be it the strong man or the woman, they were evidently moved as they analyzed the poem. Good poem. This poem starts with description of the scenery and actions at the back. With the fusion of both, one can feel interested in the event. Even though he is writing about a scenery, he uses his voice to create an image. Compared to normal descriptions, this is very vivid. The emotional part is also very interesting. This kid might be a Gu master, but he is very polite and courteous. He does not barge into a mortal's house. He is truly a gentleman and has incomparable elegance. Reading his poem shows his nature. This young scholar is really promising. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with a different gaze now. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of air, pretending that he was extremely exhausted. After this round, I should be able to advance. Not just that, my performance was really good. I did not gain too much attention, but I also did not show inability. Li Xiaobai was quite satisfied with himself. After waiting for a while, the time limit was up. He became stunned. Most scholars failed to create a poem. This is the World Poetry Competition. I need to display my best abilities. If I use any inferior work, it will be too shameful. I did my best but could not create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. This trip was worth my time. I got to hear 3 famed poems. Haha, in the worst-case scenario, I might fall to the first round, so what? Goodbye. Those scholars that did not create a poem left in a carefree manner, while those scholars who made inferior poems showed shameful expressions. Li Xiaobai was calm on the outside but internally flummoxed. How can you guys act so graciously? Even though he advanced, he had gained too much attention again. Earlier, he was quite satisfied with the situation, but to think these scholars would be so useless. Humph. I had overestimated them, Li Xiaobai thought. There was nothing to say. He successfully advanced to the 9th round. After patiently waiting for a while, the people gathered. This time, there was less than 10 of them. Many of them were famous scholars. They knew each other and greeted politely. They were calm and elegant on the outside, but were all feeling nervous internally. At this point, the pressure of these competitors intensified again. I need to be stable. I cannot create a commotion again. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists. He kept reminding himself. But this time, his opponents all performed well. more than half of the Gu masters created famed poems. Li Xiaobai was the last one left. Li Xiaobai had a nervous expression, but he was calm internally. He recited the poem that he had already prepared in advance. With some flickering light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4. He gained a new Gu worm. This time, he planned meticulously. The poem he created was just borderline in the middle. He managed to advance successfully, but he was at the bottom of the batch. Right when Li Xiaobai was feeling happy. Cough. Someone coughed out a mouthful of blood. Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man shook as he sat down with difficulty. The woman coughed for a long time with a pale expression. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing on the spot, unaffected. At once, everyone's gazes were on him again. This young man is very strong. Currently speaking, he has already created 3 famed poems. He did not get injured at all. It seems that he had not gone all out when he made his poem earlier. Impressive. After this competition, I need to befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens. Why did everyone overexert themselves? Wasn't it just a poem competition? Why were they risking their lives? He wanted to pretend to cough blood too, but it was too late now. He could not disguise himself anymore. Li Xiaobai had to continue moving to the next round with a plain expression. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan stood under the 1,000-wish tree, looking up only to see a blazing light in the sky. There were specks and lumps, fading and flickering. It was truly a dazzling sight. Looking at the ground, sand and dust rumbled as wind was blowing wildly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. His heaven path Dao marks were increasing in number. He had originally gained 3,000 or so Dao marks from the Gu refinement, but now he was approaching 3,500 Dao marks. With the increase in heaven path Dao marks, the number of other Dao marks in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was reducing in number. This scene reminded Fang Yuan of his time in Crazed Demon Cave. At the second lowest floor of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan saw the development of worlds. Countless worlds were destroyed as heaven path Dao marks formed. The heaven path Dao marks interlinked with each other or spread out themselves, forming new worlds. At this moment, even though the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into heaven path Dao marks, they were still modifying the various Dao marks within this immortal aperture. Of course, the heaven path Dao marks were not just increasing. Sometimes they fell in numbers. One heaven path Dao mark turned into many Dao marks of other paths, spreading throughout the world. Using the transformation of these Dao marks, in accordance with the heavenly Dao, the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture was modified. Like the scene that Fang Yuan was observing now, light was appearing in the sky. It meant that light path Dao marks were increasing in numbers. There was also wind and rumbling sand on the ground. It meant that wind path and earth path Dao marks were also increasing in numbers. If this goes on for a long time, the surroundings of the 1,000-wish tree would turn into a barren desert. The trend was too obvious. Fang Yuan smiled coldly to himself. He had originally thought that the 1,000-wish tree was meant to be planted in a desert. But now, even though he was not wrong, his understanding was distorted. The 1,000-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. It used human will to create fruits. It was most suited to be grown in a bustling environment like a large city or market filled with people. The more human will, the better. However, the heavenly Dao did not want the 1,000-wish tree to grow properly. It changed the heaven path Dao marks to create a blazing sun and a vast area of sand, to isolate it from the living people. In order to survive, the 1,000-wish tree had to change its own traits to adapt to this difficult environment and live. But now that it was placed in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, the immortal formation created its own desert environment for it to slowly adapt and change. It would not be destroyed because of an unsuitable environment. But outside the immortal formation was a fertile land with lush greenery and warm sunlight. The immortal formation was not isolated. The 1,000-wish tree's human path aura could be sensed by the heavenly Dao. But these heaven path Dao marks were not under Fang Yuan's control. They could not change according to the environment within the immortal formation. They modified the environment outside the formation to stop the 1,000-wish tree's growth. Thus, Fang Yuan learned about some things. The 1,000-wish tree will finish growing in 300 years. flower at its 600th year and bear fruit at the 900th year. It will create exactly 1,000 fruits at that time. This is something that everyone knows as a fact, but now it seems this is not true. The 1,000-wish tree is restricted by the heavenly Tao. Its actual potential is much larger. From now on, I will water it with human will. I will gradually change its habitat. Its production will definitely rise greatly. This was a future plan. Fang Yuan came to the 1,000-wish tree today for another matter. At his will, cooking luck pot revealed itself above him. Rank 7 cooking luck pot was large as a basin. It was shining in golden and white light, sacred and royal. The pot had thick sides, about the thickness of a thumb. There were 8 dragons at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. At the top of the pot, one could see Fang Yuan's exposed luck. It looked gray and damaged. Even though cooking luck pot was only rank 7, unable to contain all of Fang Yuan's luck in this one pot, it was still possible to observe something from it. Fang Yuan's colossal luck was almost fully consumed in the Fate War. After the fight, his luck became very low. This was his third hidden threat, aside from the Chi Tide and Heaven Path Tao marks. Fate was constant while luck was variable. When one's luck was poor, it meant that unfavorable developments might happen. But now, Fang Yuan's main body had immense battle strength that was pseudo-venerable level. No matter how bad his luck was, he had the power to resist problems. This was not a big issue for the main body, but he was worried about the luck of his clones. Outside of cooking luck pot were the luck of his respective clones. The Time Path clone's luck still resembled the river of time, but the water was no longer flowing smoothly. It was chaotic and the front of the river was cut off. It looked quite worrying. Jean Boudu's luck was originally a mature eagle spreading its wings and flying, but now the eagle had fallen into water. It was covered by flowing water that made things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a bright blooming flower. The flower was bright red and burning intensely in a red color. Within the flame, the petals bloomed. It might look like good luck, but the hidden threat was huge. He was basically playing with fire. He would die if he could not control the flames. Wu Shuai's luck was like a coiling dragon. 3 of its dragon claws were holding onto a dragon pearl each. One had the silhouette of Dragon Palace. One had countless ants in it, while the third pearl had the image of Dizong Sheng. Wu Shuai had the strongest luck among them, but he was surrounded by blade and sword qi, approaching from all directions. Fang Yuan's main body had poor luck. His clones were in even worse states. Fang Yuan had sensed his clone's problem long ago. It was not that he did not try to resolve it, but his methods failed. The Heaven Path Tao marks restricted him. Whenever he tried to use a killer move, they would interfere and cause his killer move activation to fail. Even if he succeeded, the power of the move would be greatly lowered. But this time, it should be different. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan multitasked, manipulating the formation around the 1,000-wish tree while also activating cooking luck pot. The 1,000-wish tree's branches continued to shake. Bright rainbow light shot out of the formation, entering cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot started to modify the luck of his clones. The surrounding world started to rage with intense winds and fierce lightning. Heaven Path Tao marks appeared one by one. Some were all over the place while others appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. The way of humans was to take away deficits while magnifying surpluses. With the help of the human path immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcefully made modifications of certain degrees to the luck of his clones. The Time Path clone's river luck stabilized and became smoother. Jean Boudu's eagle luck started to shed its feathers in the water. It seemed like it was turning into a fish, adapting to the environment. Li Xiaobai's flower luck started to crystallize under the intense flames. It no longer had a threat of turning to ashes. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's dragon luck still remained in a coiling state. There was no change to the luck. The surrounding blade and sword qi, however, became much weaker, turning from dense smoke to light smoke. This meant that there would still be a fight, but the scale of the battle would be much smaller than before. The problem of the clones is settled. The truly troublesome thing is the Heaven Path Tao marks. Fong Yuan could increasingly understand the deeper intentions of Red Lotus as time passed. Eastern Sea, Merman Imperial Court. The sound of instruments was complemented with delicious wine and food. At the grand banquet, the three female immortals leading the Merman Imperial Court sat on the main seats as they entertained an unexpected guest. Good wine, good music, and even better dance. The guest drank his wine in one gulp as he slammed the cup on the table, laughing loudly. He had a square face, he was muscular and strong. His skin was snow white, his eyes and hair were icy blue in color. Rank 8 aura permeated from his body. He was a snowman goo immortal from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It was the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the last meeting of the Black Heaven forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly contacted Central Continent's Heavenly Court, while Lady Cold Ash contacted the human experts like Granny Skeleton. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not stay motionless. His target was not White Heaven or Black Heaven, but the 5 regions instead. Thus, he went to Eastern Sea and approached the Merman Force. Eastern Sea's Merman Force had 3 leaders. They were all mermaid immortals. They were called Lien Ku Xin, Uz, and Xianing Si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals were seeing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a variant human rank 8 Gu immortal, they held this banquet to welcome him. Upon hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lien Ku Xin smiled and replied, "Thank you for the praise. These dancing Gu masters all are the hope of our Merman tribe, our Gu immortal seeds. It is their honor to be praised by you, Immortal Monarch." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Pardon my insolence, but if these merfolk are the hope of your tribe, I'm afraid you are going to be wiped from existence soon." These words made many of the merfolk's expressions change. The dancing merfolk even became disorganized for a moment. Lien Ku Xin remained smiling. "We already understand your intention in coming here. We are not going to be provoked by your words. For countless years, Mermen have lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and harmoniously. We have been neutral all along. We will not participate in any conflict outside." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Preposterous! Who does not want to live in peace? But in history, such peace can only be gained through conflict and war. The Merman race received the help of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. That is why you could live like this until now. In the entire 5 regions, only you are still a super force among the variant humans. But we have all seen the Fate War already. Fate has been destroyed. The 5 regions have merged. The world is changing right in front of our very eyes. With disasters and calamities, conflict will ensue and last for a long time. Your Merman Imperial Court wants to stay out of this? Hee. How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he still have to protect you?" Lien Ku Xin had a grim expression. She could not rebuke him. Uz snorted coldly beside her. "We have more than 10 Gu immortals and Immortal Gu House floating reputation boat. How is it completely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's credit that we are able to develop to today's scale?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your floating reputation boat long ago, but so what? It is just a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. You have many Gu immortals, but do you have a single rank 8 Gu immortal? Not a single one. Forget about everything else. If I want to attack you now, can anyone stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianing Si said, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can attack now. We will show you the power of our Merman race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I am not trying to become enemies with you. We are all variant humans in the current world where humans dominate. I want us to cooperate. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. How can I possibly fight you? I understand why you do not want to cooperate. But think about this. As long as I spread the word that the 3 of you have invited me here and show signs of wanting to join up with Black Heaven's variant human forces to resist the humans, what will happen?" Hee. The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They all had grim expressions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke gently, but he had a tough tone. It was a forceful cooperation. If they rejected him, He would spread rumors and lie that the merfolk want to join him. At this time, the Fate War was known to everyone. The things that Duke Long said to Feng Yuan exposed to the world that variant humans were going to rise up. Once this news was spread out regarding the Merman Imperial Court and the variant humans, it would raise the paranoia of the humans. They would become a public enemy. By then, with the usual behavior of humans, they would form into an allied army and eliminate the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been wanting to take down the Merman Imperial Court long ago. They were only restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the Merman wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether anyone believed this lie, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. The Merman Imperial Court would be forced to resist. They would only be able to survive if they worked with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch or other equally powerful alliances. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's objective had already been fulfilled. The three mermaids were troubled. They knew about the trend of the world. They were actively choosing goo immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen, they were variant humans. This status placed them in an awkward spot all along throughout the eras. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they would be in an even worse position when everyone was paranoid. Thus, the merman tribe felt a strong sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their members during this new era. Thus, they did not want to antagonize Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they did not want to side with this ambitious leader and wage war on the humans either. Seeing that the mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled again. How about this? We are all variant humans. I do not want to force you. Let's make a bet. The 3 mermaids looked at each other. Yuzi asked, "What bet?" "We will have a 3-round competition no matter what methods your tribe uses. As long as you can defeat me in 1 round, I will forget about the suggestion to make an alliance. I will leave without exposing anything about your tribe or spreading any rumors. But if I win all 3 rounds, it will mean that your merman tribe is just too weak, unable to even defeat a rank 8 goo immortal like me. You will be in great danger anyway. You should work with me to ensure that your tribe survives the tides of time." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said slowly. The 3 mermaids had no choice. They nodded and agreed to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids went all out, gathering the goo immortals of the tribe and creating the battle formation. Merman Wave's sacred spiritual formation. Good formation, it can actually trap enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised it. "Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed loudly. He went into the formation and attacked several times. The tides turned into ice and shattered, allowing him to escape easily. The Merman Goo Immortals suffered backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. They all had grim expressions. "It is a pity you do not have any rank 8 expert controlling the formation," Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch critiqued. During the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used their Immortal Goo House floating reputation boat. After 100 rounds of fighting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch claimed victory again. The 3 female mermen went into anxious discussions. "Only the 3rd round is left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will need to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that?" Xianing Si suggested. Lienko Xian and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. "No, we cannot use that. The influence is too large. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's rumor, we will become the target of everyone. Our tribe will be exterminated. If we do not use that, what will we do? Do we request help from Eastern Sea's human forces? No, we are all affected by the chi tides now. Why would those humans come here to help us? Even if they come, the price will be too large." "Oh, I thought of someone. Why don't we ask Gu Tribe's leader for help?" Xianing Si asked. Lien Ku Xian sighed, denying this possibility. "He is Gu Tribe's leader. Even though he has rank 8 cultivation level, he is a beastman that is in seclusion. We have a good relationship with him, but if we ask him for help, that will be making things difficult for him. Furthermore, he might not defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." Yuzi's eyes suddenly brightened. "I thought of someone. This person might be able to help us. He might even win against Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." "Who?" Indeed, at this point in time, Who can help us? Yuzi blinked as she said, Did you forget? There is currently a great expert at Gu Tribe's headquarters. Oh, him. Lien Kuxian suddenly realized. Brilliant. I will contact Gu Tribe's leader now. We will ask Lord Wu Shui for help. Xianing Si said that as she rapidly got to action. Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe's blessed land. A grand palace was stationed here. The whole palace shined with slight orange-gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Within Dragon Palace, dream realms were spread out. In other Immortal Gu houses, nobody would dare to do this. But although Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house, it had dream path Immortal Gu and was not at risk of the dream realm corroding it. In front of the dream realm, Fong Yuan's clone, Wu Shui, had his eyes shut. His body was here, but his soul was inside the dream realm, continuously exploring it. Within the dream realm, Wu Shui was the disciple of a medical clinic. He was trying to learn their skill. A young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist stepped into the clinic with a valiant aura. The young man had quite the status. The old doctor who owned the clinic had to attend to him personally. Doctor, ever since I won the fight last time, I have been feeling that my body has some lingering issues, the young man said. The old doctor chuckled. Come, I will check your pulse. Check my pulse. The young man frowned, having a perplexed expression. The old doctor said slowly, This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can inspect illnesses. As a person's heart continues to beat, their blood will flow through their veins and create pulses. Through my specially created healing Gu worm, I can inspect your pulse and find out the cause of your illness. The young man had a surge of admiration. Worthy of an experienced doctor. I've heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Does this method to inspect the pulse make use of a human vein to target the cause of the problem? Ha ha ha. That is precisely so. Extend your hand. The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his hand. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist, closing his eyes to inspect it. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. This is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious on the outside. This is quite vicious. You were hit by a phantom path method. The young man nodded. Senior is completely right. My opponent was a Gu master specializing in phantom path. I was hit by his attack, and although I did not suffer injuries, it still felt weird. Usually at night, I could undergo activities with more than 10 of my concubines, but now, I get extremely tired after engaging with one. Also, my waist often aches and my body feels hot. I perspire a lot when I sleep. I even feel dizziness at times. The old doctor nodded. This phantom path method is quite wicked. It targets your kidney. In other words, you have kidney deficiency. Phantom path is troublesome indeed. What should I do now? The young man asked. The old doctor replied, I will prescribe you some medicine. Take it for a month. During this month, you should not engage in bedroom activities. The young man had a difficult expression. Senior, can you use Gu worms to heal me directly? If I have to hold it for a month, I'll go crazy. The old doctor shook his head. Phantom path methods alternate between reality and illusion. We need ample time to deal with it. Even though my medicine is not a healing Gu worm, it is not far from an actual Gu recipe. It can definitely treat your problem. Other than this method, it will be hard to cure you. Unless you can find a doctor who has greater skill than me, he might be able to resolve your issue. The young man sighed. Senior is the greatest healer I know. I will follow your prescription. The dream faded away. The exploration was successful. Human vein. Wu Shui's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning in this dream. This dream realm gave him the true meaning of two paths, phantom path and human path. Fong Yuan's human path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but phantom path was only at ordinary. His main body still had the corpses of many heavenly court Gu immortals. They had phantom apertures. But earlier, his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom Gu, he could not deduce the profundity of phantom path. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were given to Wu Shui to explore. These dreams were all obtained from Etion Mountain by Fang Yuan. Even though a portion were used in the Fate War, a large amount was still left. After Wu Shuai left Heavenly Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Gu Tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his Immortal Aperture's entrance to draw in heaven and earth chi, he kept enclosed cultivation, exploring dream realms to gain more true meaning, to raise the attainment levels of his main body's many paths. Currently, my main body needs human path attainment level. After this exploration, even though we did not gain much human path attainment level and are still at Grandmaster, it should be of some help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest, preparing for his next dream realm exploration. He saw that there was an information path mortal Gu from Gu Tribe's leader in the hall. Gu Tribe's leader would not bother me with trivial matters. Something important must have happened. Wu Shuai retrieved the information path mortal Gu and checked it. Oh! A rank 8 snowman Gu immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is finding problems with the Merman Imperial Court? In the letter, the three mermaids promised that as long as Wu Shuai taught this evil visitor a lesson and forced him away, they would thank him with rewards. Gu Tribe's leader also used a polite tone to subtly request for Wu Shuai's help. Of course I will help. Wu Shuai smiled lightly. He had a portion of Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories. Wu Shuai learned that in the previous life, when the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions united, there were chi tides too. The 5 regions Gu immortals were forced to recuperate. During this period, the forces in the 2 heavens came out and acted arrogantly for some time. To think that I would have a chance to interact with these grotto heaven forces. This is a great opportunity. For my main body's plans, I should do my best. Bam! The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai came out of his closed cultivation. At the banquet, the fragrance of wine spread, but the atmosphere was very grim. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled at them. The song and dance had ended. The hall was silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch drank a mouthful of wine as he asked, I wonder if you have already decided on who to send for the final round? The 3 mermaids' expressions turned darker, but at this time, they received a letter. Their faces glowed with joy. Xianing Si said, Since Immortal Monarch is eager, let's start the 3rd fight. Good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch placed down his wine cup. How will we do this final fight? Do tell me. We have invited someone to go against Immortal Monarch. Lian Ku Xian said. This lord has arrived already. Prepare yourself, Immortal Monarch. Yuzi smiled coldly. After a few breaths of time, following the mermaid immortals, Wu Shuai stepped into the hall. Who wants to fight me? Wu Shuai asked, his voice reverberating in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai and his expression changed. His casual and carefree attitude was no more. He said in shock, You! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had gained a lot of information about the Fate War. Wu Shuai was one of the stars that shined. Everyone in the world knew about him now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch understood at once why the 3 mermaids had such confidence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew about Wu Shuai's strength. There was little hope in beating him. But in this situation, he had no choice but to ask, Greetings, Wu Shuai, to think that you are in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder where Fang Yuan is. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I gained Fang Yuan's help to revive. We were merely working together to resist Heavenly Court earlier. You are my opponent? Go ahead and attack. Wu Shuai had a lofty expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was angry. His expression turned cold. Wu Shuai, you have rank 7 cultivation level, but your tone is very arrogant. Wu Shuai smiled. Whose tone is more arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What? You came to look for problems with the mermen. Let's not waste time. Wu Shuai stared. Not attacking? Then I will make my move. Saying so, he waved his hand. An immortal Gu house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He watched as the immortal Gu house came crashing towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He could not resist this famous immortal goo house head-on. He quickly dodged. The three mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so quickly. He attacked with no warning. Xianing Si quickly urged, "Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall. If you are going to fight, it would be better to do it outside." Boom! Dragon Palace expanded again. The entire Merman Hall was blown apart. As dust clouds rumbled, the mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew out pitifully. Dragon Palace rose to the sky as Wu Shuai stood at the door, looking down at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. "Don't run, little fellow." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was pounding from the sudden assault. His throat felt dry. "Wu Shuai, you are a senior. Don't rely on the power of the immortal goo house if you have guts." "Oh, is that so?" Wu Shuai snickered. The three mermaids felt something amiss. Yuzi quickly shouted, "Senior Wu Shuai, these are the headquarters of merfolk. If you are going to fight, please do it outside." Before she ended her sentence, with a loud sound, Di Zongshang was released from Dragon Palace by Wu Shuai. Roar! The evil dragon roared, creating colossal waves. Its body was like a huge mountain, squeezed within the blessed land. Its dragon tail waved as several mountains and valleys were flattened. Countless merfolk scrambled and ran away, screaming in chaos. The three mermaids were stunned. They did not know what to do. "Come fight!" Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Palace and the huge vicious evil dragon. He felt that he was very insignificant. Even as a snowman who was extremely resistant to cold, at this moment, he felt a deep chill flowing down his spine. After being quiet for some time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists and said, "Senior, you are very powerful. Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this battle." The three mermaids were silent. Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but nobody felt strange that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was admitting defeat to him. Even without Dragon Palace, just the evil dragon alone could slaughter Heavenly Court's 2 transformation path experts and survive the attack of countless goo immortals. During the Fate War, Di Zongshang had only lost to Feng Jiugu and Duke Long. "Humph, little fellow, you are quite smart." Wu Shuai chuckled as he stored away Di Zongshang and Dragon Palace. "Next, let's talk about the alliance." Wu Shuai descended and said this. "Senior Wu Shuai." The three mermaids were shocked. "What? You still think you can isolate yourselves from everything?" Wu Shuai's eyebrows were raised. He spoke in displeasure. The three immortals did not dare to rebuke him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was overjoyed. To think that there would be a turn of events. He stammered, "Say, Senior, you mean to say?" Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. "Come, let's talk in the hall." Because of Wu Shuai's interference, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had to admit defeat. He had originally thought that his plan to ally with the merman had failed, but to think that Wu Shuai had the same intention as him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court made a bet. The loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wu Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court to hold a talk with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Their discussion got more animated. The three mermaids' expressions turned grimmer. Wu Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heavens for a meeting. He immediately requested to join them and even urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the remaining forces for a second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting was going to happen much later, but Wu Shuai was urging him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought, "With Wu Shuai's reputation, I can use it to my advantage. It is possible to push the meeting forward without issues." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if they gathered the Grotto Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven, there would still be a huge internal threat. Among these forces, there was a small group of human forces. He wanted variant humans to lead the alliance. Thus, he had been looking for allies aggressively during this period. He had already contacted all of the variant human forces that he knew. Even the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea was visited after all. If he knew that Gu tribe was at the bottom of the sea, he would visit them too. But with this Dragonman great expert Wu Shuai that everyone knows, Even if the human faction gathers more people, they cannot match his influence, right? Wu Shuai attacked Heavenly Court as a dragon man and ended up as the victor. This result gave him huge prestige and reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thus held the second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The group was even bigger now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Blitz Cloud Heavenly Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many rank 8 great experts of the variant humans came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. He was covered in thick golden fur. Blitz Cloud Heavenly Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old female Inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. His entire body was covered in a green light. This was the first time these 4 variant human goo immortals had attended the meeting. As for the human rank 8 goo immortals, other than Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash, there were also newcomers Light Path Cultivator Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Cultivator Black Locust and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s but almost 10 variant human rank 8s. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried to get more people to join, they were still unable to match the variant humans. In fact, this gap was widening. After a long discussion, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch announced, "We invited everyone here today. Other than to discuss the matters of the world, there is also another important matter. Let me introduce you to a senior great expert." Everyone followed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hand gesture and looked towards the person. Wu Shuai walked out from behind the veil. Under everyone's supervision, he sat down on the main seat. The immortals were shocked. So it is Wu Shuai, a variant human rank 8 who was close with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly said. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed a look of displeasure. Call him Senior Wu Shuai. The variant human rank 8 had an embarrassed expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he changed his sentence. Junior greets Senior. With this adjustment, all the other immortals had to call Wu Shuai Senior. Good. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. Seniority is important, but I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader instead. Alliance Leader? The immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed. Indeed, now that Grotto Heavens are exposed, the 5 regions goo immortals will attack us. They have not done anything now because of the Chi Tide. They cannot move around yet. We need to strengthen and help ourselves. We can only form an alliance to have any hopes of resisting the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the most capable person will become the alliance leader. I have observed that nobody here can match me. If anyone does not agree, you can challenge me. Before anyone could respond to Wu Shuai's words, they heard a dragon roar. Di Zongshang's colossal body was exposed to everyone, blocking out the sun. Next, an immortal goo house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and delicate. It floated in his palm while shining with radiance. It was a miniature dragon palace. Wu Shuai looked at the dragon palace in his palm before turning to the immortals. Threat was clearly shown in his eyes. The immortals' expressions turned ugly. Some went silent. They were furious but did not dare to say anything. Even though Wu Shuai had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the might of Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon. If everyone cooperated, they might have a chance against him. But the Grotto Heavens were not close with each other. This was unlike the 5 regions where super forces interacted and conflicted with each other. They were familiar with one another. The black and white heavens were huge and dangerous. Forces rarely met with each other, not to mention any cooperation. Ha ha ha! Seeing no objection, Wu Shuai laughed loudly as he called out, "You are still not accepting your alliance leader?" The immortals were silent. The atmosphere was heavy. A moment later, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and cupped his fist at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets Alliance Leader. Good, good. Wu Shuai pointed at him. You will be the Vice Alliance Leader. Next, he looked at the other goo immortals with a vicious gaze. The evil dragon shook its body outside, causing winds to form and clouds to scatter. Seeing this, and with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's initiative, All the immortals had to acknowledge Wu Shuai's status with a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat and looked at the Gu immortals. I know what you think, you acknowledge my alliance leader position because of the situation, but I am really not trying to force you. This is a very rare opportunity for us all. It is likely our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not use this chance, when the 5 regions go after us and our grotto heavens get encircled, regret will do us no good. However, at the rate your discussion is going, when can you take action? By the time you come to an agreement, the chi tides will be over already. Without a strong leader like myself to unify the grotto heavens, how can we take action swiftly? Wu Shuai spoke with a harsh tone, but he made good sense. The Gu immortals' expressions became less hostile. All right, enough of the useless talk. Let's discuss our next target to attack. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to attack now? Black and White Heaven are too huge. There are still many Grotto Heaven forces that we have not gathered yet. We can't wait anymore. As long as we succeed in our attack and create a commotion, these people will approach us themselves. This is how the hearts of the people work. Wu Shuai waved his hand and said. The immortals fell into silence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had to continue asking, then in Lord Alliance Leader's opinion, which place is most suitable for us to attack? Heavenly Court, of course. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Heavenly Court? The Gu immortals shouted in astonishment. Heavenly Court is weak now. We did not retreat of our own accord earlier. As long as we take down Heavenly Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to target us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. This is not wise. Heavenly Court has immense foundations. It is not a place we can target. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The immortals shook their heads, nobody agreed. Humph, cowards. Wu Shuai smiled coldly in displeasure. Then we will go after Divine Emperor City. This immortal Gu house is known as the largest immortal Gu house. It is made from combining Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance to Heavenly Court. It is the gathering spot of the human vein. It is the land-based Heavenly Court. If we can obtain it, it will be a huge blow to Central Continent. We can even gain a rank 8 immortal Gu house, and also Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Cold Ash pondered. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, we will infuriate Heavenly Court. The whole of Central Continent will resist and attack us. Since we are going after them as well, what difference is there compared to attacking Heavenly Court directly? Of course there is a difference. If these people are all lured to Divine Emperor City, we can send another group to attack Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. He still wants to attack Heavenly Court after all. Doesn't this mean that the group attacking Divine Emperor City will end up as cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too aggressive. He wants to go against Heavenly Court no matter what. Wu Shuai had a look of displeasure. What? You do not dare to attack Divine Emperor City. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had an ugly expression. He spoke like he had constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying unhappily, enough. I don't want to hear more excuses. How about this? Let's get rid of Eastern Sea's Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally exposed his true motive. Southern Border had Xia clan, Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. These Xia clans were not the same, but they were similarly super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite. His first target was a super force. If he mentioned this earlier, he would face the objection of the immortals. But his first 2 targets were Heavenly Court and Divine Emperor City. The immortals found that compared to them, they could accept this target, Eastern Sea Xia clan, more easily. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Eastern Sea Xia clan has the weakest foundation of all the super forces. They are at the bottom of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea. The location is remote, it suits our needs as a base. And even better, the territories of Xia clan and the Merman Imperial Court border each other. The Merman Imperial Court is our ally now. They can provide us a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give anyone the chance to speak. I have decided. Our target will be Xia clan. Faced with such a domineering alliance leader, the Immortals were quite displeased. But under the pressure of the evil dragon and dragon palace, they had no choice. And most importantly, they were forced by the situation. They knew that if they did not use this opportunity well, if they did not gain an advantage now, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, this alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to let him have it? After this meeting, some Gu Immortals were not satisfied. They hinted towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled coldly to himself. He replied, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The winds howl around the highest peaks. This Lord Wu Shuai is helping us charge forward as the vanguard. So what if I give him the alliance leader position? We have now gained the help of both the evil dragon and dragon palace. If our plan fails in the future and the 5 regions Gu Immortals come after us, we can put the blame on Wu Shuai and get away ourselves." Eastern Sea. Reflecting Shadow Sea area. The surface of the sea was like a smooth mirror without waves. Even when winds howled, the seawater remained unmoving. Xia Clan Gu Immortal Xia Zhengqing was stationed here. Reflecting Shadow Sea area was a giant resource point. It produced dark path and rule path cultivation resources in large quantities. Even though Xia Clan primarily cultivated water path, these resources could be traded for huge profits. Xia Zhengqing was in closed cultivation now. Suddenly, alarms rang in the formation around him. Is there an ancient desolate fish attacking the territory again? Xia Zhengqing initially thought that the sea beasts were causing chaos. He flew out of the formation. But next, his entire body shook as he realized, enemies are attacking. 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals charged towards him together. Xia Zhengqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, there was a loud explosion as the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu Immortal carrying a huge hammer was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation, causing destruction. Xia Zhengqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking fearful, he immediately realized that the 3 Immortals earlier were a distraction. This person was their main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu Immortal? Xia Zhengqing knew that he was not their match. He quickly transmitted to the clan as he activated the inner immortal formation, teleporting himself away. At the next moment, he was transported to somewhere 1,000 li away from the formation. Ha ha ha! He was transported here after all. Great wisdom, very impressive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom Immortal Mother shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's precise information, how could I have made such accurate deductions? Xia Zhengqing took a look and felt despair. There were 2 variant human Gu Immortals here. They both had rank 8 cultivation level. Since when did rank 8 Gu Immortals become so common? 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhengqing could not believe it. He gritted his teeth. Who are you people? Why are you going against our Eastern Seas Xia clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to talk with him. He waved his hand. His killer move was unleashed. Xia Zhengqing only had rank 7 cultivation level. How could he resist a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen in ice. Eastern Sea Xia clan's headquarters. Hot Springs Blessed Land. Oh no! A strong group of enemies attacked. Reflecting Shadow Sea is lost. Even though Xia Zhengqing used the immortal formation to escape, we have lost all contact with him. Xia Zhengqing's call for help had reached Xia clan. Most of Xia clan's Gu Immortals were gathered in the headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to appear out of nowhere. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Xia Zhengqing sent information that there are both human and variant human Gu Immortals among the enemies. Among them is a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? I'm afraid they are forces from Black and White Heaven. During the Chi Tide rampage, Grotto Heavens are all exposed. To think there are still so many variant humans left. They even came to create trouble for us. This is somewhat understandable. If they do not grasp onto this chance, when the Chi Tides subside, the 5 regions will investigate the Grotto Heavens of Black and White Heaven. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu Immortals, we will exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find all of the hidden variant human grotto heavens. But now that the world has changed, these variant humans are forced to expose themselves. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals were not flustered. Even though the information said that there was a rank 8 variant human Gu Immortal, they still had an immortal Gu houses to resist the enemy. But soon more bad news came. Light Ripple Sea and Shooting Fish Sea were also taken down by these variant human Gu Immortals. The Xia Clan Gu Immortals defending the 2 resource points were even weaker. They did not even manage to send any information over before losing contact. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals were furious. We need to teach these variant human Gu Immortals a lesson. Mere variant humans dare to bully us human superforces. Whom the heavens would destroy they first make mad. These variant humans have gone insane. First Supreme Elder. Let use mobilize both immortal Gu houses and kill them all. Yes, our clan's 3 Gu Immortals have fallen into their hands. We need to save our clansmen and take revenge for this humiliation. The Gu Immortals were filled with fighting spirit. They requested to fight. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Ruiji. Hearing the Gu Immortals' words, his face was dark. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack now. We lost 3 resource points at once. These are all important places. We have powerful immortal formations protecting them. It is not normal that we lost them so quickly. Our clan does not have rank 8 Gu Immortals defending us. If we mobilize both immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will be severely weakened. Right now, we are close to completing the human sea. We cannot be complacent. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves fully until we complete human sea. By then, our foundation will rise greatly. We will be one of the top Eastern Sea forces. By then, dealing with the variant humans will have much greater effect. Even though Xia Ruiji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high reputation. After hearing his words, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals felt that it was logical. They no longer had such a strong desire to fight. But at the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted as an immortal Gu house broke through the defensive barrier, entering Xia Clan's public blessed land. Eastern Seas Xia Clan. Today, you will face extermination. The door of the immortal Gu house opened as Wu Shuai and the other Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals appeared. Xia Clan saw this group of enemies. Fear and shock became plastered on their faces. Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai. So many variant human rank 8s. Oh heavens! Xia Clan's Gu Immortals turned pale. They were immensely fearful. But Wu Shuai did not give them time to accept reality. He waved his hand. Attack! Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him charged down and attacked. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals felt their vision turning dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a group completely overwhelmed and dominated Xia Clan's Gu Immortals. Xia Clan did not have a single rank 8 while Wu Shuai had more than 10. How could they fight? My Xia Clan's blessed land is not heavenly court. Why are there so many rank 8 Gu Immortals attacking us? Xia Ruiji mumbled. Facing such a strong foe, he felt despair. The enemies are too strong. We must retreat. At this time, female immortal Xia Ying shouted at the Xia Clan Immortals. Xia Ruiji shook as he gritted his teeth. Go, we will leave. Let's get into the immortal Gu houses. Xia Clan had 2 immortal Gu houses. They were both rank 7. One was Whale Fishing Boat, the other was Golden Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. None of you will escape. The variant human Gu Immortals attacked quickly. Unleashing a myriad of attacks, the explosions resounded heaven and earth. At the crucial moment, Xia Ying dodged an attack, managing to enter Golden Star Tower. But she did not escape. She steered Golden Star Tower and went in front. Everyone, leave, I will block them. Golden Star Tower charged relentlessly. Using killer moves, golden stars shot out everywhere. The variant humans quickly dodged them. The remaining Xia Clan Gu Immortals found the chance and went into Whale Fishing Boat, escaping their headquarters. Even though these variant human Gu Immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is passable. As for Eastern Sea's Xia clan, even without a rank 8, they can rely on rank 7 Immortal Goo houses to put up a fight. Wu Shuai stood near the door of Dragon Palace. He looked at the battlefield and observed the fight. He did not make a move. Earlier, when attacking the 3 resource points, due to the difference in cultivation level, he could not tell. But in the current deadlock, he sensed many details. Wu Shuai analyzed, he quickly realized the reason. The variant humans were able to survive until today and develop well because of the help of Heaven's will. Heaven's will was disrupted by Star Constellation's will. It could not make Fate Goo show the sign of variant human supremacy. But Heaven's will could still influence calamities and tribulations. Tribulations were the biggest obstacles in the rise of a Goo Immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous humanity was, the more help Heaven's will would provide to the variant human Grotto Heaven forces. The difficulty of tribulations that these variant humans faced was many times simpler than normal human Goo Immortals. In fact, even for the human Goo Immortals in Black and White Heaven, because they were at odds with the 5 regions' human forces, they were also given some special treatment. This was thanks to Heaven's will. There were clear historical records about this. Back then, variant humans ruled the world as overlords. Heaven's will thus affected Fate Goo and showed the revelation of humanity reigning supreme. On one hand, Heaven's will aided primordial origin and helped him to become an immortal venerable. It also took care of the humans, helping humanity develop and grow. On the other hand, Heaven's will also influence the variant humans, dividing them and causing them to undergo intense internal conflict. They greatly weaken themselves. And because the 2 heavens are too huge, with each heaven having the total area of all 5 regions, there are so many rank 8 Goo Immortals in Black and White Heaven. Other than the group I brought here, a small group are still left in the 2 heavens. Wu Shuai thought about this as he started to move. Dragon Palace slowly activated. Xiaoying, who was inside Golden Star Tower, became anxious. It was very tough to deal with these rank 8s now. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last long. Even if the battle tilted in the enemy's favor at the next second, it would not be surprising. Good. Lord Wu Shuai is making his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our Grotto Heavens have no immortal Goo houses. Only after fighting can we see that they really are the foundation of a super force. The rank 8 Goo Immortals had excited expressions. They were anticipating his action. But under everyone's gaze, Dragon Palace flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Goo Immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's icy voice could be heard. If more than 10 rank 8s cannot deal with one rank 7 Immortal and a rank 7 Immortal Goo house, what is the point of your existence? The rank 8 Goo Immortals were tongue-tied. They could not respond. Eventually, they could only watch as Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he is flying towards Human Sea. Xiaoying saw this. Her heart jumped. Xia clan felt very suspicious. How does Wu Shuai know that our Xia clan's base contains Human Sea? No, Human Sea is very deeply hidden. Maybe he just wants to find some resources. Wu Shuai left the battlefield. He went to the top of a certain lake. He stopped Dragon Palace's movement. Human Sea should be here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. He activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, reaching the bottom. Next, the mystical light spread out towards the entire lake surface. The water evaporated, turning into mist and dispersing. One could hear countless human voices from the dense white fog. The voices of people became louder. The white fog turned into human silhouettes as they flew around in the sky. At once, Dragon Palace was surrounded by white fog. Countless silhouettes moved around Dragon Palace like ghost phantoms. There were tens of thousands of them. Come, Wu Shuai willed. The fog quickly gathered and condensed into white lake water that flowed into Dragon Palace. The commotion created was huge. The 2 parties fighting in the battlefield could see it clearly. Wu Shuai actually went to collect loot while we are fighting with our full effort. The fog is very special. It emitted dense human path aura. It must be a great treasure for Wu Shuai to retrieve it personally. Don't fear, as the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? How can he gain our acceptance otherwise? He will definitely give a portion of the white fog to us later. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed with each other. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about the existence of human C. In fact, he has a method to take human C away. How can this be possible? The plan of constructing human C was only known to us Xia clan Gu immortals. We kept it as a secret all along. Even if Xia Zhengqing and the rest were captured by Wu Shuai, only our first Supreme Elder knows how to retrieve human C. How can he find an alternate method so quickly? To think that the current human C is still incomplete. Wu Shuai looked at the white fog in Dragon Palace. It was still showing human figures and shadows from time to time. It was creepy but quite amazing as well. Two different types of images had fused together in a natural way. Wu Shuai smiled, he did not mind it. To replenish human C, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that human C was the work of Xia clan for many years. They were attempting to create a human path secluded domain in secret. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, human C was dazzling and impressive. It helped Eastern Sea's Xia clan to rise up to the top. But it was still far from an actual secluded domain after all. In the future, Southern Borders Chai clan gained some key comprehension from human C. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Wisdom Path Gu immortals of that time had deduced that if human C and human mountain were fused together into one, they could form an actual secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human mountain and sea is too far away, but just human sea alone is sufficiently helpful to my main body. Wu Shuai was quite happy. The most important thing was Fang Yuan's main body after all. The current biggest obstacle of Fang Yuan's main body was the restriction of Heaven Path. This was Red Lotus scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break out of this predicament. He found that Human Path was a countermeasure. Even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a Human Path ancient desolate plant, it could not match the numerous Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his sight on the human sea of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to go personally. His clone Wu Shuai was able to head there and retrieve human sea easily. After Wu Shuai stored human sea away, the battle had also concluded at the other side. Xia Ying was unable to escape in the end, but many of the rank 8s were injured as well. The one who defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take the human path treasure. That's not fair, right? As the immortals gathered at the door of Dragon Palace, an anxious rank 8 Gu immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him as Dragon Palace used its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The rank 8 Gu immortal who spoke was unguarded. The smoke easily swept him away into Dragon Palace before he was even able to say another word. The immortals were stunned and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by a group of rank 8s. But the rank 8 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were pale and chose to keep silent. They did not dare to say a thing. Facing Wu Shuai's aggressive stance, the Gu immortals of the two heavens lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at him directly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this. He cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions would cause him to lose the support of everyone. However, he also felt envious. When would he gain such huge battle strength to make everyone lower their heads in front of him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up at an appropriate timing, saying respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, dear allies, the most important thing now is to go after the remaining Xia clan members. Most of Xia clan's Gu immortals have escaped using whale fishing boat. If we do not chase them now, it will be too late. Yes, yes. The immortals nodded. They started discussing this topic. Many people casted gazes of gratitude towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His words had undeniably given them a way to escape the embarrassment. Ha ha! Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why must we chase them? Wu Shuai continued. We were able to take down the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. It was because we acted quickly and caught them off guard. From now, it will be difficult if we want to expand our territory. The whole of Eastern Sea and even the righteous paths of the 5 regions will become very cautious now. But if we allow this group of Xia clan Gu immortals to escape, they will invite members of Eastern Sea's righteous path to try to recover their territory. This way, those Eastern Sea righteous path members will need to leave their territories and come here to seek death. Isn't that great? The immortals were stunned. They nodded in unison, agreeing that Wu Shuai's analysis was sound. Lord Alliance Leader is very knowledgeable. It is natural that we cannot compare to him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch ingratiated. But Wu Shuai had a grim expression. I don't care about all of these Eastern Sea super forces. There is only one person I am wary about, Qi Si Ancestor. This old man can fight evenly with Duke Long. He had once held the Qi Si banquet. He also did not help Fang Yuan nor Heavenly Court during the Fate War. His stance is very important now. It is likely that the righteous path will convince him now to fight against us. Of course, it is not strange if he chooses to continue staying in seclusion and not face us. I let these Xia clan members go. I am also trying to probe Qi Si Ancestor's intentions. The Gu immortals of the 2 heavens heard Wu Shuai's words. They nodded as their expressions turned dark. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a glance at Wu Shuai. He thought, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all. He cannot be underestimated. He has both wisdom and political skills. It is just that he does not feel the need to use tricks against us. But he quickly thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is very ambiguous. He had once worked with Fang Yuan and went against Duke Long, but later they reconciled. On the other hand, he also held the Qi Si banquet. He welcomed Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang, while also letting a demonic Gu Immortal sell Blood Path Immortal Gu in public. All right, Wu Shuai waved his hand, breaking the immortal's train of thought. We chased Xia clan away. It is time to split the loot. Thus, the atmosphere changed instantly. Everyone got excited. Eastern Sea was the richest of the 5 regions. As an Eastern Sea superforce, Xia clan had ownership of many resource points. Their inventory was filled. These assets of Xia clan were split up by Fang Yuan and given to the Gu immortals. Each of them gained a considerable sum of wealth. The Gu immortals of the 2 heavens smiled. They felt extremely happy. The 5 regions are so rich. This is merely the foundation of one Eastern Sea superforce. It is already so much. Xia clan is useless. If my grotto heaven had such resources, we would be far stronger than now. And what surprised the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens was that Wu Shuai took a much smaller portion of the gains that they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a change of thought. He quickly said to the surrounding Gu immortals, Everyone, listen to me. We gained so much loot because of Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who guided us towards victory. Without his information and plan, how could we take down Xia clan so easily? But currently, Lord Alliance Leader is taking the smallest portion of loot. This is not fair to him. The Gu immortals were stunned. They looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a look of sincerity and admiration. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply in the eye. I am a lone person. I do not need much in cultivation resources, nor do these resources suit me. If I need anything in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have distributed this loot already, I will not take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, your words reminded me of something. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. This subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists, showing a respectful attitude. Wu Shuai smiled. You are quite good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. To receive such compliments from Lord Alliance Leader, it is my greatest blessing. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, my leadership is the greatest blessing that all of you have. As for you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance Leader, you should not get the same amount of loot as the rest of the allies. I will make the decision. Shooting Fish Sea will belong to you now. Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head. Feeling shocked, Wu Shuai laughed. I said you'll get it. Just take ownership of it. Don't worry. I am here to back you up. If anyone dares to make problems for you, If you dislike anyone, just tell me. I will take care of them. Wu Shuai said this as he looked around, his dragon eyes emitting an aggressive light. The Gu immortals all turned away, not daring to meet his gaze. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a giant resource point, but he felt no joy internally. He looked at Wu Shuai. Seeing that seemingly smiling face, he could not help but shudder in a chill. As expected of the dragon man who once ruled his race, I underestimated him. This old monster must have realized my intentions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch noticed this. His back was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to cause Wu Shuai to lose even more support from the rest of the people. But Wu Shuai had made use of his action and acted this way. It made all the other Gu immortals feel that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not happy with his gains. He wanted to use his status and the Alliance leader's dominance to gain more benefits. After all, if the Alliance leader gets more benefits, wouldn't it be logical if the Vice Alliance leader also got more loot? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You are not thanking me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, showing a smile filled with deep meaning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shuddered in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said with a hoarse voice, "This subordinate thanks Lord Alliance Leader." Seeing that he had submitted, Wu Shuai did not feel any happiness. He was actually quite disappointed. The Gu immortals of the two heavens had been in seclusion for too long. Due to their identities, they did not dare to move around or compete against each other. Without competition, they could not be trained well. Even if heavens will help them, Gu immortal elites could not be nurtured. Wu Shuai looked at the Gu immortals of the two heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the only one with passable battle strength and attitude. The rest of the rank 8s were simply a disgrace to other rank 8 Gu immortals. It was no wonder that, in Fang Yuan's previous life, these people did not manage to create any big commotions. While Wu Shuai and the rest were splitting up the fortune of Xia Clan, the atmosphere inside Whale Fishing Boat was grim and sad. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too powerful. There are more than 10 rank 8s. There was no way we could defend our headquarters, especially their leader Wu Shuai. If we retaliate, there is little hope of success. Sigh. It is a pity that Xia Ying and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were furious and helpless. They felt that the future was bleak. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Ruiji snorted coldly. I don't care who the enemy is, be it Wu Shuai or the rank 8 Gu immortals of the two heavens. They should not have taken our Xia Clan's territory. They will not stay arrogant for long. We are going to get help from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are human Gu immortals. But they are mostly variant human Gu immortals with Wu Shuai leading them. We have already kept a copy of the battle scene. It is the best evidence against them. Eastern Sea's righteous path, and even the 5 regions' righteous path, will not allow this group of variant humans to grow stronger and larger. Xia Clan's Gu immortals heard this. They recovered a bit of their morale. Seeking reinforcements was the only way out, but the important thing to consider was which clan to approach. Xia Clan was situated at the easternmost area of Eastern Sea. Towards their west was the Merman Imperial Court. Towards the southeast was Tang Clan, and towards the northeast was Xie Clan. These 3 were not good targets to request for help. The 3 of them were directly connected to Xia Clan in territory. Xia Clan's relationship with the Merman Imperial Court was best, but they were variant humans. Even though there were no mermen in the battle earlier, Xia Clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang Clan and Xie Clan, these 2 clans had conflict with Xia Clan during normal times. If they went to ask these 2 clans for help, Xia Clan's Gu immortals would not want to face their mockery. After a round of discussion, Xia Clan's Gu immortals moved in Whale Fishing Boat. They carefully went past the Merman Imperial Court, approaching Shin Clan, which was further west, for help. But because of this, their journey became much longer. During Xia Clan's journey to seek help, information that they were invaded by Gu immortals of the two heavens spread like wildfire in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It shook the world. There are so many rank 8 Gu immortals among the variant humans. Is this information reliable? It is nothing strange. Be it Black Heaven or White Heaven, each of them is as large as the 5 regions together. These damned variant humans are hidden too deeply. They are too daring. They dared to wage war on our human forces. They are courting death. The thing that makes me angrier is that among these people, there are human goo immortals. What are they thinking? They are betraying their own race. At once, all of the goo immortals in the world discussed this matter. Shin Clan was no exception. The letter requesting help from Xia Clan had already reached Shin Clan. This was an important matter. Shin Clan's first supreme elder, Shun Tsongshang, called all the goo immortals for a meeting. The reason why Xia Clan is asking our Shin Clan for help is obvious. There is no need to explain it. But should our Shin Clan help them? Everyone, tell me your view. Shun Tsongshang said. The enemy is too strong. Why must our Shan Clan face such a strong foe alone? Remember that Wu Shui has Dragon Palace and Dizong Shang. He even possesses Dream Path methods. Their battle strength is too overwhelming. That's right, and even more worrying is that Wu Shui has a relationship with Fang Yuan. Nobody knows how good their relationship is, but we know that they are close. If we target Wu Shui, we might cause the great demon Fang Yuan to come after us. Shun Tsongshang nodded. You are correct. He did not show any change of expression. During the Blue Dragon whale trip, he had cooperated with Fang Yuan. But because they worked in secrecy, even Shun Clan's goo immortals did not know about it. Shun Tsongshang could preserve his clan's reputation as a result. I feel that we cannot refuse to help Xia Clan. Xia Clan is also a member of the Righteous Path. They came all this way to ask us for help. If we do not agree, what would Xia Clan think of us? What would Eastern Sea think of us? What would the whole 5 regions think of us? I agree, this is not just a conflict between us humans. This is the battle between humans and variant humans. If Shin Clan does not show a clear stance, the people of the world will accuse us of our inaction. Shun Tsongshang nodded. This is correct too. But the enemy is too strong. They have more than 10 rank 8s and even Wu Shui leading them. Even if we have Ancestor Shin Shang here, we cannot resist such a group of enemies. After the Fate War, Shin Shang went missing after going insane. Even though Shin Clan wanted to find their ancestor Shin Shang, they did not succeed. The entire world was watching now. It was likely that news in Treasure Yellow Heaven had spread from Xia Clan themselves. Xia Clan was using this method to force Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces to help them. With the entire world watching, Shin Clan had to help Xia Clan. But Wu Shui's group was simply too powerful. They were too terrifying. Even though Shin Clan was a super force, against the allied forces of 2 heavens, it still felt very wary and unsure. Elders, I have a plan to resolve this problem. Ren Xiaoping spoke. After returning from the Blue Dragon whale trip, Ren Xiaoping became Shun Clan's external supreme elder. Ren Xiaoping was a person who followed the rules and kept a low profile, but now that they were in this situation, if Shin Clan falls and chaos descends, he would also be implicated. Ren Xiaoping continued, Wu Shui has very high strength, but in this current Eastern Sea, there is another ancestor capable of resisting the evil dragon. You mean to say that person in Qi Sea? Someone's eyes brightened up. Indeed, Qi Sea ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shin Tsongshang laughed and clapped, deciding on the spot. For the next few days, Xia Clan arrived in Shin Clan. They wanted to borrow strength to reclaim their territory. Shin Tsongshang came out to speak to them. They attended to Xia Clan's members warmly. But when asked to fight against Wu Shui, Shin Tsongshang said that he had too little strength. He suggested that they should gather more Righteous Path forces. Currently, Qi tides were surging everywhere. Almost all the 5 regions' goo immortals were recuperating and resting. They did not dare to move abruptly. Thus, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path could not use much of its strength now. But Shen Tsongshang suggested that Xia Clan should inform Qi Sea ancestor of the situation. They should request for the ancestor to uphold justice for them. Shen Tsongshang copied Xia Clan. Before they asked Qi Sea ancestor for help, they already published the news in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, the entire world's attention went to Qi Sea. Almost all the goo immortals were waiting to see Qi Sea ancestor's response. All the human goo immortals were hoping that Qi Sea ancestor would step up as the senior of the rank 8s, the person who resisted Duke Long on equal footing. He had the responsibility to lead them. But many people were pessimistic about it. Because Qi ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the righteous path and demonic path. He had even worked with Fang Yuan before. From this aspect, there was quite a chance that Qi ancestor would not entertain these worldly affairs. Qi ancestor's response was rapid. He announced in Treasure Yellow Heaven, "There are those of other races having such motives. First there was primordial origin. Now there is Qi. We will not let these variant humans with ulterior motives bear roots here on our soil." Once he said that, the world resounded with praises. Qi ancestor, you are truly incredible. Heavenly Court. The damage caused during the Fate War was starting to recover. Having collated their losses, they really had suffered a huge setback. Discussion Hall. Qin Dingling sat at the main seat as she looked around, observing the Gu Immortals and their wills. Most of the Heavenly Court members had gone back to hibernating in the Immortal Graveyard. More than half of the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, but Heavenly Court still had sufficient members left. These members had little lifespan remaining. Rather than dying of old age, they could display greater value by hibernating in the Immortal Graveyard. What worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu Immortals went back into slumber, she did not receive any sort of message from Star Constellation's will. It was as if the Fate War caused Star Constellation's will to suffer a huge loss. This made already become Qin Dingling's greatest worry. Star Constellation's will could interfere with Heaven's will, but Heaven's will was also able to assimilate Star Constellation's will. If she lacked support and got assimilated by Heaven's will, it would be a huge nightmare to humanity and Heavenly Court. But Qin Dingling came here and gathered the Immortals for a meeting. It was not because of Star Constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging. The two heavens are making a move. Wu Shuai is leading an allied army of the two heavens and has already taken down Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now Xia clan has requested for Qi ancestors' help. The two sides are opposing each other. What do you think we should do at this key moment? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu Immortal. She did not cultivate wisdom path like Fairy Ziwei. Thus, when faced with this matter, Qin Dingling could not make a resolute decision. She needed to discuss it with the other Gu Immortals. Undeniably, the allied army of the two heavens is made up of variant humans, enemies of our Heavenly Court. We need to exterminate them. In this aspect, Qi ancestor is quite a responsible person. Right now, the conflict between Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor is akin to the conflict between humans and variant humans. But the truth is, whoever wins between them is not the key. The most important element is someone else, Fang Yuan. Indeed, be it Wu Shuai or Qi ancestor, they are both related to Fang Yuan. Wu Shuai claims that he has only cooperated with Fang Yuan. He has revived after 1,000,000 years, aspiring to grow the Dragonman race once again. As for Qi ancestor, he had once made an agreement with Fang Yuan. He went against Heavenly Court but changed his mind later when Lord Duke Long gave him half of the Qi Path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi ancestor did not show up at all. It showed that Lord Duke Long had made a wise decision. I have a different opinion. Qi ancestor can likely be Fang Yuan's disguise. In the past, we did not think of this because Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but now that we know about the secret of the sovereign immortal body, it is likely that Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level then and disguised himself as Qi ancestor. Don't forget that during the Fate War, Fang Yuan destroyed the Qi wall with a Qi path method. His Qi path method is called Unlimited Qi. It is the signature method of Qi Xiang of the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs in the past. But the Qi path methods that Qi ancestor used against Duke Long were very different from Unlimited Qi. It is quite unlikely that the two of them are the same person. But we cannot rule out this possibility. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai is much more suspicious than Qi ancestor. He might not be a disguised Fang Yuan. He could simply be Fang Yuan's clone. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan definitely has a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. And a method Spectral Soul excels in is creating split souls. That was how he created Shadow Sect single-handedly. The Immortals discussed among themselves. Qin Dingling was hesitant. She felt a huge headache. The Immortals had their own viewpoints, nobody could convince the other. In the end, Qin Dingling had to make the decision after all. Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before sighing. Everyone, listen to me. Fang Yuan has familiar face he can disguise as different people. Even though we need to be wary of this, we cannot ignore other possibilities just because of our suspicions. Wu Shuai might be Fang Yuan's clone. Qi Si ancestor might be Fang Yuan's disguise. These are possible truths. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not that closely related to Fang Yuan. We cannot create enemies everywhere just because of this. Forget about Wu Shuai, but for Qi Si ancestor, we cannot give up on winning over Qi Si ancestor just because of this possibility. Can't we try to make him an ally of heavenly court? Fang Zhang heard this as he hesitated and asked, Senior Qin wants to recruit Qi Si ancestor? Qin Dingling nodded. Lord Duke Long has passed away while Feng Jiugu betrayed us. Our heavenly court desperately needs a pseudo-venerable capable of holding the situation. In the past, Senior Duke Long used Primordial Origin's true inheritance to gain Qi Si ancestors' friendship. Even though he did not agree to join us, he had not shown up during the Fate War either. The Immortals fell into silence. Qin Dingling's current plan was Duke Long's former plan. In the past, in order to repair Fate Gu, Duke Long wanted Qi Si ancestor to stay out of the conflict. But now, Heavenly Court needed someone with pseudo-venerable battle strength to support them. Currently, even though there was peace, the truth was that the rampaging Qi Tides and Heaven Path Dao marks were forcing most Gu Immortals to stay inactive and recuperate from the damages caused. They could not take action. But once the Qi Tides subside and Fang Yuan manages to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, by then, the strongest person in Heavenly Court would be Qin Dingling. Could she resist the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions with ill intentions? Could she block Di Zongsheng? Could she block Fang Yuan? Heavenly Court knew about this threat. In history, they had also recruited Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions. The obvious example was Wan Zihong. This female immortal was once a demoness of Western Desert. Heavenly Court had recruited her to join them. As long as one was a human, Heavenly Court could be magnanimous towards them. I am not against winning Qi Si ancestor over. But before that, we need to clarify his true relationship with Fang Yuan. That's what you say, but right now, Qi Si ancestor might not even feel any threat from our Heavenly Court. Haha, I think that for him, the attraction of primordial origins' true inheritance surpasses everything. Fang Zhang volunteered. Currently, the conflict between Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shuai is our greatest opportunity. We can investigate and find out the truth from this. Of course, no matter the outcome, we cannot spare the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens. Since we already have Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord as our insider, I am willing to lead a group to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human Gu Immortals. Fang Zhang was the current owner of Demon Judgment Board. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level with this board, he could fight against most rank 8 Gu Immortals. Due to the influence of Qi Tides, the 5 regions Gu Immortals could not move around. But Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were different. Most of them had phantom apertures. They were not restricted by this. Right as Fang Zhang spoke, another Gu Immortal volunteered to join the group and head to Eastern Sea in order to kill these variant human Gu Immortals. Even though Heavenly Court lost, their motives and actions still followed the basis of defending humanity. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why must we go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is there right now. We can use him to probe Qi Si ancestors' background. Let's go to the 2 heavens and exterminate those Grotto Heaven forces. We will uproot the allied army of the 2 heavens from their bases. Heavenly Court is Heavenly Court after all. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked at the information path Gu worm in his hand as he sighed to himself. As he had expected, Heavenly Court really went ahead to deal with the 2 heavens alliance. Earlier, he had predicted that such a situation would occur. Those who live in a society have to follow its rules. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had to join the 2 heavens alliance. Otherwise, his Grotto Heaven would be attacked until it was destroyed. But joining this force only helped to delay their own destruction. When the 5 regions counterattack, the 2 heavens alliance would break apart. There would be huge casualties. None of these allies would be spared. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven would also face a calamity by then. From the start, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had made up his mind to defect to the 5 regions. This was for his own sake, and also the future of the entire Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, he took a risk and went to approach Heavenly Court. As the situation progressed, Qi Ancestor went against Wu Shuai, and Heavenly Court sent a secret group to attack the headquarters of the 2 heavens variant humans. Since Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to defect, Heavenly Court's Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter, asking him to be their spy and cooperate with Heavenly Court in this battle. Heavenly Court did not disappoint me after all. Even though they lost in the Fate War, despite everything, they still uphold the righteousness of humanity. They think for the whole of the human race without caring about sacrifices or benefits. Such grandness resonated with Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, because he was a human Gu immortal. Compared to Heavenly Court's magnanimity, be they Qi Ancestor or Wu Yong, they were simply too petty. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the mindset that giant son Immortal Venerable left behind? Hereditary monarchy. Even if Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Longevity Heaven had no grudges, he would not go to and attempt to join them. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate. He immediately replied that he was willing to cooperate with Heavenly Court. According to their agreement, the moment Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor collide, Heavenly Court would use the chance to attack. If these 2 do not fight, then a month later, Heavenly Court would still take action. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor now. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord waited in anticipation. Other than Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and Gu immortals were also paying attention to the situation in Eastern Sea. Southern Borders Wu Yong was one of them. If Qi Ancestor loses, the variant human forces will definitely expand their territory. They will develop rapidly like a growing snowball. They will become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Wu Shuai loses, the variant human forces will gather together in a defensive manner. This will be good news to the humans of the 5 regions. But that is not what I want to see. Wu Yong was an ambitious person. He wanted the world to be chaotic. The more conflicts there were, the more opportunities he had to try to reap benefits from the situation, to strengthen himself until he reached the top of the world. Thus, he felt deep hatred towards the Qi tides. Because of the Qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals had to forcefully recuperate. He lost the chance to completely take down Heavenly Court. It was a real pity. Lord Empress Wu Ji and the others have revived. What do we do now? At this time, Wu Bachong came to report the news. He was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. He was an old and experienced man. After Fate Gu was destroyed, the most evident change was that revival methods became very easy to use. Earlier, Gu immortal seeds like Empress Wu Ji had died on Etion Mountain. But now, Wu Clan's Gu immortals revived them all. Wu Yong nodded. These people are the hope of our future. They have experienced ample setbacks and training as Gu masters. When they become Gu immortals, they will definitely be elites among their peers. Impart them the method of immortal ascension and make ample preparations. Ensure there are enough resources. I want Wu Clan to gain more than 10 Gu immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Bachong did not question this decision. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, there would be a long-lasting struggle. It would not be settled quickly. By then, all of the different forces would need to compete using their foundation and long-term planning. There is another matter regarding Qi Path, Wu Bachong said as he handed Wu Yong an information path Mortal Gu. Wu Yong looked into it and quickly browsed through the content. This information path Mortal Gu contained the information of all sorts of Qi Path immortal materials. They had all appeared as a result of the Qi tides. It seems that Qi Path is about to flourish again. Does this Qi harvest fruit really have such great effects? Wu Yong sighed as he asked at the end. Wu Bachong nodded. Currently, many Gu immortals have used it already. It is precisely so. This fruit is the essence of Qi Path and the fusion of the 5 regions Qi. It is not normal. By placing it into one's immortal aperture, it can turn into turbulent Qi flows that can hasten the transformation of the heaven and earth Qi. Whoever can get more Qi harvest fruits will be able to get through this period of inactivity more quickly. Then collect more of this immortal material. Also, sort out and make a list of the clan's inventory. collate a Chi Path inheritance. We are going to use it and try to cultivate Chi Path Gu Immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Ba Chong answered. Wu clan was specialized in Wind Path. They did not have much foundation in Chi Path. But such a huge force would naturally have accumulation in Chi Path to some extent. If they could put together many incomplete inheritances into a proper inheritance, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Chi Path Gu Immortals. Of course, even if these Gu Masters became Chi Path Gu Immortals, they would not be promising in terms of future achievements. But since Wu clan had to make up for their deficiency in this aspect, these Gu Masters could only sacrifice their future potential and become Chi Path Gu Immortals. Southern Border, Luo Clan. 3 Gu Immortals went deeply into Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was excited. His skin tone was white and he had a cold expression. He was a Luo clan general famous in Southern Border, having peak rank 7 battle strength. When the entire world was resting and recuperating, Luo Ran secretly brought 2 Gu Immortals from Luo clan and explored Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. He did not care about the changes in his own immortal aperture. His hard work and efforts were not in vain. They finally broke through the difficulties and had a smooth journey ahead. As they explored deeper, they arrived at the center of Chi Ju Grotto Heaven. To think that the Chi tides would cause a change in Chi Ju Grotto Heaven, allowing us to progress more smoothly in here. Luo Muzi felt deep emotions about this. Let's hurry up. The Chi tides are rampaging in the world now. Chi Ju Grotto Heaven will only stay concealed for a short period of time. We need to find Chi Ju's true inheritance before anyone else finds us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and obtain the initiative. Luo Haoze's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Chi Sea ancestor suddenly appeared, creating countless Chi waves that moved towards the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan openly. Come! Wu Shuai sensed it from far away. He smiled as Dragon Palace moved. He controlled Dizong Shang and fought bravely against the enemy. A huge battle that concerned the whole world erupted all of a sudden. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, intense tremors filled heaven and earth. Endless Chi waves surged out. Dragon Palace shined with radiant lights as it retreated continuously. Chi Sea ancestor did not pursue it. Many layers of Chi waves stacked around his body, like an impenetrable fortress. Both sides fought for an entire day and night. They exchanged blows, but neither party could do anything to the other. All around the battlefield, countless eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone immortals came here to watch the fight. Naturally, there were also Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens. Senior Chi Sea ancestor is truly powerful. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks all ended up useless. Hua Clan First Supreme Elder Hua Kai Yun sighed to herself. Beside her, Qing Yuan said, but Wu Shuai is not to be underestimated. He merely has rank 7 cultivation level, but is able to evenly match Chi Sea ancestor. Hua Kai Yun sighed. Wu Shuai was reborn. He is also an old monster. The immortal Gu House Dragon Palace that he controls is really powerful. If not for it, he would not be Chi Sea ancestor's match. While the 2 conversed, a loud dragon roar resounded. A huge demonic dragon that seemed like a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from a gigantic distance away. Oh heavens! Such a terrifying giant dragon. This must be the number 1 immemorial desolate beast in the world. This is Dizong Shang. I am shocked just by simply watching it fight. I cannot muster any battle intent against it. I can't imagine how the Gu Immortals fighting against it felt. Wu Shuai finally let out the evil dragon. This proves that Chi Sea ancestor has forced him to his limit. The following fight is the crucial part. All of the Gu Immortals watching this fight were shocked. Many of them had not participated in the Fate War. They only watched it through the killer move everybody's vision. They saw the battle but did not experience it personally. Their personal experience now was naturally creating a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Chi Sea ancestor. Chi Sea ancestor snorted coldly, his voice reverberating over the surroundings. He clapped both hands as an immortal killer move was unleashed. Chi currents surged like a tsunami. Dizong Shang charged forward, but as it crashed into the Chi currents, its movement halted. Di Zongshang twisted its body and wanted to progress, but the qi currents were endless. The great power could not be defied. It was forcefully suppressed on the ground. Seeing this, the observing Gu immortals gasped. Qing Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and Shen Zongshang cheered as expressions of joy appeared on their faces. As for Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Guang, who were sent here by Heavenly Court, they became stunned, quickly looking at each other. Thinking about the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of our Heavenly Court could not stop the rampaging evil dragon. They were suppressed by it. To think that Qi Si ancestor is able to stop it. Jun Guang was stunned. Zhou Xiong Xian squinted. He assessed Qi Si ancestor from afar. His information path methods had been used already, seeking to collect information from the entire battlefield as the fight progressed. Zhou Xiong Xian analyzed. Qi Si ancestor is an expert who fought evenly with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he can resist evil dragon Di Zongshang. But his new killer move seems to have some elements of the primordial Qi wall in it. Lord Duke Long once gave half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi Si ancestor. To think that he has already innovated upon it after the Fate War had just ended to create a brand new Qi wall killer move. Jun Guang blinked. Does this mean that during the Fate War, Qi Si ancestor was in closed cultivation to comprehend this new killer move? Zhou Xiong Xian could not deny it. We cannot be sure yet, but at least for now, Qi Si ancestor's methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan possesses. Saying this, Zhou Xiong Xian sighed. Qi Si ancestor's origin is too mysterious. He is too deeply concealed. We have not even found any past details about him. Beforehand, we could use the river of time to trace his origin and find out his past identity. But after Fate Gu's destruction, the river of time has become extremely dangerous. It is filled with vicious waves. Even if a time path great expert enters, they will be in great danger. We cannot enter it anymore. Other than time path, there was still wisdom path. But regrettably, Fang Yuan destroyed the majority of the immortal graveyard, while Fairy Ziwei defected to Spectral Soul. Heavenly Court faced an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom! An overwhelming amount of Qi waves crashed down with heaven-shaking might. The evil dragon roared. It tried to move its mountain-like body, but Qi Si ancestor continued to suppress it from above. Qi Si ancestor's moves gave an unrivaled atmosphere. His every action contained the power to overturn mountains and seas. The great evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered to themselves. At this moment, Qi Si ancestor's reputation rose greatly in the 5 regions. When the 5 regions Gu immortals could not fight, when humanity was at its weakest, Qi Si ancestor had emerged to resist and defeat the variant humans. This was really satisfying to all the human Gu immortals. This is the action of a true man. Even though Shi clan's first supreme elder did not come personally, he had sent a Shi clan Gu immortal to witness this battle themselves. Wu Yong was in southern border. Upon seeing this, his heart sank as he pondered. When we attack Eastern Sea in the future, this Qi Si ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Qin Dingling was guarding Heavenly Court with a complex emotion. In the past, Heavenly Court would be the one standing up during such situations, fighting on the front lines, but this time, Qi Si ancestor took Heavenly Court's place and shouldered the expectations of the human race. Even though Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious about Qi Si ancestor's identity and his connection to Fang Yuan. After this battle, their impression towards him had undoubtedly improved greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens alliance felt solemn. All the Gu immortals were fearful. How can this be? Even after using Di Zongshang, we cannot turn the situation around. The humans are really strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We chose to invade them so abruptly. We were simply too hasty. Even if we do not take action, these humans will still go after us. For the last few million years, they have been treating us variant humans like so. Indeed, we can only have any hope of surviving by taking the initiative. We cannot interfere in a battle of such a level, Sai. We can only hope that Lord Wu Shuai can claim victory. The variant human Gu immortals continued to converse. Their expressions were grim as their gazes turned uncertain. There were many rank 8 Gu Immortals among them. They had high cultivation and generally were characters of ancestor level in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, nobody dared to participate. Chi Si Ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this moment, Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice came from within. The immortals watched as Dragon Palace flew towards Chi Si Ancestor like an orange-gold meteor. Chi Si Ancestor's chi currents surged and blocked it, but the effect was mild. Dragon Palace rode the waves and advanced further, charging with great momentum. A Dream Path Killer move was used, a trace of smoke shot towards Chi Si Ancestor. Be careful. Seeing this, many human Gu Immortals shouted while feeling very anxious, despite knowing their voices could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was invincible in the world. Chi Si Ancestor had to dodge the attack as he retreated. This time, Wu Shuai gained the upper hand. The variant humans quickly became overjoyed while the human Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief. Chi Si Ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path Killer move. That was an ideal outcome. The battle between Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai concerned all of the Gu Immortals in the world. Each clash shook people's souls. It would directly affect the future of the 5 regions. As the two sides continued to fight, the immortals heard loud noises from the west. The loud sound came imposingly, with an unstoppable aura like a torrential flood. The Gu Immortals heard this and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that chi tides were approaching the battlefield from far in the horizons. During this crucial battle, the chi tides actually came to wreak havoc. Quickly retreat. If we get hit by the chi tides, our immortal apertures will tremor and result in lots of losses. What about this battle? The Gu Immortals were stunned. This was an unexpected development. Jun Shin Guang's expression sank. Oh no! Chi Si Ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. He is restricted by the chi tides. The situation will be severe. But Wu Shuai is a new Dragonman Gu Immortal. After the refinement path modification, he is less affected. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long secretly used Dragonman extermination but could not end Wu Shuai's life. Back then, he specially told them about this. Humans alike dragons was the Gu refinement method created by Duke Long. It could turn humans into dragonmen. The first generation dragonmen were created by this method. Heavenly Court had Duke Long's information and also the method humans alike dragons. They could easily deduce a portion of Wu Shuai's foundation. Thus, when they learned that Wu Shuai was leading the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that he could fight. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth. Chi tides are a chi tide catastrophe. Chi Si Ancestor is a chi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with it compared to us. Now, let's see how he deals with this change. It will be the turning point of this battle. Chi Si Ancestor, even heaven is not helping you. Let's see how long you can last in the chi tide. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He moved Dragon Palace to assist the evil dragon as they attacked ferociously. This sight made the human Gu Immortals grit their teeth as they retreated. Many prayed in their hearts. Senior Chi Si Ancestor, you must persevere. At the next moment, Chi Si Ancestor laughed loudly. Wu Shuai, you fell for it. I was waiting for you to fall for the bait. As he said that, the chi waves turned around, like a blossoming flower returning to a bud. They encased Chi Si Ancestor and Dragon Palace before condensing into a dot, vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Dizongshang was left growling and roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Chi Si Ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Chi Si Ancestor had been plotting all along. Wu Shuai is trapped in a chi path battlefield. Isolated from the evil dragon, he is at a disadvantage now. That might not be true. Chi Si Ancestor's chi path battlefield is going to face the rushing chi tides. If the battlefield is destroyed, Chi Si Ancestor will suffer backlash. He might end up in a disadvantage too. Now, it will depend on whether Chi Si Ancestor is able to break into Dragon Palace first. If not, when his chi path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai will gather with the evil dragon. Chi-Si ancestor will be in huge danger. The Gu immortals on both sides were very worried. They could not personally watch such a crucial battle. Not only that, they had to retreat away from the Chi tides, otherwise, their losses in the immortal aperture would be huge. Right as everyone was thinking about the Chi Path battlefield and how intense the battle would be, Wu Shuai and Chi-Si ancestor were relaxing and drinking wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there was also food. Fang Yuan's clone and his main body were in harmony. The atmosphere was relaxed. Wu Shuai clone gave the incomplete human seed to Fang Yuan's main body. After receiving it, Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai clone started to discuss their plans for the future. To think that the Qi tide would come at such a crucial moment. Prince Feng Xian wore a golden cape. He sighed in pity. Beside him was a female immortal of heavenly court. She was by Zhang Shuai. She said with deep meaning, "Isn't that a good thing?" Besides them, Gu Yufangzhang was also here. These three Gu immortals were currently inside rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were not in Central Continent. They had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Gu Yufangzhang's expression changed slightly. He knew the deeper meaning that Bai Zhang Shuai was pointing out. He could not help but think back to the instructions and arrangements that Qin Dingling gave him before leaving Heavenly Court. You and Gu Yufang Yuan were born together and counter each other. You are the arrangement of the Heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan changes his body, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will lead the expedition this time, bring Prince Fengxian, and Bai Zhang Shuai to launch a sneak attack on the headquarters of the variant human grotto heavens in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She placed great importance on Gu Yufangzhang. Knowing that the lucks of Gu Yufangzhang and Fang Yuan were tightly connected, she could sense that they countered each other. And facts proved this. Qin Dingling's awakening, the discovery of the Dragonman blessed land, they were all variables that suppressed Fang Yuan. Right now, Heavenly Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Jiugu betrayed them. The Immortal Graveyard was destroyed, while star constellations had no response. The Great Heavenly Court was at its weakest moment for the last 1,000,000 years. Qin Dingling temporarily led Heavenly Court. She naturally had to make use of all the available strength to defend themselves and resist enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more focus Qin Dingling placed on Fang Zheng. In order to nurture Fang Zheng, Qin Dingling spared no expense on immortal materials. She even let him lead this expedition to train his leadership skill. Fang Zheng was not a youngster anymore. He knew that this was an unprecedented opportunity that was rarely seen in thousands of years. Even though Heavenly Court lost, their foundation was still unfathomable. With such a huge organization supporting him, he had to grasp it. Fang Zheng still had rank 7 cultivation level now. He had not reached the condition to join Heavenly Court. Thus, his rank 7 blessed land was not handed over to them. The truth was, Qin Dingling needed him to grow stronger. Thus, even when he becomes a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future, as long as he still had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not make him give up his immortal aperture. After all, the Gu Immortal's growth would almost completely halt after getting a phantom aperture. Senior Bai is right. Currently, with Chi-Si ancestor and Wu Shuai stuck in battle, it is our best opportunity to launch an attack. Let's go now. Gu Yufangzheng spoke as he acted swiftly. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was immediately activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor that pierced through the Grotto Heaven wall with a loud sound. Entering Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven directly, the 3 immortals in Demon Judgment Board looked at Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. It had a beautiful scenery of lush mountains and flowing rivers. Inkmen lived here harmoniously. They had peaceful lives. There were many people here. It was a flourishing habitat. A thick blood-red light spread out rapidly from Demon Judgment Board, spreading throughout the world. The essence of an Immortal Gu house was Immortal Killer Moves. It was constructed using Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. According to the different Gu worms used with different structures, Immortal Gu houses had their own specialties. Demon Judgment Board had great might. It showed a solid performance during the Fate War. It was able to fight directly and managed to survive the war. This showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 Immortal Gu houses in the world. At this moment, Demon Judgment Board was unleashing an information path ability that had not been used in the Fate War. Wherever the blood-red light went, all sorts of information gathered into Demon Judgment Board like a waterfall before entering the minds of the three immortals. Prince Feng Xian frowned, showing a look of hatred and disgust. The ink men here actually captured humans secretly and exploited them as slaves. They truly deserve death. These variant humans should all die. Let's kill these ones here and soul search them first. But Bai Tsong Shui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they would not know many secrets of the higher-ups. We should give them a taste of their own medicine. Let's enslave them all and sell them as slaves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not only can we replenish Heavenly Court's reserves with this, it can also display the authority of our Heavenly Court. Fang Zheng frowned on the inside. He had once lived for many years in Langya Blessed Land with the hairy men due to Fang Yuan. He experienced the culture of the variant humans. Even though these ink men treated humans as slaves, he was still unwilling to kill the innocent. But Fang Zhang did not rebuke the two immortals. Instead he said, "These mortal inkmen are not important. The key now is to rapidly kill the Inkman Gu immortals here. Let's take a look at this list of the Demon Judgment Board." A new list on the Demon Judgment Board appeared. The names of the Inkman Gu immortals inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven were clearly written on it. "Let's go!" Fang Zhang shouted resolutely, activating Demon Judgment Board. They followed the connection to rapidly find the closest Inkman Gu immortal. This Inkman Gu immortal had already sensed something amiss. He secretly went to gather with the other Inkman Gu immortals. Seeing the approaching Demon Judgment Board, he flew desperately. But how could his speed match a rank 8 immortal Gu house? Ah! With a pitiful cry, this Inkman Gu immortal was directly killed by the charging immortal Gu house. Blood-red light captured his soul. It was brought to the three immortals. The three immortals quickly used soul search to gain lots of precious information. Within this great wisdom grotto heaven, there were many ink men and cities. The biggest city was at the center of the grotto heaven. It had the largest number of Inkman Gu immortals gathered there. Of course, at this moment, there were still a few Inkman Gu immortals scattered outside. Demon Judgment Board Lord, what do we do now? Bai Tsong Shui asked Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng did not hesitate. We will immediately attack that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky with outstanding speed, reaching the immortal city in a moment's time. During this period, the Inkman Gu immortals of the grotto heaven had already gathered. Heavenly Court, we have no grudges with each other, but you launched a sneak attack on us. Can you still consider yourself righteous? Within the immortal city, an Inkman Gu immortal shouted. Prince Feng Xian laughed heartily. Heavenly Court upholds the justice of humanity. Your entire Inkman group is full of evil demons. You deserve to be purged by everyone. What's the point of arguing with them? Fang Zhang acted more directly than Prince Feng Xian. He sent Demon Judgment Board to crash down on them. The Inkman Gu immortals gritted their teeth and shouted. Then you will have a taste of our great wisdom grotto heaven's main formation. At once, fog appeared and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board entered the fog and could not find its directions. It was completely trapped. Not only that, the dense black fog was seeking to infiltrate the immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. Fang Zhang did not fluster. He first tried to use killer moves to probe it. Lumps and lumps of blood flames spread out. Wherever they went, black fog dispersed. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted. It devoured the blood flames aggressively. Fang Zhang tried to attack several times, but he failed each time. Demon Judgment Board flew around the place but could not find any opening. It could not fly out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fang Zhang used the strongest method in Demon Judgment Board, causing wanton destruction everywhere. After a few minutes, a large amount of immortal essence was expended. Fang Zhang saw the black fog dispersing as they saw daylight again. But the immortal city was already blown to bits. The surrounding 1,000 li were in ruins. Countless lifeforms died from Demon Judgment Board's attacks. The defending Inkman Gu immortals were mostly dead. Only one was still alive, holding his final breath. He looked at Demon Judgment Board with a gaze of deep hatred. He gritted his teeth. How laughable! The great heavenly court is actually using blood path methods. You slaughtered these innocent people with no sense of guilt in your heart. You are truly the most vile demons of the demonic path. Prince Feng Xian snorted coldly, replying in disdain. Blood path is only a method. When used on you, it shows humanity's righteousness. The owner of our great wisdom grotto heaven will not let you off, the Inkman Gu Immortal said before dying. It's over. The person who caused this situation and claimed victory, Fang Zhang, stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Bai Shui knew how he felt. She smiled. Bored Lord, you think this is the Fate War, where intense fighting would happen that persists for months? Fang Zhang heard this and had a realization. He sighed. So that's it. The Fate War was at the peak of the world in terms of battle strength. After Fang Zhang participated in it personally, his impression of fights between Gu Immortals was elevated to a great degree. Right now, he was fighting against rank 6 and 7 Inkman Gu Immortals using the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. He realized it was so easy. It was too simple. Then what do we do now, Board Lord? Prince Feng Xian asked. Fang Zhang pondered before answering. Right now, the owners of these variant human grotto heavens are with Wu Shui in Eastern Sea. Since we already won this fight here, we still have time to attack the other grotto heavens. This assault is a great chance. We need to make good use of it. Senior Bai Shui, stay here, guard the place and collect our loot. For the sake of the ordinary Inkmen, Fang Zhang did not let the more racist and violent Prince Feng Xian stay here. He chose Bai Shui. Bai Shui and Prince Feng Xian looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fang Zhang's performance as the leader of this trip was quite commendable. Be it his decisions or mindset, he was dependable and had the aura of a great general. Then I will stay here. Please be careful yourselves. Bai Shui expressed. Fang Zhang nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry. I will not underestimate the enemies. I have not forgotten the most important point. That is the actions of Wu Shui's force. Bai Shui felt relieved upon hearing these words. They took their leave. Eastern Sea. The Qi tide had just subsided. The Dragon Palace with a damaged appearance crashed into Xia clan's headquarters. Oh, Lord Wu Shui is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you got injured? The variant human Gu Immortals entered Dragon Palace. They saw Wu Shui, who had a pale expression and was covered in bloodstains. Qi Si ancestor is formidable. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shui coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu Immortals were pale, overwhelmed by fear and panic. Wu Shui snorted coldly. Don't worry. I used up a major portion of human C and unleashed human path methods. That Qi Si ancestor is also severely injured. The variant human Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out the battle had ended in a draw. Right at this time, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Oh no! My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was attacked. It is in imminent peril. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's words shocked all of the present variant human Gu Immortals. Soon they reacted to the news. We need to save them. These are our headquarters. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your Grotto Heaven? Heavenly Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had a dark expression, gritting her teeth in hatred. The invading Gu Immortals used Demon Judgment Board. It is a Heavenly Court rank 8 Immortal Gu House. This cannot be faked. Humph. So it is Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is simply too shameless. They actually attacked without a proper declaration of war. Heavenly Court is an organization made by demons to begin with. The past primordial origin Immortal Venerable was the biggest demon in the world, far beyond Fang Yuan in fact. These are the records that our races have clearly left behind. While the Immortals berated Heavenly Court, there was a sudden sound as Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Wu Shui as she called, Lord Alliance Leader, please help us uphold justice. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew in her heart that she had no ability to save it. Just that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was an obstacle. That was not including the hidden Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals in Demon Judgment Board. Wu Shuai acknowledged her words. Great wisdom. No need to worry. Stand up first. He seemed to have a livid expression, but he did not find this strange at all. Heavenly Court's actions were within his expectations. During the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court had similarly done such an invasion. Wu Shuai said resolutely and solemnly, Great wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is attacked by Heavenly Court, we need to save it. Not only that, we need to take revenge for the damage that Heavenly Court has caused to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. We will not let this go. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother felt relieved. She stood up shakily. She already had the appearance of an old woman. At this moment, she looked even more pitiful as she asked, When will we set off? Wu Shuai pondered. This is a huge matter. We need to make plans first. We cannot panic and lose our rationality. We need to save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, but we also need to defend our Eastern Xia clan territory. Even though I fought evenly against Qi Si ancestor this time, Eastern Xi's righteous path will not let this go. They will retaliate. We worked hard to gain this territory. We must defend the fruits of our labor. Thankfully, we did not use any merman earlier. In the following battle, the Merman Imperial Court can support us secretly as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up from the crowd at this moment. Reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to defend Xia Clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea Righteous Path attacks, I will do my best to defend this place. They will not pass until I die. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were very heroic and grand. But in his heart, he was trying to avoid conflicting with Heavenly Court. There were many variant human goo immortals with similar thoughts. They all sighed now. They had been too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made a move before them. Among them, some of the variant human goo immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt happy internally. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended the base, they would definitely be chosen to stay with him. After all, he could not defend the location alone. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with admiration. Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a vigilant nature. You are a powerful general in our alliance. I will be assured if you are defending it. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia Clan's territory for me. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and became anxious. You all are talking so much, but why is nobody talking about the departure timing? She started to urge again. Lord Alliance Leader, fellow allies, there is no time. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's crisis is at hand. We need to save it immediately. Wu Shuai sighed. After this battle against Qi Si ancestor, not only are my injuries severe, the healing is very troublesome. I need a lot of immortal materials to heal my physical body. The reason is because my Dragonman body is different from Duke Long. I modified it and innovated upon the original version. When refining this body, I used a lot of rare immortal materials and paid a huge price. My healing will also require the same cost. Regrettably, I lack a lot of immortal materials now. I need to make purchases in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had also heard rumors regarding the humans-alike dragons method. She did not suspect his words as she asked, May I ask Lord Alliance Leader how many immortal materials you require to heal your injuries? We can provide it. Wu Shuai listed out the materials for her. After hearing his words, all the variant human goo immortals took in sharp breaths. The price was too huge. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied as she gasped. To think that Lord Alliance Leader's body is so valuable and expensive. Wu Shuai smiled but did not speak. He only glanced towards Gu Tribe's leader. Gu Tribe's leader immediately said, I can testify for this. Many of my people have turned into dragon men. We expended far more immortal materials than this. This was a lie, but Gu Tribe's leader and Wu Shuai were very close because he was an Eastern Sea rank 8. His words carried huge trustworthiness. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was extorting them, but she did not dare to question him. The situation was not within her control. After hesitating for a while, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother gritted her teeth as she said with difficulty, Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to fund and contribute the immortal materials to help you recover quickly. The variant human goo immortals quickly took action, gathering the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. Even with all the immortal materials, I need at least 3 days and 2 nights to heal. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother heard his words and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could not say anything, because at the next moment, Wu Shuai added, "As the alliance leader, no matter which of your headquarters get attacked, I will definitely save them. Heavenly Court is our common enemy. But the situation is indeed tough now. How about this? Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance leader, lead a group of people to save them in Black Heaven first. Try your best to preserve the foundation of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven." What? Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a difficult expression. To think that this matter still ended up being delegated to him. He quickly thought about it but found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth. "I will go. But I am too weak and powerless. I do not want to ruin the expedition. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I can definitely complete my mission." But Wu Shuai shook his head. "I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to heal my injuries." "Is that so?" Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch wanted to speak. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said grimly, "Everyone, the situation is urgent now. We cannot talk about it further. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first target. Will your Grotto Heavens remain untouched? You need to save yourselves. Were I not the Alliance leader, when faced with this situation, would you surrender to them? Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, I order you to go save them immediately. You can choose 5 people here to go with you." Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order. He chose 5 Gu Immortals from among the people here. They were all rank 8 Gu Immortals. These were all leaders of forces close to him. There was no choice. Resisting Heavenly Court to save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to get into trouble from internal strife. However, right when they were about to move out, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly froze as she said dejectedly, "It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has been completely taken down by Heavenly Court." The Gu Immortals gasped in unison. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother fell to the ground as she knelt before Wu Shuai, sobbing, "Please take revenge for me, Lord Alliance Leader. My tribe has been doing its best to collect the fragments of the Chen Kuan Crystal Wall. We have more than 50% now. If we can find another 10%, we will be able to excavate the racial inheritance of our Inkman race." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly exposed the racial inheritance of her tribe. The intention was obvious. She was trying to use benefits to lure Wu Shuai. After hearing about the racial inheritance, the other Gu Immortal's eyes started to shine. At this moment, another Gu Immortal shouted in panic, "Oh no! My Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Heavenly Court. Quick! Quick! Go and save it!" Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch imposingly. "This is an urgent matter? Aren't you setting off?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He brought a number of Gu Immortals to return to immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another pitiful Gu Immortal went back to reinforce the invaded Grotto Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went there. Within Dragon Palace, less than half the Gu Immortals were left. The remaining Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. Most of them were shell-shocked. After all, they could be the next target at any time. Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to defend Xia Clan's base as he shut the door of Dragon Palace. Attending to his injuries, "These variant human Gu Immortals are truly not our match," he. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Gu Immortals. He was the only person here who had peace of mind. All these Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals don't have any interaction during normal times. They even guard against each other and think that they should keep more secrets to themselves. With such precaution against each other, how can they make any change? Even if they work together, they are still a disunited bunch. My decision to join Heavenly Court was right after all. After this matter, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more sure of his intention to work for Heavenly Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly informed Heavenly Court of this expedition. Wu Shuai had created the Two Heavens Alliance Agreement. There were restrictions upon it naturally. But the information path Dao marks on Night Heavenly Wolflord had already been removed by Zhou Xiong Xian and the others. Thus, even though he was a traitor, no backlash had occurred. In Heavenly Court's central Great Hall, Qin Dingling soon received news of this. She thought about it but did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead she told Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang was already about to take down the second Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven were still well hidden. Fang Zhang was anxious to find them. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Prince Fengxian to stay here and clean up the situation. He would bring Demon Judgment Board to the third Grotto Heaven and assault it. At the same time, Eastern Sea Qi ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat as he looked at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all here. Qi ancestor looked at Xia Ruiji as he asked, "In this battle I had the upper hand at first, but that Wu Shuai actually managed to use a human path method. This method was very powerful. It could create countless flying human figures. According to Wu Shuai, this is the foundation of your Xia clan. Is it an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth?" After Xia clan First Supreme Elder Xia Ruiji heard Qi ancestor's question, he became shocked. After a while, he answered vigilantly, "Reporting to Ancestor, my Xia clan was indeed creating an artificial human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created it was to deal with the future chaos and have a method to revive our Xia clan Gu Immortals." Xia Ruiji spoke vaguely, but he did not lie. The reason why Xia clan was creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu Immortals. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan remembered that when Xia clan's Gu Immortals died outside, they were not truly dead. They could revive from Human Sea. Although their immortal Gu and immortal apertures accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan gained a huge reputation because of this. For the following period of time, they invaded Southern Border. Southern Border's Gu Immortals fought against Xia clan. Over time, they learned about Xia clan's background and foundation. Eventually, Chai clan mimicked Human Sea and created their own Human Mountain secluded domain. Qi ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that the reason why Wu Shuai led the two Heavens Gu Immortals to invade your Xia clan was because of this Human Sea secluded domain. All of the present Xia clan Gu Immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned as he muttered, "Was my Xia clan invaded because information got leaked and the allure of the Human Sea secluded domain caused enemies to attack? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been completed yet." Qi ancestor had a grim expression. If Wu Shuai did not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, does that mean that after he completes it, he will have an actual Human Sea and his human path killer move will be even stronger? Xia Ruiji smiled. "Ancestor, don't worry. The creation of Human Sea originated from an ancestor of my clan. It was refined by generations of descendants. Wu Shuai does not know of its profundity. If he tries to complete it, Human Sea will only dwindle and shrink." Qi ancestor shook his head. "Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He made use of Fang Yuan's power to revive successfully. This person is too scheming and crafty. He takes action with certainty. Each time he strikes, he is resolute and will always make great gains. Since he knew about your Xia clan's Human Sea secluded domain, he might also know a way to complete it." Xia Ruiji's smile became more forced. "This possibility is not likely. Only the top 3 supreme elders of my clan know about the creation method of Human Sea. Right now, they are all here. Don't tell me we have a traitor among us." Qi ancestor sighed. "It might not be a traitor. Don't forget that Wu Shuai controls Dragon Palace, which has dream path killer moves. He might have targeted you in your dreams." This, Xia Ruiji's smiling expression froze entirely. If it were any other path, Xia Ruiji would still feel some confidence. But against dream path methods, he could not be certain. Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, a Tang clan Gu Immortal spoke. "Should you still be hiding it? You should tell us the creation method of Human Sea." Let us refer to it and find out a weakness of Wu Shuai's human path method. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals were stunned. The creation method of Human Sea was the deepest foundation of Eastern Sea's Xia Clan. How could they expose it like this? Tang Clan's Gu Immortal was merely after Human Sea himself. Tang Clan's member chuckled. Pardon my words, but friends from Xia Clan, what are you still waiting for? Your territory has been lost. You want to create a brand new Human Sea secluded domain from scratch? Do you know what the most important thing is now? When Ancestor and Wu Shuai fought, it ended in a draw because of that human path killer move. As long as we can deduce this human path killer move, would we have to fear Wu Shuai and his army? By then, wouldn't you get back your homeland? Xia Clan's Gu Immortals gritted their teeth in anger. Tang Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. They bordered Xia Clan and had much conflict in usual times. Thus, they decided to make things difficult for Xia Clan at this moment. However, even though they were causing problems intentionally, their words made sense. This was something even Xia Clan's Gu Immortals had to admit. Xia Ruizhi thought about it before making up his mind. The method to create Human Sea is our Xia Clan's secret. We will not announce it publicly. I am only willing to contribute this human path essence to Ancestor alone. Qi Si Ancestor got injured from fighting Wu Shuai. Xia Clan's hopes were all on Qi Si Ancestor now. Because the two heavens were led by Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qi Si Ancestor able to resist the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace collectively. Xia Ruizhi was trying to gain Qi Si Ancestor's favor now. He was making plans for his own clan. But Qi Si Ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm the situation. Your Xia Clan can keep this Human Sea creation method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I get it, I cannot deduce Wu Shuai's methods. Xia Ruizhi became anxious and wanted to speak, but Qi Si Ancestor waved his hand to interrupt. Xia Clan does not have to worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The Two Heavens Alliance is also made up of mostly variant humans. They are public enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it, but they chose Eastern Sea after all, so as a human, I will resist these variant humans with all my effort. Ancestor is righteous and mighty. The Gu Immortals present called out in unison. Qi Si Ancestor added, but now, I have injuries from the battle. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are more severe. He will not take action during this period of time. There is no need to worry. Qi Si Ancestor paused before continuing. When I recover, I will need you all to cooperate and gather an army to fight against the Two Heavens Alliance. We will listen to Ancestor. With Ancestor leading us, Eastern Sea has nothing to worry. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have suffered great losses already. It is truly Eastern Sea's blessing to have Ancestor defending it. This is the blessing of the people. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals continued to flatter him without stopping. But Xia Ruizhi had a worried expression. He and Xia Clan's members were currently homeless. During this period, they could not reclaim Xia Clan's territory. Where were they going to go now? Qi Si Ancestor smiled lightly. Before we attack, friends from Xia Clan, you may stay in Qi Si as guests. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals instantly became overjoyed. Xia Ruizhi cupped his fists and thanked. Xia Clan will remember Ancestor's warm hospitality. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's Gu Immortals looked at Xia Clan's Gu Immortals with different expressions now. Other than disdain and sympathy, they also felt envious and jealous. Was this Xia Clan's fortune after a disaster? They were able to stay closely with Qi Si Ancestor. As time passes, their relationship would deepen. They would be able to gain the backing of a great expert. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would show? After finishing their discussion, Qi Si Ancestor went to recuperate in closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals also went back to their bases to make preparations for the upcoming battle. Mermaid Lien Ku Xian was feeling nervous at the moment. The Merman Imperial Court had already joined the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identity. They were currently spies sent to gather information. Feeling the cold breeze in the sky, Lien Ku Xian calmed down slowly as sorrow emerged in her heart. Now it seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for this period of time without any fighting. But this is the calm before the storm. Sigh. During the battle in the future, I wonder what action my Merman Imperial Court should take. Lien Kuexian was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had high status and authority, but now she felt helpless and fearful. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions were going to become chaotic and turbulent. But the chaos had just started. Lien Kuexian already felt like she was in treacherous waters. Her future was bleak and dark. She could not see the light or hope of survival. If she was careless, then the entire Merman Imperial Court would even get completely devoured. After hearing the report, Shun Tsongshang learned of Qi Si Ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is currently led by Qi Si Ancestor after all. Shun Tsongshang sighed. If Ancestor Shinshang returned, it would be different, letting a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shun Tsongshang shook his head. He had ambition. He wanted Shin Clan to be the overlord of Eastern Sea, as the #1 force. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shin Clan had Shinshang. He was someone who could compete with Qi Si Ancestor. But Shinshang's whereabouts were unknown. Shin Clan had searched for him with full effort, but they made no discoveries. Shin Tsongshang felt a huge headache regarding this. Oh, Ancestor, where in the world are you? At the same time, Divine Emperor City, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on the bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded a person as they kicked and punched. Stop! Hong Yi could not watch anymore. He quickly stopped them. After seeing the situation, Yi Fan was also furious. Are you guys really hitting him? So many of you are bullying one beggar. The group of muscular men turned around. Stupid kids. Don't meddle in others' affairs. This lunatic is courting death. He scared my young master's precious horse to death. My clan's young master also fell to the ground. We will not rest until we beat him to death. Hong Yi sighed. You went overboard. Boom, boom, boom. Hong Yi and Yi Fan made their move. The group of muscular men were sent scrambling and escaping. The beggar was curled up on the ground. He was covered in bruises. His body shivered as he muttered nonsensical phrases. He really is insane. Hong Yi sighed. Sigh, even if he is crazy, he is still human. He did not mean to scare the horse, right? Yi Fan also felt some pity. Come. Let's help him. We can't leave him here like this. The two brought the beggar into a secluded alley as they got him a few buns, placing it beside him. After that, they left. What they did not know was, after they left, the beggar regained his sanity. Where am I? Damn it. The black fire wreaked havoc. I went mad again. This beggar was the person that Shin Clan had been desperately trying to find. Shin Shang. People on the streets moved continuously. Shops on both sides had bright signs and attractive banners. Wow! This is the world inside the painting. It is incredible. Everything seems so real. Sun Yao's body shook as her vision widened. After entering the painting, she could not help but shout in amazement. The surrounding people looked towards this young lady with perplexed gazes. But Sun Yao did not notice it. Her eyes were wide open and shining as she looked around, filled with curiosity and excitement. Sun Yao was a Spirit Affinity House Gu Master. She was chosen as a Gu Immortal Seed by the sect and was given much assistance. Spirit Affinity House's original nominee was Feng Jin Huang, but because of Feng Jiuji's betrayal, Qin Ding Ling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House thus changed their nominee. Sun Yao took over Feng Jin Huang's position. However, the sect's nurturing was different from what she expected. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao about the background of this painting before sending her in. Sun Yao moved around the different shops on the streets, having a lot of fun. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House. She only had senior brothers or sisters around her. They were all cultivators, and according to the rules of the sect, they did not interact with the outside world very much. Everything that happened here was very exciting and interesting to her. She spent primeval stones to buy many sticks of candy. She ate them as she looked around. She saw paper-cutting artists in the alleys, where pieces of red paper were quickly transformed with scissors into lifelike butterflies and flowers. She went into the theater to enjoy the opera. She saw the people with their painted faces, their exaggerated dresses, and their long, high-pitched singing. She stopped at a corner of the street and saw two strong men putting up a performance of smashing rocks on their chest. Suddenly, she was tapped on the shoulder. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man, with a squarish face and an honest appearance. Before Sun Yao could open her mouth, this young man with an honest and righteous air smiled sheepishly and said, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao suddenly stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother, you too." The young man then nodded his head and introduced himself with cupped fists. "I am Chun Dejiang of Wind Cloud Manor." "So it's Senior Brother Chun." Sun Yao was shocked. She returned the greeting in succession. Chun Dejiang was the current generation #1 disciple of Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had already learned of his name before this. Sun Yao had the feeling of seeing a celebrity. When Chun Dejiang had first gained fame, she was nothing more than a follower of Feng Jinhuang. Like Sun Yao, Chun Dejiang was a recommended candidate from Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world of the painting. The two of them met in a strange place, and even though it was only the first time they met, there was a natural closeness between them. "Senior Brother Chun, I wonder what other arrangements the sect has made by sending us here for training?" Sun Yao inquired. Chun Dejiang shook his head. "I don't know anything about that either. I originally thought that by entering here, I would be able to get guidance on the next step of my cultivation. I didn't expect that the sect would not have any arrangements." The two of them had a fruitless conversation and decided to travel in companionship. "Give me some food, please. Our mother hasn't eaten for 3 days. Please give some money. Please help us. My father is gone. I am selling myself to raise money for his funeral. I beg for your help." The two wandered aimlessly into a street, but all they saw were starving people. There were many yellow-skinned people leaning on the corner wall. Many people were begging, cupping their hands or holding up broken bowls. Pedestrians on the street, on the other hand, were in a hurry and avoided them, rarely stopping to give alms to anyone. How is this happening? They are just 2 streets apart. Sun Yao was greatly surprised when she saw this scene. Chun Dejiang analyzed. This is the painting world of Divine Emperor City. Every major scene that happened in the history of Emperor City is merged into one painting. It looks like this is what happened in Emperor City during one of the famine disasters of history. Sun Yao couldn't help but overflow with sympathy. "Senior Brother Chun, even though they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are so pitiful. I still want to help them." Chun Dejiang was impressed by Sun Yao's words. He smiled readily. "This might sound funny, but I also have the same idea. Why don't the two of us act together?" "Awesome." Sun Yao jumped at the chance and agreed to do so. The two of them contributed money and effort, not only giving out primeval stones, but also purchasing porridge, buns, and other food to deliver to these beggars. "Kind people. Thank you, benefactors. We will never forget your act of kindness. Benefactors, please allow me to follow you too in return for your kindness." The people in distress were grateful and appreciative. Just then, a shrill voice cut in. "What are you guys doing?" When Sun Yao and Chun Dejiang turned their heads, they saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt at his waist. His posture was as straight as a sword. An air of arrogance could be felt between his brows as he walked towards them. "So it's Brother Shao Qixing of Spirit Butterfly Valley." Chun Dejiang greeted with cupped fists. Sun Yao gasped. Shao Qixing was also a well-known figure. She said in a panic, "Spirit Affinity House's Sun Yao greets Brother Shao." Shao Qixing sized up Sun Yao. "Are you the candidate of Spirit Affinity House this time? It seems that Feng Jinhuang has indeed been suppressed. This is not surprising at all. Her father has openly betrayed Heavenly Court. This outcome is only natural." As soon as this was said, Sun Yao frowned. Senior Sister Feng wouldn't care about these things. He. She is indeed arrogant. Pity, what a pity. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Shao Qixing revealed a mocking smile. "You guys are actually helping these beggars again? They're not real people. Why are you doing this for?" "No reason. We just feel like helping them." Chun Dejiang smiled. Sympathy? Xiao Qixing shook his head in disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this journey? You're wasting your time here. Oh! Chun Dezhang's eyes lit up. What does Brother Xiao know? Xiao Qixing looked at Chun Dezhang. There is no harm in telling you. This painting world is so vivid because it is the effect of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all nominated by our sex to be trained by Heavenly Court and sent here for further nurturing. As I'm sure you've noticed, there are also Gu Masters cultivating here, but they cultivate mainly human path. What the sect wants is for us to cultivate human path. We will strive to ascend to become immortal using human path as our main path. Although this world is not real, the cultivation of human path is not fake. All the human path Gu worms we get from here can also be taken outside and used. So that's how it is. Sun Yao's eyes widened, but soon she expressed some doubt. But why didn't the sect tell me? Chun Dezhang, on the other hand, simply asked, where did Brother Xiao learn about this inside information? Xiao Qixing smiled slightly. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, even Spirit Butterfly Valley has not informed me of this inside information. I had gone to ask my great-grandfather to find out. Chun Dezhang nodded understandingly. Seeing that Sun Yao was still puzzled, he explained, Brother Xiao has a noble status and a wealth of knowledge. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Xiao Bai Hong. Oh, so that's how it is. Sun Yao's gaze towards Xiao Qixing changed again. All right, I have to head to the military base now and join the city guards. I've already investigated it. Only city guards can get Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Lieutenant Gu, Captain Gu, and others. These human path Gu worms are very useful. They can build a strong foundation in our human path cultivation. We should go together. We can take care of each other. Xiao Qixing suggested again. But Chun Dezhang shook his head. Brother Xiao, go first. I'm not done helping the beggars here. Xiao Qixing looked at Chun Dezhang and nodded. You're still the same as before? So what about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated and shook her head as well. No, Senior Brother Xiao, I plan to help Senior Brother Chin. Ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed as he showed a smile with deep meaning. Then I will not disturb the two of you in your good work. He left straight away, laughing coldly in his heart. These two idiots have no idea what kind of opportunities they are missing out on. Xiao Qixing could not help but recall the words that his great-grandfather had instructed him. Oh Qixing, this trip into the painting world is an unimaginably great opportunity. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You must do your best to grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must hurry up. You are only the first batch of candidates. Heavenly Court will also arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter next. These people are also elites that Heavenly Court is focusing on nurturing. But the chi tides have not settled yet, and they are all still resting and recuperating. After you enter the painting world, you will have to race against time and try to establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal opponents in the future. Don't be afraid. These Gu Immortals can only follow the rules in the painting world. Inside it, Immortals and Mortals are basically equals. Xiao Qixing's heart beat rapidly every time he recalled these words. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Of course he wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Chun Dezhang did not know the inside story, so Xiao Qixing wanted to coax them to help himself out. It was a pity that these two actually wanted to do good deeds. They were really not qualified to work with him. Xiao Qixing saw through this and was unwilling to waste precious time and energy on them. We brought steamed buns and porridge. Eat slowly and don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xinshang. Xinshang was still covered in injuries and resembled a beggar, sitting in the shade at the corner like a stone statue. Sun Yao also did not pay attention to it. After all, there were many such silent beggars. She did this to help others, not for the sake of listening to some words of gratitude and praise. Xinshang's eyes contained bright light as he looked at Sun Yao, who was close to him, and also at the back of Xiao Qixing, who was about to disappear in the distance of the street. These people are all Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal seeds. In order to face the tides of the Great Era, Heavenly Court has made long-term plans. Xiao Baihong is too short-sighted and doesn't even know that he has harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Chun Dejiang were previously kept in the dark, but now, although they learned some of the inside story, they still upheld their nature and acted according to their desires. These two will definitely benefit greatly if they continue. Xinshang thought to himself. Although these three people were transmitting their conversations, they could not hide it from a character like Xinshang. Xinshang sighed in his heart. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement is truly vast and grand. I really admire him. In history, the greatest human path true inheritance is the Legends of Ren. Even though this book seems shallow, it is profound to the limit. Only a small group of people can actually comprehend its true essence and create human path killer moves. However, to establish a path, these killer moves are too few and rare. They are like the moon beyond the clouds. Normal people cannot reach them. Even though human path has such great potential, it has no foundations set upon it. It is unable to develop until now. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this painting world. He used the scenes of the mortal world for the past million years to derive the foundations of human path. He is making an immense contribution towards the development of human path. He is truly the foundational pillar of human path. The human path developments here are also very helpful to me. I wonder what happened when I was in a state of madness. How did I end up in here? It is a pity I cannot contact Fang Yuan's Fang Di Chong clone. What is happening over on his end? Xinshang was the one who had previously collaborated with Fang Di Chong and successfully unraveled the Venerable's human path methods, adding a significant weight to tilt the balance of the battle in the Fate War. Xinshang knew that Fang Di Chong had refined Divine Bean Palace before. He had a large level of authority over it. If they could collaborate once again, it would benefit both of them. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Shi Chang leaned over to check out the stone mushrooms within the valley. If these stone mushrooms were in good condition, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like a small tree with a cover like an umbrella. However, these stone mushrooms were short, just like stumps left behind after a tree was cut down. And instead of a healthy gray stone color, their bodies were covered in a distorted multicolored color, and one could tell at a glance that they were not normal. These stone mushrooms are ruined. After Shi Chang finished his inspection and confirmed this, his expression was quite ugly. Although his cultivation was only rank 6, he was valued by Fang Yuan and arranged to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Shi Chang held Fang Yuan in high esteem and was dedicated to developing the Rockman tribe, in order to live up to Fang Yuan's expectations. This stone mushroom field was a medium-sized resource point that he had personally constructed for the sake of the Rockman tribe. In order to build this resource point, Shi Chang had specifically requested many immortal materials from Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. At that time, he even vowed and guaranteed that there would be desirable returns. As a result, reality was like a slap in the face of Shi Chang. What is happening? I clearly followed the records of the tribe to carefully cultivate the stone mushrooms without any mistakes. Shi Chang was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were all growing normally and everything was fine. But after a few days had passed, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fang Yuan? Shi Chang furrowed his brows and sighed. At this moment, light flashed and Fang Yuan's will was transmitted over in midair. The will was solid and lifelike. Shi Chang gasped and immediately bowed. Subordinate pays respect to Lord. Fang Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about your situation here. The stone mushroom field was destroyed. No one can blame you. It was a natural disaster. You should go back for now. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive in a while, and you can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi Chang was overjoyed and thanked him, but also wanted to say something. Fang Yuan's will revealed an understanding smile. Are you thinking of asking what caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi Chang nodded. Lord is perceptive. I would like to ask if these stone mushrooms can still be recycled in some way. It would be a pity to just throw them away. The initial investment in building the stone mushroom valley was huge. It was certainly nothing in Fang Yuan's eyes, But in Shi Cheng's opinion, it was an astronomical investment. Together with the effort and time he had invested in this place, he did not want to see all his efforts go up in smoke. But Fang Yuan shook his head. You don't need to think about the details. If I can solve it, you will have no worries. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, none of them can be used. Even if they are used as materials to refine goo, they will only cause more harm instead. You can leave now. Yes, my lord. Shi Cheng took his leave respectfully. He was worried in his heart. Why do we have such a big problem? According to his tone, it may not be possible to resolve the matter. Shi Cheng left. Only Fang Yuan's will remained in this valley. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He scanned the entire valley first. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects, the originally smooth surface forming countless creases. The colors were bright, like a gathering of poisonous creatures, giving people a sense of terror. This was of course just the appearance. In Fang Yuan's eyes, he could see that the original earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms had been disrupted and washed away. Many different Dao marks from other paths, including wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on, were added instead. Because of this, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as waste material. At least currently, Fang Yuan had no means to utilize them. Heaven's will. Fang Yuan's will suddenly sneered and discovered heaven's will lurking in the valley. With a loud sound, he transformed into a field of clouds and mist that covered the entire valley, pursuing and intercepting heaven's will. A confrontation between wills soon came to an end. Fang Yuan was victorious. He had managed to completely clear the heavens will lurking in this place. But of course, the price paid was not small. After his will had gathered again, it was no longer as lifelike as before, but illusory as a shadow, giving the impression like it was going to fade away at any moment. Fang Yuan sighed. This victory only resolved the problem but not its fundamental cause. A new problem would occur again. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not just an isolated case. Recently, there had been heavens will lurking all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points had been destroyed. Fang Yuan's main body had obtained more than 3,000 heaven path Dao marks as he was the person refining goo, managing to destroy fake goo for good. These Dao marks did not belong to him and were imposed on him. The heaven path Dao marks transformed on their own, causing the various environments of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more and more balanced and stable. In the long run, this change would naturally do more good than harm, greatly increasing the development potential of the sovereign immortal aperture. However, if one looked at the immediate future, it would cause Fang Yuan to suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan was not a super force. All his possessions were in the sovereign immortal aperture. A great loss in this foundation of his would definitely affect his battle performance. Fang Yuan did not want to fall into the trap of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven, constantly fighting against natural disasters. At the same time, he had successively retrieved the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using Human Path to restrict the Heaven Path effects. With such a two-pronged approach, the situation of Sovereign Immortal Aperture was greatly improved. However, Fang Yuan did not expect that the natural development of the Heaven Path Dao marks would produce Heaven's will after some point. The Heavenly Dao was impartial. It had no malicious intent against Fang Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural step of development. But this was not the case for Heaven's will. Heaven's will was produced from the Heavenly Dao. It was more flexible and resourceful. The Heavenly Dao was unable to eliminate Fang Yuan, the otherworldly demon that affected the balance of the world. So Heaven's will went one step further and began deliberately destroying the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. Heaven Path Dao marks could transform into other paths. So Heavens will use this ability to completely disrupt the Dao marks of the various resource points, turning them from orderly to a complete mess. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heavens will Dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. The Heavenly Dao is constantly deriving new changes. It can produce Heavens will anywhere in the entire Grotto Heaven. It is too difficult for me to clear out all this Heaven's will. Even if I do my best, the efficiency is low. Feng Yuan was clear that the way to settle the fundamental cause was to directly refine these heaven path Dao marks, so that they truly belonged to the sovereign immortal aperture and himself. But what the method to go about it was, he had no idea. He had never heard of anyone cultivating heaven path before. The only known way was to use human path methods to suppress heaven path. Feng Yuan thought for a long time and found two possible ways out. The first one was Emperor City. Emperor City was carefully arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain it, I will definitely be able to greatly restrain the heavenly Tao. The second way was in Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was set up by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the derivations of the heavenly Tao. In Crazed Demon Cave, the demonic sounds are rampant, driving lifeforms mad. All kinds of immortal materials turn into trash as Tao marks are messed up. The situation is exactly the same as the stone mushrooms and other resources. If I can grasp all the secrets of Crazed Demon Cave, I should be able to improve my situation. But these were two dangerous options. Emperor City was located in the center of Central Continent. If Feng Yuan were to go there, he would definitely have to fight Heavenly Court. With his current strength, he would be able to defeat Heavenly Court. However, Feng Yuan's fear was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had schemed against him, causing him to lose his clone Feng Dichang. When using luck inspection earlier, he did not find Feng Dichang's luck. It was likely that he had perished. The likelihood of his death was great. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the Heaven Path Tao marks, how could heavens will be produced in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture? Of course, Red Lotus was also plotting against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Tao marks were both dangerous and also a fortuitous encounter for Feng Yuan. It was also his protection. At the least, Spectral Soul could not use his hidden methods because of these Tao marks. If Feng Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, it was also filled with danger. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had promised to join the fate war to Feng Yuan. But during the battle, none of them had shown up. Feng Yuan had tried to contact them, but they had completely vanished. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to mysteriously disappear? Feng Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have taken action. Feng Yuan realized that the consumption of Wisdom Goo was part of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's scheme. Giant Sun's single attack also made Feng Yuan realize that he was keeping some trump cards after all. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, it was possible for Venerables to revive. If Feng Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, it was likely that he would need to face the methods of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. There was one more thing that worried Feng Yuan. There were changes happening in the River of Time. Ever since the destruction of Fate Goo, the water of the River of Time had become extremely violent, vicious, and dangerous. Even if Feng Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Warship, he could only barely enter the river and last for a moment before having to return to the 5 regions. He was unable to explore it for long. Feng Yuan understood the reason. In the past, the River of Time could move forward smoothly because everything was fixed. Everything moved according to the path set by fate. No matter what existed, they had a specific trajectory of life experiences. This was why Time Path Goo Immortals could often predict things by watching the downstream segments. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot the destruction of Fate Goo by observing the downstream events and learning many secrets of the future. But now, once Fate Goo was destroyed, everything no longer had a fixed path and could change at will. As a result, the River of Time has become extremely violent. Everything has become turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could no longer be used for the time being. Before, Spring-Autumn Cicada could move through the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become violent and chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada was activated and entered the river, it would definitely be smashed to pieces by the river water. Unless Feng Yuan developed some other killer move that could use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it's actually not a big problem. What I'm really worried about is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He's the one who had built the stone lotus islands in the River of Time. I don't know what other arrangements he has in the River of Time. Fate Gu was destroyed at long last. Feng Yuan had finally gotten free of the sword of Damocles hanging above his head. However, the journey ahead of him was filled with mist. He was walking in a dangerous valley. Within the mist, which area could be explored, which area would lead to a cliff? Would his path to eternal life, his lifelong ambition, be hidden within the mist? If it existed, where would it be? In immemorial black heaven. A group of Gu immortals were traveling stealthily as they flew continuously. These Gu immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Gu immortals. The leader was a Gu immortal with pale skin and blue hair. He had a grim expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had received orders from Wu Shuai to reinforce the headquarters of the Grotto Heavens, to resist the invasion of Heavenly Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was filled with worry. This is not the same as my expectations. I made Wu Shuai the alliance leader so that he would be the vanguard. But in the end, to deal with Heavenly Court, I was the one sent out instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had the intention to reject this order, but the situation back then did not allow him to use any excuses. Wu Shuai suffered injuries against Qi Si Ancestor. In a way, he was indeed used by us to resist Qi Si Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I need to put in some effort too. It makes logical sense for me to reinforce them in Black Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to face Heavenly Court directly. Regardless of win or loss, he would become an eyesore from Heavenly Court's perspective. Currently, he wanted Wu Shuai to attract the attention of the enemies. But the world was not as simple as he thought. Society was vicious to everyone. Right now, he was pushed forward as the vanguard. I am truly unable to go against the tides. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply to himself. He definitely had to go save them, but the way to go about it was something that he could determine himself. Vice Alliance Leader, we found a large number of Gu Immortals ahead. The investigative Gu Immortal suddenly spoke. They are our allies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded in response. Unsurprised, go meet with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted his Vice Alliance Leader position, it was already too late now. He could only take full advantage of the authority he had. Before setting off, he had already used his status as Vice Alliance Leader to order the remaining Grotto Heaven forces to help each other out. In order to chase away Heavenly Court, they had to contribute their strength. The two groups of Gu Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements. He felt rage building internally. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Gu Immortals. They could form the Ancient Battle Formation, Rotting Smell Vicious Cloud Formation, while Strange Hair Grotto Heaven brought an incomplete Immortal Gu House, Black Emperor Building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces that were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch brought their trump cards along with them, but other than them, the other forces were simply not putting in effort. Especially those human forces, they only dispatched several rank 7 Gu Immortals without much sincerity. The enemy is right ahead, but these Grotto Heaven forces are still trying to preserve their strength. Grotto Heavens are too far apart. We do not have much interaction normally. Even if we cooperate, it is only due to external pressure. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger soon turned into helplessness and dejectedness. In that case, I should conceal my own strength too. Let's just put up a superficial show. After all, the people I brought amount to quite a force already. Heavenly Court was powerful. If possible, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to face them head-on. He knew his own limits. If he really charged forward fearlessly, he might not return alive. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression changed as his eyes widened, almost spewing fires of rage. The other Gu Immortals saw Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression and turned around. Someone asked, Vice Alliance Leader, what happened? Have Xia Clan's headquarters fallen? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia Clan's headquarters have Lord Alliance Leader. How can they fall? My Grotto Heaven has been invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My tribe's Gu Immortals are currently fighting them to the death. We need to reinforce them now. This great wisdom immortal mother was still thinking of saving her grotto heaven. She was hesitant. Ice crystal immortal monarch stared at her. Your grotto heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome has been decided. But my ice crystal grotto heaven is still resisting them. There is hope. We need to return to reinforce them immediately. If anyone does not help, I will report it to Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made use of Wu Shuai's name, and because the variant human goo immortals close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch expressed their support, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and the rest had to follow this order. The immortals did not conceal their traces anymore. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven with their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven entrance opened as Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew in anxiously, while the rest followed. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already in chaotic battle. Demon Judgment Board flew around like a meteor, slaughtering everything in its path, totally unstoppable. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Goo Immortals in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation to unleash a blizzard on Demon Judgment Board, but the effect was very minimal. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shot out a sharp blood-red light that landed on the control area of the formation. The Snowman Goo Immortals quickly put up their defenses. The blood-red light seemed to be reflected by a mirror as it changed directions and shot elsewhere. Boom! There was a loud sound as heaven and earth shook. The blood-red light exploded as the sky turned red. For the radius of several thousand li, the snowy and icy plain got completely obliterated. Ah, my blizzard icy plain! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and became overwhelmed with anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering spot of the snowman race in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, nearly 10 million ordinary snowmen died a terrible death. The blizzard icy plain carried special significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch personally. His coming-of-age ceremony was held in this blizzard icy plain. Back then, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the icy plain. You are an adult now, my son. The icy plain you see here is the location of your trial. You need to survive 7 days here to pass the trial. You will be qualified to become a Goo Master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at this vast plain and felt lost. Fear appeared in his eyes. His father observed his expression and said, "Fear is normal because you might likely die here. The trial is fair. You need to experience the danger of death in order to be qualified to become a Goo Master. Even as a Goo Immortal, I cannot protect you from this. I can only give you a suggestion." "What is that?" the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. "It is too difficult to live alone in the icy plain for 7 days. There is barely any hope." His father shook his head. "But there are many snowman tribes in this icy plain. If you can follow the traces to find them, they will protect you." "But I don't know these people." The young Ice Crystal was worried. His father explained meticulously, "Don't worry. The snowman tribes will protect every person who is stranded, because these people will end up protecting the entire race in the end. They will definitely help you, my son. If you succeed the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will need to protect our entire race. This is how a snowman lives." As expected, the young Ice Crystal survived for 3 days and nights in the icy plain, chasing after the traces of snowman tribes. At the moment of life and death, he crawled his way to a hunter's tribe near the periphery and was discovered, managing to survive. The tribe took him in and healed him for free, welcoming him to become a member of their tribe. Even though the young Ice Crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply etched into his heart. It affected him for the rest of his life until now. After he became rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he developed the blizzard icy plain and made the sparse icy plain grow abundant with resources. The lives of the snowmen living in it improved greatly. Their numbers increased gradually. But now it was all ruined. All ruined by a killer move of a strong foe that affected the entire blizzard icy plain. Not only were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's efforts ruined entirely, his memories also became just memories now. He could no longer find them in real life. Anger and hatred rose in his heart, burning intensely. For a moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still extremely cold now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly remembered his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely help you, my son. If you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will need to protect our entire race. This is how a snowman lives. Indeed, it is time for me to protect my race. Rumble. At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating an intense blizzard as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. All of the Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so courageous. Reinforcements from the two heavens are here. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Gu Yufangzhang took in a deep breath as his expression turned grim. Many people had arrived, among which were various rank 8 Gu Immortals. Gu Yufangzhang was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. All of his battles before this had tempered his own confidence and determination. But the bigger reason was also the fact that he had absolute confidence in the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. You created a grand commotion, but can you fight Demon Judgment Board? Gu Yufangzhang smiled coldly. Instead of using any killer move, he directly used Demon Judgment Board to charge ahead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He was forced to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Gu Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he resist an Immortal Gu House with his body? Let's join the battle too. Quick! Work together and help Vice Alliance leader. The Two Heavens Alliance shouted and attacked at once. Seeing this, Gu Yufangzhang moved Demon Judgment Board away to retreat from them, pulling some distance agilely. Blood red light flickered in Demon Judgment Board. Killer moves were unleashed. The immemorial rock monster became slower. The Eggmen Gu Immortals were covered in blood. They had to save themselves instead of assembling the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building from Strange Hair Grotto Heaven was also waiting at the back, not daring to contest Demon Judgment Board directly. The other Gu Immortals were even less useful. Even though there were many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they were all scared about losing their lives, only using long-ranged killer moves instead. Once the enemy got close, they would prioritize escaping first. It was a disunited bunch. This phrase appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He felt angry and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not risk their lives for it. The only person that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could rely on now was himself. I can only use that move now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group is about to lose. Should we help them? Soul Path Gu Immortal and soon asked Spectral Soul secretly. On this occasion, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven sent him here. Spectral Soul came along and lurked in secret. They fought like this despite having so many rank 8 Gu Immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance is a joke. Spectral Soul laughed. No need to be anxious. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch has other tricks up his sleeve. Let's wait for now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura surged continuously as his clothes fluttered with the wind. Around him, countless traces of frost energy gathered, whipping up a storm. Such power surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. Once Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, the power would definitely shake heaven and earth. Fang Zhang sensed this. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to obstruct it. Let's lend Ice Crystal a hand. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens were not that useless after all. They quickly went ahead to block Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed. It was like a display of fireworks. Demon Judgment Board was obstructed by the bombarding killer moves. But at the crucial moment, a flash of blood-red light shot out, about to land on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still activating his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, and soon opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, standing in front of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and blocking the blood-red light entirely. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast growled in pain. Half of its body was destroyed. It fell towards the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked towards Insun with gratitude. The aura on his body was calming down. He had evidently passed the most dangerous moment. His killer move preparation was already done. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path Killer move had little effect. And Sun was very excited as he said, "Master, if not for your reminder, I would not have been able to block this blood-red light. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble." No, Spectral Soul analyzed. The killer move that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is using contains deep profundity. During the activation process, he gains an increased level of defense. Even if he was hit, he would only be injured. The killer move activation would not fail. Heavenly Court. I'll let you have a taste of my race's unique killer move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as all of the aura surging around him became completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded and spread out into countless frost lights. The frost lights shot out with extreme coldness. Everywhere they went, air would freeze into ice crystals before falling to the ground. Fang Zhang felt something amiss. He wanted to activate Demon Judgment Board, but how could his speed match the frost lights? Almost at the same moment, Demon Judgment Board got hit by countless extreme ice crystal lights. Crack, crack. Every crystal light that hit Demon Judgment Board turned into a small piece of ice attached to Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot towards it from all directions. Demon Judgment Board had nowhere to dodge. Instantly, layers of ice started to form all over it. Fang Zhang's heart sank. He activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to melt the ice layers. But his speed could not match the rate at which the freezing was occurring. Very soon, ice that was 5 feet thick formed all over Demon Judgment Board. Oh no! The thicker this ice layer is, the greater the effect of the frost lights that land. Discovering this, Fang Zhang turned pale with shock. This move was unavoidable from the start. It was quite powerful, but its true strength came much later. The longer it dragged on, the stronger this move would be. Fang Zhang quickly tried to move Demon Judgment Board, expending the remaining rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood-red light spread out. A layer of ice quickly melted. Next, the frost lights seemed to react. They quickly went towards the area that Fang Zhang was trying to break out from and made Demon Judgment Board's ability much weaker. The Gu Immortals were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so powerful. He actually sealed Heavenly Court's rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board with his own strength. This is incredible. What is the name of the move? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, all of the Immortals muttered the name of this killer move, engraving it to their heart. This is the unique killer move of the snowmen from ancient times, hee. To think that they have actually obtained a racial inheritance already. Spectral Soul, who was inside and soon laughed lightly. And soon understood after hearing this. So this is a move from the snowman racial inheritance. No wonder it is so strong. Wait, no, can ancient killer moves still be used in the current era? The world now is very different from the past. Wouldn't such antique moves be outdated already? Hee. Spectral Soul chuckled. Back then, when variant humans ruled the world, they had countless killer moves. Those moves that were specially chosen to be kept in their racial inheritances are naturally more outstanding in many ways. Taking this extreme ice crystal light immortal suppression coffin for example, its core is not an immortal goo but the variant human using it. Spectral Soul's depth of knowledge was not ordinary. He had once searched countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity or remote antiquity era. Some were even from the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul had a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment levels had all fallen to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was somewhat similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind Killer move. When using Unlimited Wind, Wu Yong would expend his own wind path Dao marks. As for Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin, not only would it consume Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow path Dao marks, It would also cost him his lifespan. As the core killer move of the Snowman Goo Immortals, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was not very affected by the progression of eras. At the same time, any other race's Goo Immortals could not use this move even if they had it. Fang Zheng's forehead was already covered in sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch displayed battle strength that far surpassed Fang Zheng's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually sealed in ice. There was little hope of escaping. Even if Fang Zheng wanted to fight Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he had no way to do so, because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless frostlights. This was the superiority of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. Seeing as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely sealed in ice, at this time, a phoenix cry could be heard. Following a loud sound of crashing waves, Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui arrived. It turned out that while fighting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Zhang had already informed Heavenly Court's Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui. Baizang Shui was originally cleaning up the battlefield. She could leave immediately. As for Prince Fengxian, he gave up some gains there and rapidly came to reinforce Fang Zheng. The two rank 8 Goo Immortals saw Demon Judgment Board which was trapped. They shouted as one unleashed torrents of golden flames, while the other sent out huge waves. The ice was attacked from the inside and outside. It could not last any longer as the external layer of ice quickly cracked. Demon Judgment Board, which was inside, got ready to retaliate. The two Heavens Goo Immortals saw this and wanted to attack, but Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui suppressed them instead. Even though they had many more rank 8s than Heavenly Court, it did not matter. In Goo Immortal battles, numbers were not the most crucial. Even though the two heavens had many people, they could not cooperate. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. About half of their strength was limited because of this, even before they hit any enemies. But if they were to fight alone, they would be fearful and cowardly. They would focus on preserving their own lives, unwilling to take any risk or get into danger. Of course, the other reason was that Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui were elite rank 8s with excellent battle strength. They were able to become Heavenly Court members. They naturally surpassed other rank 8s. The situation was in a deadlock. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice layer was weakening. He instructed Insun, "Quickly let out the Soul Beast army. Lend your immortal goo to me now." "Yes, master." Insun did not hesitate. He quickly followed the instructions. The Soul Beast army came out and attacked. Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui did not care about them at first. They used 2 killer moves in succession. But the Soul Beast army split up and moved fluidly like water, dodging most of the killer move's effects. Next, from the Soul Beast army, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out to attack Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui. As the two sides fought, the immemorial Soul Beasts were naturally unable to resist the 2 Heavenly Court Immortals, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the army to support them at crucial moments. Killer moves would help them out as well. Even though Baizang Shui and Prince Fengxian had the upper hand, the Soul Beast army successfully restrained them. They could not help Demon Judgment Board like before. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's frostlights began to regain their footing. "This Soul Path rank 7 Immortal is quite talented. I will go kill him," Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui communicated. The former moved as he spit fire, creating a path within the Soul Beast army as he charged towards Insun. Insun turned pale with fright, shouting, "He is coming! Protect me!" The 2 Heavens Goo Immortals knew that Enslavement Goo Immortals were most vulnerable to direct attack. They quickly responded. Prince Fengxian charged without stopping. He broke through all of the obstacles. But because of these obstructions, Insun managed to pull some distance between them. "You cannot escape." Prince Fengxian smiled coldly as he charged again. Spectral Soul would not personally take action in this public environment. He controlled Insun's body to retreat while using the other Goo Immortals to obstruct Prince Fengxian. Prince Fengxian's advancement was ferocious. The 2 Heavens Immortals were all shocked by his aggressiveness. But Baizang Shui shouted, "Fengxian, quickly kill him." Prince Fengxian gritted his teeth. He did not expect Insun to be so hard to catch. At this time, the frost light successfully trapped Demon Judgment Board again. The thick ice coffin sealed the rank 8 Immortal Goo house at its center. "Oh no!" Seeing this, Bai Shui and Prince Fengxian's hearts sank, seeing that heavenly courtside was in danger. At this time, heaven and earth shook. Qi currents surged as the world roared. Qi tied again. Spectral soul snorted coldly. Ice crystal grotto heaven had already been broken through when Prince Fengxian and Bai Shui attacked. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, Qi tides surged in the outside world, instilling into the grotto heaven harshly. The Qi tides implicated the battlefield. Wherever it reached, people fell to the ground. Ice crystal grotto heaven's defensive immortal formation could not last any longer. It shattered. Many snowman goo immortals fell into mortal danger. The frost light around Demon Judgment Board flickered as it hesitated for a moment. But immediately, the ice crystal lights shot towards the snowman goo immortals as they turned into countless ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure lifted greatly. Prince Fengxian and Bai Shui saw this and quickly made their move, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. The two immortals went into the immortal goo house. Demon Judgment Board left the battlefield rapidly while resisting the turbulent Qi tides. The grand Qi tide soon filled up the whole of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was really a pity. He wanted the two sides to fight to their deaths before he reaped the rewards. Devouring goo immortal souls was much more helpful than absorbing soul cores after all. But his scheme was ruined by this Qi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain. I lack guts goo. I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But this takes time to digest. It is not like guts goo which can directly raise my soul foundation. Why the coincidence? Not long ago, when Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui fought, a Qi tide appeared. This time, another Qi tide showed up. Thinking about this, Spectral Soul had a realization. Don't tell me that fighting between goo immortals will attract Qi tides? Spectral Soul was only making a guess, he was not certain. It is a pity that my Qi path attainment level is just ordinary. Otherwise, I will be able to come to a conclusion. He had soul search and soul devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise attainment levels. The only way to instantly raise one's attainment level was through absorbing true meaning. The attainment levels that Spectral Soul had at his peak were all gained through actual cultivation from the memories he had soul-searched. It was not easy to reach that level. Forget it. And Sun performed well this time. With such achievements, he might likely receive Wu Shui's audience. By staying in his body, I can get closer to Wu Shui. There might even be a chance to enslave Wu Shui and take Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's current plan failed. He quickly came up with a new plan. He had a deep desire towards Dragon Palace which contained Dream Path Immortal Goo. Amidst the surging Qi tides, frost lights gathered into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak. His face was pale. The price to activate Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was very high. But he had almost single-handedly sealed Demon Judgment Board. He was the biggest contributor to this victory. The two Heavens Goo Immortals came to visit him. Their gaze was different from before. Strength was the determining factor towards one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move far surpassed the other rank 8 Goo Immortals of the two Heavens in battle strength. Even though I saved Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our race's unique killer move was exposed. Even though he forced Heavenly Court to retreat, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not happy. Right now, he could only console himself that this move was very hard to counter. It could still be his trump card for the time being. Friends, I am not injured. I only need to rest. I hope everyone can help to protect my grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said. Sure. We are all part of the Two Heavens Alliance. This is not a problem. Everyone, we will do our best to defend Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The Goo Immortals of the Two Heavens resisted the surging Qi tides in the Grotto Heaven, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch focused on repairing the hole created in the Grotto Heaven's aperture wall. Even though the Qi tides were powerful, with the cooperation of all the Goo Immortals, they soon settled down. Because they had taken action swiftly, the Qi tides did not cause much losses to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Vice Alliance Leader. Take a look, we found something. Great wisdom Immortal Mother flew over to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with some unexpected news. A moment later, the immortals of the two heavens also arrived at the area. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, it was completely formed from heaven and earth chi, it was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This is a chi harvest fruit? After the chi tides appeared, people often found these chi harvest fruits produced. If Gu immortals get them and use them in the immortal aperture, they can rapidly soothe the heaven and earth chi and hasten the progress of the heaven and earth chi fusion. But ordinary chi harvest fruits are just as large as a horse carriage. Why is this chi harvesting fruit so huge? The two heavens immortals discussed but could not come up with an answer. Master, is this really a chi harvest fruit? And soon asked Spectral Soul. If it is, isn't this ice crystal grotto heaven benefiting from a disaster? As long as it absorbs this huge chi harvest fruit, will Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture be modified completely? He will no longer be affected by the chi tides. This is a chi harvest fruit indeed, but whether it is a blessing or a disaster is unknown for now. Spectral Soul chuckled to himself. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even more pale. This chi harvest fruit is still growing. It is absorbing my grotto heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow further. If I take it away now, it will cause a huge commotion in the grotto heaven. Living beings will die, and an even more turbulent chi tide will appear. The immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they quickly used investigative methods. We cannot let this chi harvest fruit continue to grow. Who can help me get rid of this hidden threat? I will not be stingy on rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a solemn expression. But the Gu immortals looked at each other. They were all helpless. Almost everyone could pull out the chi harvest fruit by force, but that was harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Its foundation would be affected. And according to their deductions, directly destroying the chi harvest fruit would create a new chi tide that would create a second chi harvest fruit later. This way, to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, the difficulty was very high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested, "We can't do it because we do not cultivate chi path. But what about Lord Alliance Leader?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a look of worry. He sighed deeply. "Right now, we can only ask Lord Alliance Leader for help." Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. "My memories are limited. I did not know that the chi harvest fruit would become like this. Maybe the main body knows more things." Wu Shuai quickly reported the information that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gave him to Fang Yuan's main body. "Oh? The hidden threat of the two heavens grotto heavens have been found. This is much earlier than in my previous life." Fang Yuan's main body naturally knew about this. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu immortals had also worked together. They attacked many places and caused a lot of trouble for the 5 regions. Due to the chi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals were greatly restricted. But the two heavens Gu immortals were able to move around. They were less affected by the chi tides. Furthermore, when Gu immortal battles reach a certain level, chi tides would occur. Even though the two heavens Gu immortals had low battle strength, with the help of the chi tides, they could defeat the 5 regions Gu immortals. But good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Gu immortals found that chi harvest fruits started to appear in their own grotto heaven headquarters. These chi harvest fruits used the grotto heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. They were like stubborn pests. If left unattended, they would grow endlessly and eventually destroy the entire grotto heaven world. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch fought against Heavenly Court and caused the chi tides to appear in his grotto heaven. That is the reason why chi harvest fruits appeared earlier than the previous life. Fang Yuan sent the information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought as he gained a burst of inspiration. "Wait! Maybe I can use these chi tides to deal with Heaven's will." His situation was really bad now. The main problem was the Heaven Path Dao marks. He could not refine them in the short time, while these Dao marks generated Heaven's will. The Heaven Path Dao Marks had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan, but Heaven's Will wanted to kill him. It tried all sorts of ways to destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And worse was that if Fang Yuan did not get rid of the Heaven's Will, after accumulating to a certain level, even if the sovereign immortal aperture remained shut, the Grotto Heaven's Will could resonate with the 5 regions' Heaven's Will and expose his identity. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qixi, his cover as Qixi ancestor would be blown. However, it was difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Heaven's Will. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the natural developments of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where Heaven's Will would be created. I should try to let the Qi tides rampage in my sovereign immortal aperture. Like a washing machine, they might be able to cleanse all of the Heaven's Will away. As Fang Yuan thought about it, he found that this was a very possible idea to execute. It seemed dangerous, but it was possible to use the 2 threats against each other. With his Qi Path and Wisdom Path foundation, it was a realistic solution. Of course, whether this method could succeed or not until it was used, Fang Yuan could not know for sure. If only I still had Wisdom Goo, that would be great. Wisdom Goo provided unlimited inspiration. With the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could quickly and efficiently develop a killer move that could make use of the Qi tides. At the same time, in Qiju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were all injured. They reached this place after much difficulty. What an incredible Qi harvest fruit! Luo Muzi was lost for words. The other 2 immortals were filled with shock. According to the 3 immortals' deductions, the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven should contain the most valuable thing in the entire Grotto Heaven. At this moment, the 3 immortals saw that there was a tiny and exquisite Qi harvest fruit here. It was extremely vivid. The surface had flowing lights that flickered dazzlingly. It was the size of a gourd, but it contained genuine rank 9 immortal material aura. It had surging waves of vitality resembling the ocean. It pressed down on the hearts of the Luo clan Gu immortals. This Qi harvest fruit is not ordinary at all. It contains deep secrets. We need to research upon it. Strange, Qi harvest fruits are produced by the Qi tides. Why is it hidden by demon immortal Qiju and kept here? Unless he predicted that, in the future, there would be disasters like the Qi tides. Take action. Luo clan's 3 immortals were talking when suddenly, they heard a shout. Several variant human Gu immortals showed up and attacked. Luo clan's 3 immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into a battlefield killer move instantly. Oh no, an ambush! Someone else found Qiju Grotto Heaven? Who are you? Luo clan's 3 immortals shouted. The leader of the variant human Gu immortals was about the size of a thumb. There were translucent wings behind him. This was a Miniman Gu immortal. Humph, Luo clan immortals. I, Xiao Jian, found this place 20 years before any of you. The Miniman Gu immortal smiled coldly as he said, Attack! Kill them all! Days later, in the headquarters of Southern Borders Wu clan, Wu Yong stood at the peak of a mountain. He slowly opened his eyes. In front of him were 3 mortals. They were all tied on a wooden pole. They were all unconscious. Immortal killer move. Farewell, friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. His preparations were completed. He unleashed this peculiar killer move. Without the emergence of any unique wind, the 3 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate, their skin, flesh, and bones scattered with the natural breeze. In an instant, even the clothes of these mortals vanished. Nothing was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile at last. During this period, he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed the user to touch the target's body and say some parting words. But now, these limitations were all modified by Wu Yong and removed successfully. Even though the current Farewell Friend Wind still needed the user to become friends with the target before usage, the range had greatly increased. It was much more usable now. Wu Yong had lost a lot of his wind path Dao marks during the Fate War from using the killer move Unlimited Wind, and his foundation fell. But during this period of recuperation, he made some gains instead in terms of comprehension. His wind path attainment level rose to a new level. Because of that, he could modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not just satisfied with modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The rise in his attainment level also meant a comprehensive rise in power. Farewell Friend Wind was just one of the aspects. Next, I will modify the other killer moves, and even clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. After modification, my battle strength will rise back to normal. It can even surpass my former level. Right when Wu Yong thought about his future, an information path goo worm flew towards him. Wu Yong took it and read the information. His brows rose as he showed a surprised expression. He was originally going to stay in closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this information, he halted his plan. Returning to his guest hall, he met with the two Goo Immortals that were looking for him. These two Goo Immortals had the same clothing. They wore deep green short sleeve shirts and long black pants. They also had jade-colored leg bindings. Any Goo Immortal familiar with Southern Border's Goo Immortal world would know that this was Luo clan's signature attire. Of the two Luo clan Goo Immortals who came, one was an old man with a bitter expression. Another was a middle-aged Goo Immortal with a pale face. He was evidently injured. Luo Zhu Luo Ran pays respects to Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's two Goo Immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately paid respects. The Southern Alliance was created long ago. Wu Yong was the leader of this alliance. Of the two Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan. He was a space path expert with peak rank 7 battle strength. He was an arrogant person. As for Luo Zhu, he was a person of authority. He was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. These two were so respectful to Wu Yong now. It was clear that they needed his help. Wu Yong nodded. We can sit and talk. After the two Luo clan Goo Immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is the matter with Chiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu breathed in deeply before explaining the entire situation. In summary, when a Goo Immortal of Luo clan explored White Heaven using an immortal Goo house, he discovered Chiju Grotto Heaven by chance. Luo clan had been exploring it for many years. Finally, with the help of the Chi Tides, they made a breakthrough and entered the central area of Chiju Grotto Heaven. But when they were about to obtain Chiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Goo Immortals. The three Luo clan Goo Immortals exploring it were caught off guard. The situation did not look good. Thankfully, their leader was the space path expert Luo Ran. He used his trump card and escaped with the other two immortals. The variant human Goo Immortals did not let them go. They pursued these three Luo clan immortals. After Luo clan was informed, they immediately sent their immortal Goo house to reinforce them. The two sides fought intensely at the Heavenly Wind Shi Wall. Even though those variant human Goo Immortals did not have high battle strength, their leader, the Miniman Goo Immortal Xiao Hejian, was very outstanding. At the same time, the variant human Goo Immortals had an immortal Goo house too. Luo clan was forced to escape back to Southern Border pitifully. After passing the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall, the variant human Goo Immortals were afraid that Southern Border's Goo Immortal world would gang up on them. They gave up on the pursuit. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to recuperate in their headquarters, feeling angry and helpless. After discussing for some time, they felt that they could not obtain Chiju Grotto Heaven themselves. They should get the help of other forces. After hearing their explanation, Wu Yong understood the situation. Due to the rampant chi tides, the Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens are exposed. This created the Two Heavens Alliance. The alliance mainly comprises variant humans. They have Wu Shuai as their leader. This group of variant human Goo Immortals that defeated Luo clan must have a close relationship with the Two Heavens Alliance. The Two Heavens Alliance first occupied an area in Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Chi Si ancestor. After that, Heavenly Court attacked them. Their Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced Demon Judgment Board to retreat, creating a huge commotion. If Luo clan looks for Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are super forces, they cannot deal with the colossal Two Heavens Alliance. When the situation aggravates, they will still have to look for me in the end. Thus, they came to me from the start. Thinking so, Wu Yong smiled, promising them, our Southern Border's righteous path is united. Now that Luo clan has faced a setback, as long as you are part of the Southern Alliance, We will help you out. As the leader of the Southern Alliance, I, Wu Yong, will lend my strength as well. Luo clan's immortals quickly responded. Alliance leader is righteous and mighty. But there was no joy on their faces. This concerned a huge treasure like Qi Ju's true inheritance. Wu Yong was sure to agree to help without doubt. The important things were how to get true inheritance of Qi Ju, how would Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate, if they obtained the true inheritance, how would they split it. Those were the true details to discuss. While Luo clan's immortals and Wu Yong were negotiating, Wu Shuai also received the audience of a Gu immortal. The one asking to see me is a miniman Gu immortal named Xiao Hejian? Wu Shuai squinted. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal explained. This immortal has extraordinary strength. His reputation is long established. Even though the Gu immortals of the two heavens do not interact much with each other. We have all heard of this Xiao Hejian. His strength is likely on par with Vice Alliance leader. The Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used his Immortal Sealing Coffin Killer move to defeat Heavenly Court. His reputation surged. Everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew about it. What is the reason for his request to meet me? Wu Shuai asked purposely. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu Immortal lowered his head. He says that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance Leader. He wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. In the past, he did not know, but after the main body sent him some information of the previous life, he learned about this person. This Xiao Hejian was quite a formidable figure in the 500 years of his previous life. He was indeed an expert among the variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. He was able to contest Heavenly Court's members evenly. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not have much reputation. In terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens Gu immortals were not very outstanding, they still had several incredible experts. If not for this, they would not have caused problems to the 5 regions in the previous life. Xiao Hejian explored Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. He probably got into a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance was created in advance and Luo clan suffered a loss, they would definitely find their allies. They might approach Wu Yong. Xiao Hejian has several Grotto Heaven forces allied with him, but how can he resist the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me. By joining my Two Heavens Alliance, not only can he protect himself, he can also use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. But this Qi Ju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous area. In my previous life, Qi Ju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, killing countless Gu immortals in the process. The Two Heavens Alliance also suffered a huge setback from this. The losses were so severe they never recovered. Wu Shuai guessed that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch died during this Qi Ju Grotto Heaven explosion. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have stayed so low profile the entire time. Considering this, Wu Shuai smiled coldly, thinking, this Xiao Hejian is crafty. He wants to borrow our strength and use us to kill his enemies. Since he wants my help, let's have a good negotiation with him. Go! Wu Shuai stopped thinking about it as he sat on his main seat, telling the Gu immortal, tell Xiao Hejian to come in. The sky had a unified color. It was a sight of bluish jade. Great winds howled. Killing intent gathered. 2 immortal Gu houses faced each other. One was a majestic palace shining in golden light. It was elegant and grand. This was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building. It was filled with vitality and looked delicate but exquisite. This was Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses contained many Gu immortals inside them. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat with 2 rows of Gu immortals from the 2 heavens below him. On his left was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others, while on his right was the recently joined Woodpath Great Expert, Miniman Gu Immortal Xiao Hejian. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, and others, they were mixed among these 2 groups. Not long ago, Wu Shuai met with Xiao Hejian. After some negotiation, they set off for Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the importance of speed. He quickly mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. bringing Wu clan's and Luo clan's immortals to immemorial white heaven. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong left later but arrived earlier, yet Qiju Grotto Heaven could not be easily entered. While Wu Yong and the rest waited, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. The two sides met in White Heaven. They immediately got into a deadlock. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke within Dragon Palace, his voice resounding in the battlefield. Qiju's true inheritance is in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people out to fight? The winner will be the side which has 2 victories. They will get the true inheritance, while the loser gets the Grotto Heaven. How is that? Wu Shuai, why are you being so cowardly now? Wu Yong snickered from within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Let the person fortunate enough under the circumstances get Qiju's true inheritance. Let's fight for it using our respective abilities. As he said this, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building shot out like a rainbow, piercing into a certain opening within Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong had waited for a long time. He finally found an opportunity to get inside. Even though Wu Yong brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building with him, and had Wu clan's and Luo clan's elites around him, in terms of scale, he could not match Wu Shuai. Not just in quantity, but the quality of their high-end battle strength also differed greatly. If they really used the rules Wu Shuai set to determine a victor, in one-on-one combat, Wu Yong's side would be disadvantaged. Furthermore, when Gu immortals fight, heaven and earth qi would be disrupted. Qi tides would appear. By then, the 2 heavens Gu immortals would be less affected. Their advantage would rise again. Wu Yong was a formidable leader. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantage from the start? Lord Alliance Leader. There is no time to waste. Let's set out. Xiao Hejian urged anxiously. Wu Shuai looked at the openings in Qiju Grotto Heaven. Even though these openings varied in size, they were all milky white in color, formed from moving qi currents. Earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had gone through the largest opening to get inside Qiju Grotto Heaven. After looking at it for a while, Wu Shuai understood some of its profundity. These openings vary in size. They are increasing in numbers. I'm afraid this is the immortal aperture entrance of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan's main body and clones had varying amounts of memories, but they shared the same attainment levels. Wu Shuai also had the main body's qi path attainment level. He could see it more clearly than others. Just these holes alone made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten as he felt some comprehension. Normally, immortal aperture entrances are closed, only used to connect the inside world and the outside. Qiju Grotto Heaven's entrance is unique. It is the most efficient way of maximizing the effect of that connection between worlds using the immortal aperture's entrance. I wonder what gains I can make inside. Thinking so, Wu Shuai's curiosity rose as he moved Dragon Palace towards the openings. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Qiju Grotto Heaven was destroyed by self-detonation. It greatly affected the 2 heavens alliance and caused it to falter in the future. Many rank 8 Gu immortals died during this event. Qiju Grotto Heaven was dangerous. This was also why Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to explore it before the Fate War. But now that Qiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with an alluring true inheritance of Qiju inside and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai also had nothing urgent to attend to. He could put effort into this now. Dragon Palace got past the narrow opening, rapidly arriving inside Qiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that all around them, there were white-colored qi currents that surged and moved. Qiju Grotto Heaven's structure is quite special. It is not like ordinary grotto heavens. There are white qi currents everywhere. These qi currents form into tunnels, and countless tunnels turn this grotto heaven into a maze. It is like the intestines of a giant. We need to get through these tunnels quickly and find the correct path to the central area. Qiju's true inheritance is hidden there, Xiao Hejian explained when they got in. All the immortals inside the palace listened attentively. Xiao Hejian did not say everything he knew earlier. To prevent Wu Shuai from leaving to snatch the true inheritance alone after getting the information, he had kept many secrets. He promised Wu Shuai that he would explain the situation after they arrived. Dragon Palace moved around in the white qi current tunnels, quickly reaching a crossroad. On the left and right were 2 paths. They were identical in size and shape. How do we determine the correct route? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian replied, I cannot be sure about it either. We need to test the paths. The only rule here is that the closer we get to the center, the more valuable the monsters and resources within the Qi current tunnels. At the most central area, the Qi harvest fruit has reached rank 9 level. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method either. In fact, their exploration speed was far slower than us. It was because of the Qi tides that they gained an opportunity to get past many difficulties and reach the central area rapidly. Looking at our previous progress, my tribe was extremely close to Qi Ju's true inheritance. We were just 2 obstacles away. Xiao Hejian sighed. He felt somewhat of a pity regarding it. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. In that case, even though they came inside first, in terms of advantage, we have the upper hand. Great wisdom, Immortal Mother analyzed. Don't be careless. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He chose a random path and moved Dragon Palace along it. Along the way, the Qi current tunnels became wider and taller. Many Qi path living beings were in them, creating special living environments that were isolated from each other. Roar! Suddenly, a group of Qi monsters emerged from the thick tunnel walls surrounding Dragon Palace. These Qi monsters had all sorts of strange forms, resembling bulls, goats, fish, or birds. However, their colors were similar, being close to orange-yellow. These are Qi monsters created from luck Qi. Xiao Hejian said, even though there are no immemorial Qi monsters, they are quite troublesome to deal with. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them, our luck will fall. Immortal Killer Move. Dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, a gush of smoke flew out from Dragon Palace. Wherever it went, all of the luck Qi monsters were swept away, suppressed within Dragon Palace. Xiao Hejian was stunned, but he soon reacted as he said respectfully, a dream path killer move, truly worthy of Dragon Palace. As they continued, they saw an immemorial Qi monster. It was pitch black like a whale. Its body was colossal. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful. This is an immemorial Qi monster created from hard Qi. Thankfully, it is sleeping now. I'd suggest that we detour around it. Let's not. Boom! At the next moment, Dragon Palace accelerated and crashed into the immemorial Qi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial Qi monster was pierced through. It retaliated in anger. Dragon Palace charged and crashed into it again, and again. The immemorial Qi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of black hard Qi. Next, Wu Shuai stored the hard Qi in his palace. You can all split the spoils. Wu Shuai kept most of the gains and passed the rest to the Gu Immortals. Alliance Leader is mighty. All hail Dragon Palace. Subordinate thanks Lord Alliance Leader. With Lord Alliance Leader here, so what if they have Wu Yong? At once, the Immortals expressed their gratitude as all sorts of praises erupted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, try not to be shocked at these minor situations. It will cause us to lose face. Xiao Hejian had to nod in acknowledgement, but he still felt deep shock internally. Even though I saw the Fate War, I can only see how powerful Dragon Palace is after witnessing it in action personally. If Dragon Palace is so strong, what about Duke Long, Fong Yuan, and Feng Jiugu? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became rather complex. On one hand, the stronger Dragon Palace was, the more hopeful he was. But on the other hand, as a great expert, seeing such a difference between them and seeing such a powerful existence made him feel some dejectedness. Along the way, wherever they went, Wu Shuai took all of the loot that they could gather. Qiju Grotto Heaven was really the land of treasures for Qi Path. It was like the Qi Sea of ancient times. Not only were the Qi Path resources here in huge quantities, they also varied greatly in variety. There was basically anything one needed here. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. As a result, he exposed more secrets. According to him, when exploring this place, he found a Qi Breath Peak. Qiju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Qi Path resource, but regrettably, Xiao Hejian only took a glance at it. He did not have the ability to take it. This is the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven? Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had just arrived at the destination. Before Wu Yong could rejoice, his pupils shrunk. Humph! They weren't slow at all. Behind clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Dragon Palace arrived. At the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven was a huge hollow sphere. The sphere had many qi pillars that interweaved with each other, creating countless tunnels. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Dragon Palace entered this area. It was like two flies had entered a beehive. The qi pillars continued to move around. Some were fast while others were slow. They even affected each other. Under Wu Yong's control, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building moved carefully and avoided the qi pillars, taking sharp turns along the way. These qi pillars are special. They are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them easily or unnecessary problems will occur. Xiao Hejian quickly said. This place was not suited for fighting. Thus, in order to kill the 3 Luo clan immortals, Xiao Hejian had arranged a battlefield killer move. But in the end, Luo clan's Luo Ran was a space path Gu immortal. He brought the other 2 immortals away by piercing through the battlefield, using this special terrain to get free from Xiao Hejian and the rest, escaping. No need for such trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar was heard. The evil dragon descended. Boom, boom, boom. The evil dragon charged ferociously. Wherever it went, qi pillars broke and shattered. It created a path for Dragon Palace to move along from behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Xiao Hejian's mouth was open. He became dumbstruck. Great! Lord Alliance leader is so powerful. This is the power of our 2 heavens alliance. The morale of the immortals within Dragon Palace surged. They quickly cheered. Evil Dragon charged ahead with an unstoppable might. Dragon Palace followed behind it casually. This Dragon Man brute! The eyelids of Luo clan's first supreme elder Luo Zhu were twitching as he gritted his teeth. The 2 clans' Gu immortals within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. Evil Dragon was charging relentlessly like a mobile mountain range. In comparison, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was very delicate and small. And most importantly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had to dodge the qi pillars. Its advancement route was long and winding. But Evil Dragon moved forward in a straight line without obstruction. The distance between them was shortening. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance's Gu immortals turned pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others. He is making full use of his advantage. If I were him, I would do the same. Everyone, after the Fate War, not only was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building fully repaired, I even strengthened it further. We can block Di Zongshang for a period of time. Even though they are strong, we do not need to bother with them. We just need to get Qiju's true inheritance before them. Lord Alliance leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Any sort of conflict had its goal. Wu Yong could clearly see that their objective was Qiju's true inheritance. Whoever gets it would be the winner, even if they suffer some losses while competing, so what? But the evil dragon was really too strong. It was the immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, there were less than 5 people who could fight this evil dragon head-on. While Wu Shuai and Wu Yong were chasing after their goals, a 3rd rank 8 immortal Gu house stealthily arrived outside Qiju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was controlled by Feng Zhang. Not only did Prince Fengxian and Bai Cang Shui come along, even Che Wei, who had recovered from his injuries, and Information Path great expert Zhou Xiong Xian were here. Feng Zhang took the initiative to attack the 2 heavens previously. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced them away, their gains were still huge. Prince Fengxian and Bai Cang Shui obtained abundant loot from plundering the 2 grotto heavens. Even though Feng Zhang lost in battle, he had only lost some reputation of Heavenly Court. They did not lose benefits. Heavenly Court was originally not sure of Qiju Grotto Heaven's event. After all, Immemorial White Heaven was huge. Even during the Qi tides when Qiju Grotto Heaven exposed itself, Heavenly Court could not find it immediately. But don't forget that night Heavenly Wolf Lord under Wu Shuai had submitted to Heavenly Court. The fact that Xiao Hejian joined the Two Heavens Alliance was not concealable. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord learned of Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven's secret and informed Heavenly Court as a result. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who opposed limitless demon venerable. Especially when he cultivated Qi Path, in the current environment where Qi Tide surged, all new Qi Path resources were emerging in huge quantities continuously. The 5 regions' forces wanted to research more into Qi Path. Heavenly Court was no exception. Even though they had Primordial Origin's true inheritance, if Heavenly Court could gain Qi-Ju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces could not get it. With this difference, Heavenly Court would have a great advantage against others. Thus, Fang Zhang did not rest for long. He received Qin Dingling's orders and brought 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals to move to White Heaven using Demon Judgment Board. Arriving at this place. This should be Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven, but what is going on? Fang Zhang had just arrived, but he saw a shocking change. He saw countless holes appearing. Milky white Qi currents surged endlessly as they moved around. The many new openings started to connect the Grotto Heaven to the outside world. These openings increased in numbers and continued to surface. There were too many of them. This would be a fearsome sight to others. After more than 10 breaths, a huge silhouette of Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface, there were countless white Qi currents surrounding it. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes breathing in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto Heaven by a terrifying formless force. As for the loud noise that it created, the Heavenly Court Immortals felt deafened all of a sudden. A huge change is occurring in Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong might have fought in the Grotto Heaven. What to do? Prince Fengxian and the rest looked towards Fang Zhang. He was still their leader in this expedition. Fang Zhang felt pressured. The choice in front of him was a difficult one. At this moment, he fell into hesitation. What should he choose? At the center of Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Qi pillars continued to break and shatter as noise erupted endlessly. The evil dragon destroyed everything in its path, but such a sight did not last long. After the Qi pillars were destroyed, they turned into strong Qi currents that intertwined together, surrounding the body of the evil dragon as they pressured it, trying to attack and kill it from all directions. The evil dragon roared, but its speed continued to fall. It was facing an unprecedented pressure from ahead. Clear Jade Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and Dragon Palace were not having an easy time either. These Qi currents were like tsunami waves that constantly attacked. These 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses were like small rafts trying to float in this treacherous storm. Huge Qi currents collided and caused the 2 Immortal Gu houses to shake. Sometimes the Immortal Gu houses even spun around on the spot. There was a shot of deep blue Qi current. Clear Jade Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building quickly tried to dodge it. But the deep blue Qi current was too large and fast. Clear Jade Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building exerted all of its strength before leaving and escaping after 3 breaths of time. Lightning Qi. Southern Borders Gu Immortal gasped. I've never seen such colossal lightning Qi. This quality is on par with rank 8 Immortal materials. Lightning Qi could only be collected during stormy weather. It was not hard to collect lightning Qi, but high-ranked lightning Qi Immortal materials were very rare. Rank 8 lightning Qi was even rarer. If the situation were not so urgent, Southern Borders Gu Immortals would want to collect the lightning Qi. This is all Wu Shuai's fault. By causing rampant destruction, Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven has gone into a berserk state. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong's expression turned dark. Qi-Ju's true inheritance is our primary goal. The lightning Qi from earlier caused Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to lose some Gu worms. Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials had incredible dense Dao marks. This environment was very dangerous. If there were Wind Path Qi Current Immortal materials, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building would have an incredibly good time here. The change in Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven's situation made the environment much more dangerous, but on the whole, Wu Yong's situation had actually improved. Because Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building suffered much less obstruction compared to Wu Shuai's side. Dragon Palace was much slower than Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. There were Sharp Blade Qi, Black Hard Qi, Dark Death Qi. All sorts of Qi currents were all at rank 8 level. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth as he drove Dragon Palace forward, resisting them by force. The evil dragon was left in the dust already. Its body was too big, it was resisted by at least 10 air currents or more, it could no longer be of use here. This is the foundation of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. He had the disadvantage now, but the situation had not been decided. The two Heavens Gu Immortals were also speechless at the moment. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to travel in this dangerous place? Many rank 8 Gu Immortals felt their own weakness and insignificance at this moment. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is truly worthy of being the person who rivaled Limitless Demon Venerable in the past. The two rank 8 Immortal Gu houses did not give up. They moved towards the center with much difficulty, trying to obtain Chi-Ju's true inheritance. But outside the Grotto Heaven, Fang Zheng no longer had to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fang Zheng ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince Fengxian and the rest were silent. They agreed with this decision. Because right now, a change occurred again. Raging chi currents appeared all over the place. A new chi tide had begun. Fighting during a chi tide would cause the Gu Immortals to suffer backlash. Even Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were no exception. It seems our earlier deduction was right. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures differ from the outside world. Thus be it opening the immortal aperture entrance or fighting intensely, when it hits a certain level, a new chi tide will occur. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is a 5 regions Gu Immortal because of his foundation. Now that his immortal aperture's entrance is basically wide open, along with the fight between Wu Shuai and the Southern Alliance inside, they created a gigantic chi tide. Let's watch by the side and try to reap some benefits from the outcome. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals conversed as they kept a close eye on Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. The powerful chi tide went through the openings and rapidly entered Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong instantly felt huge pressure as the wild chi currents became even stronger. Even though the rank 8 Immortal Gu houses were powerful, these chi currents made them helpless. They were often blown away to random places. Bang, bang, bang. As the two Immortal Gu houses approached the center, they started to hear loud thumping sounds. What is going on? What chi currents are causing these sounds? No, this is someone's heartbeat. Quickly look. The two Immortal Gu houses arrived at the center of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. All of the Gu Immortals saw this sight. At the point where all the countless chi currents merged was the eye of the storm. This place was completely tranquil and safe. In this tranquil environment, there was a tiny and delicate chi harvest fruit. It continued to absorb the surrounding chi currents. Countless chi currents of all types got absorbed into the chi harvest fruit and their traits were assimilated, becoming a part of the fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was the form of a baby inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like a woman's womb. A human baby was curled up inside, growing and getting larger by the second. What is happening? What in the world is going on? This is a monster. It is actually absorbing rank 8 immortal materials endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born. Quickly stop it. The immortal's expressions changed. Wu Shuai wanted to unleash the killer move dreamy light smoke, but the chi harvest fruit seemed to have sensed it. It shook and self-detonated. The baby was successfully born. He had tiny arms and legs like he was malnourished. At this time, the silhouette of a concave land appeared above his head. This concave land contained deep profundities. It gave off a rank 9 aura. But this aura was far more perfect and refined than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai had previously. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby raised his arms. He seemed to be using both arms to carry the silhouette of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. She! He shouted out in a long tone. At the next moment, all of the surrounding chi currents moved into the silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like river tributaries returning to the ocean. The chi currents moved with incredibly shocking speed. Within a few breaths of time, all of them went into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong could not even sense a single chi current around them anymore. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses were left. We're outside again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven turned into Chi currents and got absorbed by him. Wu Yong was unable to conceal his shock. Everything was unexpected in this situation. He felt like he was used. This was someone's scheme. Who are you? Wu Shuai shouted from within Dragon Palace. The baby had grown into a boy. He breathed in deeply. The silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head went into his nose. Next, he looked around and saw Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He also found the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled as he started to recite. Climbed mountains to seek immortality. Danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light. Dark goo lurk in heart. A dream like golden jade. Thousands of years of loneliness. 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everything is in one breath. As he recited, his voice was young but his tone was aged. Who else can I be? Yours truly, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju? The immortals were all shaken. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Chi-Ju? Then the secluded domain of heaven and earth from earlier, it is she from the Legends of Ren? Within Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xiong Xin suddenly had a thought. The Legends of Ren had 2 very mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There was little description regarding them. One was who, the other was she, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The mysterious Gu Immortal stated his own identity. The entire place went silent. The 3 sides Gu Immortals were shaken. According to history, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was someone who had been evenly matched with Limitless Demon Venerable in battle at some point. Wu Shuai, who was inside Dragon Palace, frowned. He realized many things. It seems that in my previous life, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, there would not have been 0 information about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival. There are 2 possible reasons. One is that Fate Gu was not destroyed then. The second is that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. From all the signs known, he had already infiltrated Heavenly Court and gained complete control of the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly as he willed. Roar! At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, because of the countless chi currents obstructing it, the evil dragon was covered in injuries. But now that the whole of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju using an unthinkable method, the evil dragon regained freedom. It charged towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju with imposing aura again. Once it moved, wild winds started blowing. The evil dragon's colossal body was like a moving mountain range, engulfing heaven and earth. Forget about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's tiny child body. Even the great Dragon Palace could not match the evil dragon's body. Come. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's vision was filled by Di Zongsheng. He was not flustered. Instead, he smiled calmly. He did not dodge. He directly extended his small hand towards Di Zongsheng. Immortal Killer Move. Great Chi Grasp. With a loud sound, endless white chi currents shot out of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body, forming a giant hand with 5 fingers. The hand was only the size of an immortal goo house at first, but it slowly inflated to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire chi current hand had expanded to the size of the evil dragon's head. But the milky white chi current hand continued to grow. Di Zongsheng had already reached it. Bam! The 2 sides collided, but out of everyone's expectations, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's chi current hand was easily destroyed in one move. Di Zongsheng did not slow down, continuing to pursue Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge. He continued to face Di Zongsheng casually. Di Zongsheng only charged for a few seconds before slowing down. It growled loudly like it was in great pain. My great chi grasp can form and scatter at will. Can grab mountains and seas if it takes form, but it can also invade organs when it scatters. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stood arrogantly and said. The immortals were shocked. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju used one move to subdue Di Zongsheng. He had true pseudo-venerable battle strength. Another demonic path expert. Sigh, with the destruction of fate goo, the world will go into chaos. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had died more than 1,000,000 years ago. That source of chaos Fang Yuan gave him the chance to revive. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Heavenly Court's immortals gritted their teeth. They had ugly expressions. After the Fate War, the righteous path fell while the demonic path surged. Duke Long, who was the pillar that held up Heavenly Court, died. Feng Zhougu, whom they entrusted their hopes to, betrayed them, while Fang Yuan, who was the culprit behind the destruction of fate, still remained scot-free. And now there was this demon Immortal Chi-Ju. There were sad cries as Heavenly Court's Gu immortals realized that the future of the 5 regions and 2 heavens became much bleaker now. They did not even think of recruiting demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Although in history he had opposed limitless demon venerable, there was also no possibility that he would ever join the righteous path. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, just the demon in his name stated the obvious. After all, the saying goes, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Xiao He-Jian, what are you really up to? You created such a huge enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Within Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly shouted. Xiao He-Jian could not rebuke him, his face turned pale. He felt a lot of lingering fear but also relief. He was relieved that he joined the 2 heavens alliance. Otherwise, with just himself, he would have become the sacrificial lamb of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival already. This is a scheme. I am a victim too. Xiao He-Jian voiced his innocence. This is a scheme, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's scheme. At the same time, Wu Yong sighed within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Luo Zhu sighed deeply. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is a chi path cultivator. But he actually predicted the events 1,000,000 years into the future? What sort of level did he reach? Wu Yong frowned slightly. He looked through clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building towards Dragon Palace. He could understand Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's arrangements, but he had some doubt in his mind. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? Now that Wu Yong recalled it, Wu Shuai had been controlling the evil dragon to create destruction all over the place. Was it because he was straightforward and wanted to use brute force? Or was he purposely trying to destroy Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's arrangements? Evidently, it was because of the evil dragon's rampant destruction that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was revived ahead of time. Wu Yong was a formidable person with a sharp mind. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected Wu Shuai's actions. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's existence. After all, he has some sort of relationship with Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come here? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were guessing. Fang Yuan was a person who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival, he might likely hide somewhere to make his move. Precisely because of this concern, Demon Judgment Board did not take action. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was also waiting for something to happen. But Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not want to let them off. Today is the wonderful day I revived. Come. Let me see what methods the Gu immortals of this current era have. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the appearance of a boy, but his tone was that of a man proud of his experience. He actually attacked again. At once, milky white chi currents gushed out, filling the world with a tsunami. Heavenly Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai's side were all enveloped. Humph! Old scoundrel Chi-Ju, don't be too arrogant. We are not afraid of you. We are just wary that Fang Yuan might be hiding somewhere. Wu Yong spoke, using clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to retreat immediately. Fang Zheng's voice resounded from Demon Judgment Board. Precisely! Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon in the current world, Gu Fang Yuan. This person destroyed my Heavenly Court's fate Gu. Without him, you would not have revived. Fang Yuan? I will remember this name. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched his arms, chi currents shooting out rapidly. But none of you will escape. He was like a bottomless hole, constantly shooting out milky white chi currents. These chi currents were unique, Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy them. At once, 3 rank 8 immortal goo houses fell into a predicament. Their speeds fell drastically. Wu Shuai snorted. He controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed loudly. Good. Someone with actual guts. A trace of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move. Dreamy light smoke. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not dodge it. He was hit by the smoke, instantly disappearing. Wu Shuai had a perplexed expression. He was like a fisherman spreading his web. He used all his strength to cast the web, but in the end, he only caught some bubbles without any fish. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's body appeared again. This time, he was far away. He looked at Dragon Palace deeply with an expression of wariness. Good. I'll remember this. He gave up on Dragon Palace. He went to attack Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board instead. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building emitted wild winds, while Demon Judgment Board shot out powerful blood-red lights. They both displayed their might. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's moves were mostly grand and wide-ranged. He managed to suppress the 2 immortal goo houses. After more than 10 rounds, bright light shined in his eyes as he shouted, Good, good, good. To think that people have already created Wind Path and Blood Path. This is truly exciting. I did not waste my effort in arranging for my revival in this great era. Other than you people, who else is there in this world? Demon Immortal Chi Ju asked. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Ignoring anyone else, Eastern Sea has quite the formidable person. He also cultivates Chi Path. His battle strength is definitely higher than yours. He stays in Chi Sea. He calls himself Chi Sea Ancestor. He is the undisputed leader of the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path. Oh? There is a Chi Path cultivator? Back in my day, Chi Path was already declining. To think that it would still linger until today. Very good. It seems I will need to meet him. Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed loudly in joy. Wu Yong continued. Other than Chi Sea Ancestor, there is also a Sound Path demonic immortal named Feng Jogu. He has also defeated the evil dragon in one move with much greater ease than you. In the battle earlier, he betrayed Heavenly Court openly, and now his whereabouts are unknown. But Heavenly Court does not dare to release an arrest warrant for him. Feng Jogu? Good. I'll remember him. Anyone else? Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment. Get past us first, old man. As he said that, Dragon Palace flew over again. Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled lightly as he pointed. Lower Chi. Milky white Chi currents gushed out and caused Dragon Palace to fall in altitude. At this time, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building carried a storm with it as it charged towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju pointed another finger. Upper Chi. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was swept away by the Chi currents, flying upwards uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived in front of him. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out 2 fingers as he pointed at this house. Upper-lower breathless Chi. Demon Judgment Board erupted with a loud sound as it stayed stationary in midair. The goo immortals inside had changes of expressions. The immortal essence that they tried to instill became choppy. This rank 8 immortal goo house was like a dying old man who could not take proper breaths at this moment. Juniors, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go and spread the word. Tell Feng Yuan, Chi Si Ancestor, and Feng Jogu that I will visit them soon. They can't hide from me. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had just said this when his figure vanished. He did not appear anymore. All of the immortals were wary now. After getting rid of the remaining milky white Chi currents, they confirmed that Demon Immortal Chi Ju had truly left the scene. Do we pursue him? Someone within Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Where did he go? Why don't you tell me? The goo immortal who asked turned pale. He lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Let's retreat. Wu Yong smiled, not forgetting to salvage the morale. Even though we did not have much gains this time, fighting against someone like Demon Immortal Chi Ju is worth the trip after all. Sigh. After Feng Yuan comes Demon Immortal Chi Ju. I really do not know which great expert will revive next. Feng Zhang was filled with worries. He mobilized Demon Judgment Board to quickly leave the battlefield.